Good morning. Good morning from Dedham. Hi, Amy. Hi, Robin G, my girl. Good morning. We're already out here. The sun is bright, which is good. It's better than rain. If I put my sunglasses on, I won't be able to see you guys. Hold on a second. We're doubling it. We're doubling it. What's going on? Good morning, everybody. I know everybody's been writing in the chats. They've been jonesing because we're not used to this many days off. And there was some good morning from Methuen. Good morning, Linny. Good morning. Good morning, Susie D. Good morning, folks. I'm rested. I finally got sleep after my crazy weekend. They are amazing, the folks here. I'm telling you. Hold on, let me turn the camera around and catch them. Amazing folks already. Timmer was out here 6 o'clock in the morning holding his flag. Good morning. Who's this? Good morning, Doreen. Is that Joe, my friend? Hold on a second. I just see the picture. Is that you, Joe? Good morning, Cheryl. Good morning, all. It's gorgeous out right now. Yeah, I needed rest. I was up all Saturday night after my tire blew out. I'm sure you guys heard the story if you watched Sunday stream from Legacy Place. I I told the story about my little encounter with the MSP when I had a blowout Saturday night on Route 3 at 1 o'clock in the morning. Oh, motorcycle. Um, it was quite weird. Let's just say that. I have to click on your names because I can't see the whole thing. Hi, Quizzical girl. Hi, Shauna Lee from Melbourne, Australia. You guys are awesome. Yeah, so we're out here. It's gorgeous out. Um, Back in court. Hopefully, by the end of the day, the defense starts taking over and calling their witnesses. I mean, when you really look at it, this trial's probably going to be over in like 4 weeks, if not less than that. Um, and hopefully, Karen will be set free and the feds will step in and arrest the real people that unalived Boston police officer John O'Keefe. And then it'll also roll over to the Sandra Birchmore case and they'll start prosecuting Farwell. Um, it all matters. Of course, I'm here again with I'm surprised this thing ain't worn out from washing it so much. It's my favorite shirt down here. And I got to wash it all the time because I wear it all the time. Hi, Lenny. Yeah, prayers that happens, you know. And my protest husband, Scott McGinnis. I told him no more kissing on game. He had the internet going.
Our relationship's over already?
No, no, we got to plan the wedding where Aerosmith's going to be the wedding band. uh, yeah, can't lost in so. Oh, all right, Brandy. We'll see you soon. She's lost in Stoughton somewhere. Good morning, Laura Dredger. Good morning. How are you? I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Beautiful day out.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Tomorrow, too.
I know. It always rains on the weekends, though, around here. That's what sucks.
And it's going to rain again this weekend, this thing.
I know. I know.
Saying Thursday.
I'm working all weekend. I'm working straight through, so I could care less. Good morning, Dean. I hope to meet you someday. Free Karen Reed. Good morning, Wild Light Arts. Yeah, so Dylan's leaving tomorrow, right? Dylan's leaving tomorrow.
No, it has.
They had a get together for Trisha's birthday and to send Dylan off.
They kicked me out.
They kicked you
Get
out.
out. It's Fisher's party, not yours. Okay.
Good morning. So he'll be leaving. So we wish him safe flight. He'll be back in September,
Also,
October
yeah, we'll see.
for a football game, right?
Yeah.
For the hope, maybe you'll bring good luck for the Patriots.
That was a big mom. Still nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
Hi, Boston Lisa.
I'll go ask. But
Hi, Amy. It was great to see Dina too. It was a great. Oh yeah, Sunday was a great day at Legacy Place. We had a huge turnout.
great day, yeah.
It was a good day.
That's
Look-
good stand up.
Turn around so we can show everybody a T-shirt from Marshfield. Look at this with the lobsters down the back of it. How cool is that? It's a Marshfield. And guess who's in Marshfield, folks? You'll never guess who flew into Marshfield. Steven Tyler.
Oh, here we go. He's on one.
He's in Marshfield.
Corella, yeah. Steve Corella, the general store is.
He does. I've been in it. And there's an ice cream shop
Yeah,
right next
yeah.
to it. And they got all office, like the office merchandise and stuff. So if you go to Marshfield, how do you say his last name? Steve Carell?
Corella.
Carell. He owns a store because he's, I guess, from Marshfield or lived there for a while. But they have a little general store, the Marshfield General Store, and it has all the office merchandise. You can go in there and see it all. And there's an ice cream store next to it. To protest and bear witness, exactly it is. Good morning, sassy bartender.
Yeah.
I don't think I put it on mods only
Where?
on the chat.
No, that's the chat. That's the.
No, I know, but you know how we,
Oh.
I'm not mods only, I mean, members only.
Oh no, you can't. No, no, it's not members only. No.
I don't, where do we put it on like that? I can never do it when it's on this landscape
Yeah,
thing.
you're fine.
Okay,
Unless Dana's. No.
all right, we're good. Because the trolls were in like crazy on Sunday.
All right. Oh, subscribers only. Then.
Yeah,
I think I made
subscribers.
them subscriber. I don't know. I don't do that.
Natalie D with the Italian flag. Brandy's on her way. She said she sent a text message saying she's lost in Stoughton somewhere. There's a lot of construction everywhere, so let me turn this around so you can see everybody. Hi, Ashlyn. Hi, Donna. Hi, sweetie. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. It was good. I lack of sleep this weekend, but I caught up yesterday. I was like, I can't make it to Monday night dive bar. I just can't. I was just too tired.
That's too tired.
Good morning, Penny. She's the only one I really talk to. Hippie chick, you're on your way? All right. Minion Mike, folks.
What's up, people?
Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday.
As we say to Julie Grant, see you next
See you
Tuesday.
next Tuesday. Here's my boy.
Oh, there's an accident on 95. Oh my God. Traffic will be so backed up. Hey, Leanne. Good morning, love. Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good.
Isn't it gorgeous out?
Beautiful. Perfect.
Hello from Tennessee. Well, hello, Thomas Barry. And look at this beautiful couple over here. They're so cute. They're so cute. They're on a date at a protest. More than that. More than that, isn't it? I mean, I never really counted how many days.
Gotta be over 2.5 years now.
Oh, yeah, it is 2.5 years, but I wonder how many days it actually is. There's your homework, people. Find out from the first, when did the last trial start? It was April,
That's when it started. It was
where we were all the pre-trials and the jury. Yeah,
Easter on these kids.
yeah. Don't forget to, hit the subscribe and the thumbs up, people. Hi, Petty. Good morning, Petty Paralegal. Boots on the ground says good morning. There you go. All right, Brenda, take a picture. We had one like this at Castle Island now. Brenda,
Hey, the fuck?
listen to you. What the fuck? This is like the Castle Island again.
I get pinchy. Watch out,
Oh my
Lord.
God, the sun's in my eyes. Oh, don't forget to subscribe. It's gorgeous out. Dina, can you tell Vinny it's wake up time? Hold on a second. Bring the phone to him. Vinny,
Pretty sleeping.
get up out of bed right now and get ready for school.
Let's
Brush
go.
your teeth. Get your backpack. Get your lunch out of the fridge if mom made you a lunch. And go learn some more because we know there's big things in your future. Tell them, Dennis.
Get up.
Get up. Don't
Let's
make
go.
us have to drive there and get you out of bed, Vinny.
Want to hang out at Sidebar? You got to get up in the morning. Let's go.
Exactly. You can't go out if you don't get up in the morning. Hello from South Africa. What's your name? Let's see. V. Murray. Hi. Who's this? Let's see. Hi, Petty. Time for civics class. Exactly. Vinny was doing a project where he was writing down the presidents of the United States in order and learning about them. I mean, Vinny's a smart kid. So, Vinny, get your butt out of bed. And don't forget anything in your backpack. You're old enough now, you can actually pack your own backpack. Good morning, Julie. Where are you? Are you coming down today? Good morning, Rivera. And Ellen said hello, Dina and Dennis.
Hello, Ellen. Morning.
Oh, is that Mama Firefly? Mary? No, it's Mary Bagwell. Good morning, Mary. I don't know where Mama Firefly is. She's usually in the chat right away. Clerk currently pursuing still. Funny. Everyone needs an Auntie Dina. I got lots of nieces and nephews that aren't by blood, but by bond. And they still call me Auntie all the time. I hear a motorcycle.
Me too, yeah.
I know that sound anyway. Let's see. I hear it. You guys hear the motorcycle? Let's see what kind it is. It has a nice little roar to it.
Holly.
It's definitely a Harley. Can't make it today. Love you. Oh, we love you too. You guys look cute standing together. I heard the roar of a motorcycle.
Oh, is that one of your,
So, I wish it was somebody that I knew for a ride. Yeah, my spidey senses, I hear it from a long distance. It's a beautiful day to take a freaking motorcycle ride, too. Hear it, folks. Whoa, we revved it a little bit. Good morning, Cora. Good morning, Magic. Woo!
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
I forgot to speak for you over here.
I wish I could be here every
Day I
day.
know it is a Sunday, and we're in Dedham. That's
Well, you know
that's how I know what day it
The
is.
whole holiday messed us all up because
Exactly.
it feels like a Monday, but
does.
it's Tuesday. It's weird.
Tuesday.
Silver Fox, I don't know where Silver Fox has been. We'll have to find him, Sherry D. I haven't seen him. Usually he's hidden somewhere around here. Um, I don't know. I'm so behind on everything. I don't know if anybody has caught Silver Fox around. What time is it? What time is it? Anyone got the time? So I don't have to pull the screen down? All right, we can do a walk around the courthouse just to see if Silver Fox is around. Let's go on a mission. Usually he's out back somewhere or something, or parked somewhere. We'll have to try to find him. Thank you, everyone. It's 7-Eleven. The phone cut out and I didn't hear. Oh, hi, sunshine. Good. How are you? Good to see you. I'm on a hunt for Silver Fox.
okay.
I'm going to see if Silver Fox is around. He's legendary at this point. The news, hold on a second. Let me turn this around. The news trucks are here. They camp out there. We got to move our cars every 2 hours, but the news trucks can stay here for 3 months and not move. All right, let's see. Usually he's in a police car. That's not one, that Ford over there. I know you guys all agreed on the time. That was pretty funny. That almost reminds you of a police car, but nobody's in it, so it can't be Silver Fox. Good morning, Aaron. I know everybody wants him. He's a really nice cop, too. He really is, Silver Fox. He's decent. He's respectful. We're respectful to him, but he's often hide out. That's the back of the courthouse. This is where they bring the jury in. I'm only walking behind here now because I know they're not here, but otherwise I wouldn't come back here when the buses would be around. Hold on a second. Oh, and that's the library right here. Cute library too. Yep, no Silver Fox back here yet. He'll probably be around later. We'll go on a mission later to find Silver. Oh, hold on, there's a police car over there. Nobody's in it. Nobody's in it. There's usually a few police cars back here. Because the jury comes in back there. Oh, it's a gorgeous little town. Hi from England, free Karen Reed. Hi, DMR Gaming. Welcome. Yeah, no Silver Fox yet, folks. We will find him. We will. I hope everyone had a good, safe weekend. Good morning, Spacey. How was your Wilma mine? It's great. What is that about MTV? Hold on a second. Robin G makes me think of MTV Spring Break. I was just talking with friends last night about MTV when it first aired. Do you guys know what the first song was that MTV aired? Come on, folks. I can tell you where I exactly was. I was in Norton on Cottage Street over a friend's house when MTV first aired. So come on, folks. Oh, good morning from Arkansas. What was the first song on MTV that they aired? Name the song. Yep.
Yeah.
And I can remember too when I first seen Flight of Icarus by Iron Maiden on MTV. That was crazy. Yeah. Go like this. You got coffee on your face.
Sometimes it's the casting.
Video killed the radio star.
It depends how the family thinks. But correct information. When I
Right, correct people. That's when MTV actually really did music television all day, not the bullshit stuff that it turned into. Downtown Julie Brown. Yeah. And they had the Headbangers Ball.
Take the body off.
They used to do all metal at night.
Then
You guys are good, man. You guys are good. We're dating ourselves with that. And that's where Jenny McCarthy was on that too. She ended up marrying Wahlberg.
yeah.
Where are the Wahlbergs in all this? They don't mind filming all this shit. Kurt Lauder, yeah. Good morning. Is that Lula Bell? Hi, beautiful lady. I got to meet Lulu's husband when we went out on the duck boat rides. Nice guy. Looks like a total Irish guy. Really nice. He was awesome. Lulu Bell's awesome. She's got a beautiful, kind heart. It's so nice to meet people in person and get to know them. You know what I mean? Because we've all been conversing for such a long time, and when they actually walk down here and you get to meet them, it's freaking awesome. Headbangers Ball, you know it. Yeah, she's a little crazy. She got a little cray-cray. Oh, the duck boat ride was awesome. One thing about the duck boat ride is we did it for Dylan because Dylan wanted to know the history of Boston and stuff. And Erica arranged the whole thing. Erica's amazing at arranging stuff. And she got one of the best guys to do the tour, which is Joey. And he's the Alessi. He is the master of information about Boston. He really is. He's unbelievable. So Erica got him to do it. And they call him the Hot Wheels guy. And he has like this cute hat on with a fan. And he's got Hot Wheels taped to his vest and stuff. He knew everything. And during the ride, he was asking people where they were from. And he could recite stuff about where they're from. Except Waltham, where I'm from. He didn't know it was called Watch City. But I explained it so now he knows and he'll remember it. But the duck boat ride was awesome. Erica arranged it so it was just all of us adults on the duck boat ride. So it was comical because it was all adults. There was no kids. You didn't have to worry about anything. You could speak however you wanted to. And we went around all through Boston. He was telling us all cool stuff about it. I got to drive the duck boat. Dylan drove the duck boat. Who else drove the duck boat, Dylan? You, me, Tracy.
Yeah. Sometimes I forget.
And there was someone else that drove the duck boat.
Coco did.
Coco drove the duck
There's
boat.
two others, and I forget who they are.
I know. And we had fun. And I got the intercom too.
Yeah,
On the duck boat. I told people
You
to
did.
sit your asses
Yeah,
down
you
or
did,
something
yeah.
like that.
You did.
And
Got the beep beep.
the and Dylan got to drive it. We got to drive it on the water.
Yeah.
Which was so awesome.
So it's driven in America now, so.
Yeah. And we drove by the State House, and he talked about how your symbol is the dragon,
Yes. Oh, you remember?
and there's a beaver and a unicorn.
Well, there's several beavers, yes.
Oh,
But no, yeah, there's
it always
unicorn
turns.
and something else. Yeah. So there's England, Scotland being represented at the top of the building.
And didn't he say something about the Queen? She was the first Queen to.
There's something about the Queen, yeah.
Something about the Queen coming to the State House for the first time.
But yeah, I don't remember everything. But yeah, it's the dragon. You remember that?
I remember the dragon and the unicorn. And then we drove all through Boston. They talked about the Boston Common. And at the time we were driving through, they were placing the 40,000 American flags in the Common for Memorial Day for all the fallen soldiers.
That was nice.
Lula Bell said,
Lulu.
please say goodbye to Dylan.
I love Lulu Bell.
I know, she's awesome. And we got to meet her husband, which was
good.
awesome. And he had the Scully cap on like Dennis Sweeney wears. Total Irish looking guy.
I love it. I was speaking to him, and Lulu Bell was just dragging him around. And I was like, you just got to listen. He goes, I've been married for so long. Yes, I know my place. I was like, yeah, good. We all know our place.
And he's a tall guy. Like Lulu Bell's a petite little girl. I mean, she packs a punch, but,
yeah,
and she don't take no shit.
No.
So,
he's great.
he was a good husband. He obeyed.
Yeah, all the men do. So, yeah, that's fine.
Safe travel. Who's this?
Thank you.
Wild Light Arts.
There you go. Thank you. Hey, Young.
And so we went around and we learned about everything. We went by when we went by the State House, Jen Root was out there with what's her name? Sherry. And they were doing a standout on police brutality. I'm so sad I didn't get to meet Dylan. Stupid jury duty messed me up. Oh,
That's all right.
who is that? Aaron.
Aaron. Don't worry, Aaron. I'll be back.
Don't worry.
Like Schwarzenegger.
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
So we drove by. They were in front of the State House doing a protest. So I unzipped the window of the duck boat, and I was screaming out, "Free Karen Reed! Justice for Officer John!" Like and it was perfect. It was perfect timing.
Hi, Zach.
And then on the duck boat thing, they have a top over the duck boat where they let veterans sign the duck boat on the canopy. So they asked who was a veteran on there, and Dana is a veteran. So Dana got to sign his name on the top of the canopy, which was really cool. We had a great day, and then we left there, and then we went to where
Warren Tavern.
we went to Warren Tavern, and we had cocktails and drinks, and it was just a great bonding time. There was a crew. There was 40 of us, just about 40 there.
Hi, Stacey. Chief and Stacey. Yeah, I had my first clam chowder.
Oh, you said it right.
Chowder.
Chowder.
It was nice as well. So I ate some clams.
And he had the real clam chowder, not the Rhode Island version, the Massachusetts
I
version.
just didn't have the tits, that's all. I had the clams, though. Tits and clams, just the clams.
Someone said, "Love me some Dylan." Hold on a second. Who wrote that? Oh, it was Amy.
Hi, Amy. Hey, Kelly. Hey, Amy.
In the chat's on the side in landscape mode, so I can't see your whole full name, so I don't know who it is.
This is also been streamed with Amy and Kelly. Talk time with Amy.
Oh, is it being streamed?
Yeah,
It's too. Oh,
they're
good.
streaming from us.
Oh,
Remember they asked last time? Yeah. So I was fine. Dana and Tracy were
oh,
fine.
that's awesome. So talk time with Amy and Kelly.
Yeah.
I'm so glad we're all streaming together and helping each other get the word out there. You couldn't ask for nothing more. You guys are
Carol,
awesome.
look at this woman. Like she gave me. Carol, good morning, Carol. I tried some of the chocolate.
Did you bring them with you?
No.
Bastard.
Her sister owns a store, right? The ones in the packet, the caramel ones. Oh my day!
I love chocolate. He didn't even share. He wouldn't even open up the box and even let me look at the chocolates. He's so selfish.
Dennis is drooling. He's had a couple, Dennis.
Oh, you gave some to Dennis, but not to me, and I love chocolate.
He's had. It's delicious.
So mean.
It was
Danny, yep. Hi, Danny. If you're out there, Danny's got a chat too, and that's True Crime Social. And I got to go on his channel at some point. I keep on saying I'm gonna, but they go on a little later, and it's usually during the weekday, and I can't. I have trouble
This is
staying awake.
Yeah, okay, so what's the thing in the front? Marshfield, nice.
so Carol and Kathleen. They were in the chat now. I had this from them.
Good morning.
There we go.
How we doing?
Good.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Where's the dog? I'm the dog whisperer.
I know, she's in the car. Well, actually, no, I left her home today.
Oh, did you?
I automatically think she's in the car. But she's not.
That's the legendary Peter Murphy.
Yes.
It's a beautiful day. It's gorgeous out here.
So Carol, Peter loves the top. He loves the top, Marshfield top.
Love it. Love the Marshfield.
I was
Las
in-
Vegas.
Did you hear about my breakdown, my blowout on Route 3 Saturday night at 1 in the morning?
Yeah.
I didn't even think of you to
Should've
call.
called me.
I know. I didn't even think of it. I was a wreck.
Yeah.
When they ever said I had to call the Mass State Police, I'm like,
Oh my God.
and then when I popped the trunk, I had left that one sign in my grandmother's car, and he shined the light right in. I'm like, oh,
Here we go.
I'm screwed.
I'm going to Danbury. Done.
Thank God I was sober. I was a designated driver. Thank God I was sober. Sober.
Hello, Mark Cunningham as well. He's just messaged me. Hi, Mark.
Dina Ricks, free Karen. Oh, that must mean rocks.
Yeah.
Have you introduced them to lecture?
Yeah. Aisha's here,
Shit, fuck it.
and she's been following the movement too, and she drove
How'd
down
you
this
sleep last night?
morning.
Yeah.
She was here bright and early with me.
Yes, Dina helped me out a lot.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you, Dina.
Yeah, the biggest thing when you come down is where is the nearest bathroom when you're here
Bathroom.
early.
Coffee.
Coffee.
Parking.
I know. And she bought me coffee.
I bought Dina a coffee.
So sweet. Thank
You're so
you.
sweet. I love you.
It's like an Irish reunion over there. Of course it is. It truly is. Hold on, they're taking a picture. Let's get some. You don't want to stare at my mug all day. Let's get everybody else in there. A fellow Marsh Vegas man right there. Marsh Vegas. That's cute. Yeah, the bathrooms, when you come down here, the registry of deeds doesn't open till 7:30 in the morning. So you got to find a place, and I know, I reposted that. Yes, I saw that.
Wow.
And then Brandy, hold on, play it for everybody.
Look at this American badass right here, son. That is an American badass.
Boston Brandy did a little video with Dennis Holden. What?
I said you're going to be streaming it all today. He said Dina's got it.
I got it.
You got it.
Tuesday's my day to give
You
them all
got
a
this.
break.
You got
Because
this.
I'm not here all week.
And you
Tuesday.
ain't got Dina.
And that's why when I leave, I say, see you next Tuesday. Sometimes I come in the afternoon, but this week I'm doing a couple houses I got to clean.
Yeah.
So I got to get out of my regular job and then go do the houses. And then I got to clean a house Saturday.
Yeah.
So you won't probably see me till Sunday stand out.
Yeah.
But it's extra money. I'm going away in July to go
yeah.
see Rod
Hey.
Stewart. I got to do that.
Hey,
But
that's
spending money.
That comes.
And we're trying to book the train to get down to Baltimore for July. And the prices went up so high that it's cheaper for us to fly to Baltimore than it is to take the train. That's messed up.
I know.
But I got to go. I got to see Rod Stewart before he dies. He's 80. but I heard he puts on a really good show. So.
Are you going to Joe Perry Project?
Yes, I got my tickets for the Joe Perry Project. So far, I got this Sunday. I'm going to see Tesla at Indian Ranch. Then I got the Black Crows.
Oh.
Then I got Joe Perry. I got Chris Stapleton too, I think,
Good.
and then Rod Stewart.
Nice.
So far this year,
Nice.
there'll be some in betweens.
Yeah.
So.
The other side.
Good morning, Tim. Good. How are you? Oh, the paddy wagon's here, folks.
Yeah. It's always here first.
The paddy wagon's here first in case we get out of control. Hold on.
Hey, Mike.
There we go. It's there. Yeah, I went to a show Saturday night down in Hull at the C Note, and I hadn't been to a show in a while, and I freaking love a good show. I honestly do, and it pumps you up and makes you feel good. So I can't wait. For Sunday is Tesla. I've seen Tesla quite a few times. I love it. I'm gonna try to make a banner to take in to the Indian Ranch because I want him to play stuff off the first two albums. I've already messaged the band to be like, I wanted something off the first two albums. For all the concert fanatics, for all Mansfield shows, wait till the day of the show. Oh yeah, the day of the show. I live down by I still call it Great Woods. It's gone Great Woods Comcast Xfinity Center. Still call it Great Woods. I seen so many shows when they first opened up. I lived in Norton. They used to get free tickets, and it was always like Charlie Daniels, Molly Hatchet, Charlie Pride played one time. I got a free concert, but I used to work the venues, so I was in the venues for Lollapalooza when they lit the fence on fire. I used to work for the police down there, so when they did concerts, I worked sometimes in the compound, they called it in there, when they arrested people. And then sometimes I'd work at the police stations down there, and they'd haul them back. I remember the first time I worked for one of the towns there. The first time I worked for them was Ozfest, and it was 75 arrests. It's crazy, crazy. Anyways, I saw Get a Grip. I saw Nine Lives. I saw Honkin' on Bobo. All three of those tours there. And one of them, I ended up back in the day. I ripped off my shirt. I got close enough. Not my shirt, my jacket, and threw it up on stage. I remember seeing Bonnie Raitt there. Yeah, Bonnie Raitt actually played down at the Aerosmith warehouse where she recorded down there, along with Ted Nugent. Dina Stapleton is great. I saw him. I can't wait. The jam band concerts. I like the old. I talked about it Sunday, like real old rock and roll music. It's not all dubbed in. So the last concerts I went to for Aerosmith, I did the Deuces of Wild tour. I did 3 Springfield shows. I made it to the catwalk all 3 nights. I did the Vegas run. I did Bangor, Maine. What was I listening to this morning? Nickelback. I was playing Nickelback. I wish I could go back and go see Led. None of us can go see Led Zeppelin at this point. But if you want to get the closest you can get to seeing a Led Zeppelin show, go see Get the Lead Out. They tour all of the United States. So go see Get the Lead Out. If you close your eyes, man, they're so good. Tweeta Center for a bit. Yeah, it's Great Woods. It'll always be Great Woods to me. Anyways, we're here about Karen Reed, not my music adventures. We got a good crowd this morning. We really do. Oh, Dylan's getting interviewed. Good morning. Oh, I love the earrings. Hold on, let's see your earring. We get close. Look at those patriotic earrings. Awesome. My boyfriend and I would tan out in front of the front lawn where they. Oh, yeah. Well, go ahead.
I'm going to do my good mornings. Good morning, Maddie, Kenny, and Layla. It's Nanny. Hopes you have a great day today at school. Get up for Grammy. Yeah.
We had to send one for Vinny. Leanne's like, tell Vinny to get up out of bed. We did one for Vinny.
Let's go, Vinny.
And then I will say one thing. I was at Great Woods for Aerosmith when they did the film for. They were filming for some movie. I forget what it is, and they had to redo "Angel" the song like 3 times. It was that sledding movie. I forget what the name of the movie is. My mind doesn't go back, but I was out there for that. They kept on having to do it over and over again. It was crazy. Anyways, let me catch what Dylan's talking about.
They've last year they've allowed the stream sentences, but in terms of transparency of the actual trial, there's no full cameras at all whatsoever.
Do you know why that is?
I think it's to well, in their mind, is to secure the rights of the defendant, or so they say, so that nothing gets leaked, you know, things like that. However, I don't like it. But there's always a sort of thing up going on.
What's the appetite like for true crime in the UK?
It's growing. It's bigger. It will get even bigger if we allow the stream in the actual court. But so most of my viewers are Americans, but I can see UK probably could well next week.
Does that mean that on your channel you've been streaming other US trials?
And for 2 years, we've been well, probably 30 to 40 trials now, you know, after the current read trial. You know, so always concentrating on the current read trial. But yeah, after this, there'll be another trial, there'll be another trial. So yeah, all we do is trials. The appetite's in. That's what I want to do. So,
What's your background? What were you doing before this?
I used to work at universities, on the academic side, there's all the social side, activities, sport, and regard. My role in ultimately was to develop the safety and everything about it all that. So it's always about. Oh, excuse me, hon.
Flip it around.
I can turn it around if
Yeah.
you like.
It's like every town.
I like that.
Either way, the feds are coming in.
They are.
They're not this Commonwealth, this county, Norfolk County is not going to afford Karen a good trial, justice. She's not going to be found innocent, in my opinion, in this county. It's the deck is stacked against her, and what's going to happen is the feds are going to come in after this trial, and they're going to take the case over and hopefully go all the way. They got it. They got it. They've had it. My opinion.
Yep. They're just letting them all get caught in lies, all
Yeah.
these witnesses, and then they're going to step in and go, now you guys have impeached yourselves and 3 or 4 times with lies, and your stories have changed, and
Yep.
now that's it. The feds didn't come into this and investigate this much and spend this much money to just not do nothing.
No, and I think they were set up doing a criminal investigation, corruption case prior to Sandra Birchmore, if not the Sandra Birchmore. It could have been Brian Joyce, Senator Joyce, some years back. They got their eye on Quincy. They got their eye on.
When you heard about Bev getting the award for Person of the Year, they kept that so quiet because they know we would have protested out there.
Hopefully, it'll all come out in the wash, as
Yeah,
Thomas says.
I think so. I think so.
Good job, guys.
I like the color of your phone.
Huh?
I like the color that matches your glasses.
Well, it was, believe it or not, when we went to the iPhone store, it was this color. It was on sale, and I'm like, oh my God, it matches my glasses.
Really?
Yeah, I'm like, I gotta have that
Oh,
phone.
nice.
I gotta have that phone.
Thanks. I just want to let you know.
You made it, Brandy.
Fucking 17 different towns. They took us to Sharon. Then we ended up in Llandysul. I was like, we just left there last night. We were at Llandysul again.
Why'd you go there?
I don't know. It took us from
It took
Holbrook,
it through you?
and then Braintree.
I wasn't
then
driving.
Holbrook,
You can't believe it.
town to get
Oh
here.
my
I was like,
God.
never not listen-
She's
never
here,
listen-
folks.
Okay, get the house here by now
Yeah,
without
I
a
do,
fucking.
but-
And her saint of a husband who has to put up with her shit.
And I was like, I'm not listening. I always, every time I don't listen to my gut, I lose. So it takes
Right by my house,
39.
down Dedham Street.
I don't know where
That's where you should go.
130, is it 139?
My house,
Weird place I've never seen.
Yeah, that's where I thought I was gonna end up. Like, this is the thing. I go, just someone fucked with my settings. I swear to God.
Probably last night to try to get my reels picked.
I
It
know.
still didn't fucking work. We was on the lawn line. I tried everything.
I don't know what we were on.
I did that.
Are we almost ready for morning prayer? It's like
Because if you highlight yellow, you can see it.
Tell Dylan to take a break and then join us.
Yeah. He's getting interviewed, but
Everybody's walking away.
it's almost time for morning prayer. But Dylan's getting interviewed.
You're showing your channel all day. We're gonna watch your channel and talk. Yeah, each of the slides because that certainly is something that takes body. It's because it's so simple.
We have to wait for Dylan to finish his interview in order to do morning prayer. We can't do it without him because it's going to be his last morning prayer and Pledge of Allegiance with us. Good morning, Jessica Svedine. I feel like I haven't seen you in forever, in a day. Good morning. Let's see. Equal parts sympathy and outrage. Good morning, Jessica. Good morning. Oh, I got Sherry D already, but good morning again. Is this Lucas Knight? Yep. Good morning, Lucas Knight. Good morning, Christine. Good morning. All right, I went back as far as I can go.
No one's here.
Yeah.
Channel 5 certainly isn't going to interview any.
No, I know. They haven't in a long time, and they won't. Hi, hippie chick.
How are ya? Good. Good to see you.
Say hi to everybody.
Hello, everybody.
There's hippie. There's Ann. Ginger short. The ginger short lady. We should just call you Ginger. There's Ginger.
Good morning, everyone. I just
Jeannie, you better come to the 90s party and dance. I got to find out if I'm at a concert that night. I have to look. I'll figure it out tonight. You know me. I'll dance anyways. Good morning, Diane Gallagher. Dylan's interviewing with Tim, but we got to get morning prayer in before it gets too late. Yeah, Brenda went. We'll have it in a few minutes. We'll do morning prayer and Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah, no one wants to grab your ass.
Be careful, we're live streaming with that ass talking.
Ass.
They can't see you.
Good.
Yeah, we'll get morning prayer on this. A
I'm
90.
scared I was gonna miss it.
In Baltimore, they can't see you.
I know.
You got to go this
I
way.
don't want to.
I don't want to. Are you parked behind?
I'm parked. No, I'm in the next town behind the deeds.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, I've been parked back there in so long.
I can't park back there, but we got to play.
Yeah.
Move the car.
Yeah. So I'm gonna.
We have to play musical cars because you have to move them every 2 hours for the parking enforcement. I said it earlier. The media can stay parked for months, but we have to move every 2 hours. You are here. That's why we live stream morning prayer. Wish I was there in person, but I'll be by this afternoon to see you. Oh, awesome, Cora. Oh, you don't have to bring anything. You don't. I pray Auntie Bev goes. Auntie Bev should go to jail. She should. I'm getting fucked. Who said that?
My kids.
Yeah, but who sings that song? No, I'm talking about the rap girl. Oh my gosh, she had blonde hair. Why can't I think of her name? She had a huge one-hit wonder.
What's going on? You guys are early.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll forget it. It'll come to me later who it was. Hi, Spacey Stacy.
Hi guys, good morning everyone. I hope everyone had a good weekend, safe, healthy, nice, relaxing weekend.
Listen to you. Huh? Tim's interviewing the Canton Television TV, Canton Confidential. Tim from Canton TV. I don't want to interrupt him. It's a really good interview he's doing.
I hope he makes the TV back where he lives. Man, his journey home. Oh,
I know.
brutal, huh? It's 6 hours, he says. Well, 6 hours on the flight, then a 5-hour wait, 6 hours on something else, and then
That's
no,
very-
6 hour drive home after that. So he's
21 hours.
He's not gonna get home till Friday, huh?
Oh,
He leaves here about Wednesday.
are we
Wednesday
ready
night.
for morning prayer?
Yeah, Wednesday night at 9:30.
We got to do it here, yeah.
All right. Morning prayer.
Morning prayer. Morning prayer.
Need morning prayer.
We did. Morning.
Hi, Bob.
Talk real fast.
Yeah, morning prayer.
Johnny, we're coming over for an interview.
Hey! Hey! Oh, almost got it. All right, come on, morning prayer.
I'm getting my keys. Come on, Turtle Boy, let's go. It's that Turtle Boy 2 now.
Come on, Elias, get over here. Let's do morning prayer.
I'm gonna miss Dylan, huh?
Yeah, I said it twice.
Oh, he's getting in.
I think he's still talking.
Oh, Bob, another woman. Maybe it was
Careful.
a spinning wife.
Are we ready?
Ready.
All right.
You do the last one.
You gonna start it off?
Oh, yeah, it was just great. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, and we forgive all those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Freedom! Hey, did you hear that the parade the other day?
I did. Someone,
Mitzi,
yeah.
a woman went up to Morrissey.
She yelled it out.
Yeah, and he goes, "She is free."
I know he's such an asshole.
What an ass! I wish I knew.
Look at that. We say a prayer and then we're swearing.
I know. That didn't last long.
That didn't last long. Everybody to confession now.
We gotta go to that bar in Norwood. Confession.
I know the confessional. I went in with James.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
We went to,
The Irish pub. It had the confessional booth.
no, the one we
No.
went to for the
Irish
dinner.
pub.
The dinner with
Boston.
DJ, the big
Boston Irish pub.
Norwood.
Oh, yeah.
They had 2 confessional booths.
Me and James joked around and took a picture like I was saying my confessions. It was hysterical. And he put it to an Aerosmith song. I was laughing. I do. All right, I can't read the chat like this. I want Dylan to stay for the camera. I know. He misses home, though, too.
My God.
Yeah. I mean, that's a long time away. And he's probably sick of all of us. Everybody's probably running him rampant, dragging him everywhere. Hey, Cheryl. How are you? I'm live streaming.
How are you?
Say hi to everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Say
All right, tonight.
Danny, Danny, Danny. Ready?
Danny.
Danny, Danny, Danny.
Danny, Danny, Danny.
One of these times you're gonna say his name 3 times. He's gonna pop up. Mm. What time is it? Oh, good. We don't want to get arrested or anything.
They need more help. You know what? They have to.
Yeah.
At the beginning.
Good.
They didn't have it. Yeah.
No. I think that's him parked behind. I don't know. They might be in court or something
Yeah.
too.
But he could be.
He could be in court.
He's got enough people. So.
I got 3 or 4. My coffee's in the car too. I want a sip of my coffee. I got enough. Yeah.
Give me that back.
Well, something should be listed about the buffer zone by now. All right, I gotta go down and get a sip of my coffee, folks. It's in my car, but hi, Em. Who is this? Hi, Em. Where is Scott? Scott McGinnis is here. He might have walked down to his car. So, good morning. I'm live streaming, but good morning. There's Scott McGinnis. He's saying hi, peeps. He's here somewhere. I don't know where, but he's here. I need a sip off my coffee. Nice to see the sun. I know. The weather's been terrible here lately. Nice to see sunshine in Mass. Michigan. My friend lives out in Detroit, Michigan. I had to get back and see her out there. Michigan has so much music history, it's crazy. And when I went to visit her one time, they have a Scientology building down in downtown Detroit, Michigan. So I put devil horns on and took my picture out in front of the Scientology building. Morning. It's weird because when you walk by, they got undercovers everywhere too, so you don't know who's an undercover or not. It's crazy. All right, hold on, folks. Morrissey. Yeah, did you guys see the video on Morrissey? Someone yelled out at the parade, "Free Karen Reed," and he was like, "Yeah, she's free." Weird. If he drags off a cigarette. Yeah, I'm still smoking. And a sip of coffee. The bagel place has the best coffee around. Hit the like and subscribe, and also subscribe to Talking with Amy and Kelly. They got a channel going, and they're actually streaming this too. Also check out Danny's um, channel, which is True Crime Social. I'll try to pop in there maybe tonight or tomorrow when whenever he streams next. I'll find out when he's streaming and pop in there. As long as it's early enough, I will. Yeah, it's all right. People pop in and we got to say these channels again. You got to support everybody that's doing this. All right, folks. Pensacola, Florida. Hopefully I get down to go see my family down there, which is in Inglewood. And I love the beach there, Minnesota Beach. It's the ones that has all the shark teeth from like thousands of years ago. Every time you go down there, you scoop a scoop of sand in your hand and you can find shark teeth. It's pretty cool. Hi in Illinois. There it is, Danny, Danny, Danny. Yeah, help everybody that, live streams this stuff. It's important, Because even when this trial ends, there's going to be other people that need support in what they're fighting for wherever they live. So like and subscribe to people's channels and pop in when you can. Good morning, dear. Thank you for all you do. Standing there, Dylan. Unfortunately, I am not out here daily anymore because I got to work every day. So I took Tuesdays off for the trial to come down there and give everyone else a break of live streaming. We all take turns in case someone can't come or someone's late or running into traffic. We all take turns to do it. So everybody does their part. I said it before, we're all like a big puzzle and we're all pieces of the puzzle. And we all help each other out. And yeah, donate to Karen's defense fund because they need it. This next 4 weeks is really important. That's all right. It's really important. These next 4 weeks, there's a lot of witnesses coming in. So
I have your boyfriend's shirt on.
lots of fucking on shit. Oh my God, let me take a picture of it. Hold on. Look at that. That is awesome. My boyfriend hasn't been on
I
in
saw
days.
that, and I thought maybe he's still in town. Because never when he's
I
in town,
know.
he doesn't go.
Hey,
live.
Claire, if you're listening, I haven't been able to catch his show. I on purposely put it on last night to see what I've missed, and he hasn't been online.
I know. I checked last night. I was like, oh, maybe he's still in town. They're gonna be there today. I don't know.
Love you guys from Sydney, Australia. Say hi to them, hippie chick.
Hi from Sydney.
And everybody's marching down. Let me turn this around. Because right now we don't know about the buffer zone rules, so we have to just abide by what the rule is. I haven't seen Adam yet. He might be stuck in traffic. There's accidents and stuff, and it's busy. So he did say he's coming down this week. So I don't know if today's the day. He's also, he has family things he's got to do with putting his kids on the bus and stuff like that. So I'm sure he'll do a bus stop live, and we'll find out if he's on his way down here. We're here all day. San Diego, California in the house.
Oh, my
Pa-
sister lives in San Diego,
Oh, wow. Paula from Colombia.
and my son's in Colombia right now because that's where his girlfriend's from. He's down there visiting her.
Oh,
family.
wow.
Yep.
Good morning, Erin Hack.
Oh,
Love
Aaron
you.
Hack. Hello, Aaron
Oh,
Hack. Oh,
this way.
hi, Aaron Hack. Okay.
Well, how long are you here for?
I leave tomorrow,
Oh,
but I'll
do
be
you?
here in the morning and then I'll take off.
Oh, nice. So this is the last day I'll see you in person.
Yeah,
For now.
for now.
You're going to come in for the verdict?
I want to, and also, I was talking to Tracy last night, and we're talking about maybe flying. I'm going to fly in for the fall. We're going to get a group and stay down at the Lizzie Borden house overnight.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I used to live right down the street from the Lizzie Borden house.
Because I didn't get down chance to see it.
Yeah.
And I wanted to. We could spend the night down there. I thought,
Oh,
yeah, let's
you can't fit a lot of people in there. You can fit some. I forget how many you can have in there.
just gonna listen
But
to it.
it's like a house in the middle of it. Like you don't expect the house to be there. It's like it's in an industrial area.
Right,
Like,
it's in the middle of
yeah.
I didn't expect it to be there either, but so I'm gonna look into that. But I'll be back.
Well, that's good. Everybody's gonna. Dylan's coming back in September, October to go to a Patriots game. Must watch Beyond the Veil. She channeled John with tarot cards. I was blown away. John told her what happened
Yeah,
in
that's
the tarot card.
yeah.
I saw the Red Sox are next to the Orioles in the cellar. Yeah, Lizzie Borden house is in Fall River, but it's in a spot where you don't expect a house to be. Like it's that old.
See you later.
You leaving?
I'll think out enough. Yeah. No, she just walked it.
Oh. I'm like, where's she going? Bring some good spray to the Lizzie Borden house. Sage. I know. I don't know if I'd want to, stay at the Lizzie Borden house. I'd be creeped out like I'm taking a ghost home with me or something. What was the poem? She gave her mother 40 whacks or something. I forget the
I don't
poem.
remember something. I learned it. We learned it in school.
I know.
It was like a school.
Something her father gave her father 40 whacks or something like that. All right, I don't remember the poem. What is this? Lindsay Gattani has her arraignment tomorrow at Attleboro District Court at 9 a.m. for threatening to murder Mary's children. And if anyone can make it, I would greatly appreciate it. Hey, if anybody can make it to the court hearing tomorrow at 9 in Attleboro for Mary, she's going into court with Lindsay. Oh, God, it's so gorgeous out here. It's a beach day, guys. There's no clouds in the sky. I'm just saying. Is it? I love it too.
Alexa told me.
I need some sun and tan.
Don't stand next to me. I really do. You don't.
Oh, there it is. Lizzie Borden took an axe and gave her mother 40 whacks. When she saw what she'd done, she gave her father 41. There we go. Who did that? Thanks, Jen McCabe's tooth. How close are you allowed to be at the courthouse now? We can be out in front of the courthouse till 8 o'clock, standing right out front till 8. Then we have to. You could stand there a little bit, but you can't have any Karen Reed stuff on. And you can walk by, but you can't have any Karen Reed, Turtle Boy, Justice for John O'Keefe stuff on. And right now, we don't know what's happening with the buffer zone rules, so we have to wait and see. I lived right down by the Lizzie Borden house when I lived in Fall River for a short time.
Lizzie Borden took an axe,
Gave
gave her
her-
mother 40 whacks. When she saw what she had done, she gave her father 41.
See, Brenda remembered it. Yeah.
We were trying to remember that.
Jen McCabe's tooth in the chat. She printed, she wrote it in there because I couldn't remember it.
The father first and the mother.
They did the mother first and saw her father gave him 41. The things that we remember.
From school. They taught us that in elementary school.
I still remember the song when I went to CCD class about Jesus. I can still sing that song.
The things you remember. It's crazy.
It was Jesus loves just to bubble me over. Jesus loves just to bubbles me over. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's what.
I know the one Jesus loves me. Yes, he does. Because the Bible tells me so.
That's the one I remember.
I forget the nun's name at St. Charles. She was the old as anything, but she did like everybody, like my cousins, probably all of you guys. That's my old babysitter, folks.
I wasn't Catholic though. I was Protestant.
Yeah.
They said God didn't love me. I said, "Oh, is that right?"
You
I
had
said, "At least I don't have to wear a veil on me." Remember back then the veil?
I was the only child in CCD when I made my communion that all dressed up with the veil and I had blue socks on. I don't know what my mother was thinking that morning, but I had freaking blue, navy blue socks all the way up to my knees and everybody else was in all white. It must have been the start of my craziness.
Be your own person.
Surprised they even let me go up there. There's pictures of it. I lived on Robin Street back then. There's pictures of it. Yeah. You babysat me on Hall Street. Yeah.
Used to stand up to that. Church.
And now the church sold St. Charles and now they're making it into condos. They're making a church into condos. That's due to the Boston Archdiocese bullshit.
Did they take it down?
They took the side, you know how they had that side, the chapel on the side of St. Charles? They took that whole thing down. They gutted the inside, all those beautiful ceilings painted, took it all down. So we had a big thing here with the Archdiocese where the priests were molesting little children and the Catholic Church had to pay out a lot of money and they sold a lot of property and they ended up selling St. Charles, which is like my family's church. And it's turned into condos. They sold the rectory building where the priests were further down the road, and then they had the school part of it down the road too, like 2 blocks, and they sold all that property, all condos. Do you remember Father Cop? Yes, I do. Who is that? Yes, Laurie, I do. He ended up, Father Cop has Parkinson's disease. At least I know. I don't even know if he's still alive.
Father McDonald.
Father McDonald. Father Cop. I forget what the nun name. She was like Sister Mary Teresa or something. I don't know. Closed a lot of Catholic schools. They did. They sold off so much stuff to pay all the payments.
Went to the school. But the school.
Yeah, that's where they ended up
They used to
teaching.
crack them with the rulers.
Yeah, yeah. My mother went to Catholic school along with her brother, some of her sister and her older brother. Then my mother was pulled out of Catholic school like in 12th, 11th grade and went to the high school or something. So, hello, retired defense attorney from South Africa. Hello, retired defense lawyer. There we go. My first grade teacher, Sister Mary, and my dad called her Sister Mary Van Halen. I got in trouble for saying that. When I was in kindergarten, I had Mrs. Payne, and my uncle used to call her Mrs. Pain in the ass.
Mr. Payne and a teacher.
Did you?
In elementary
My favorite person all time that had to do with school was when I went to school in junior high, we had housemasters. And each grade had a housemaster, and mine was Mr. D. Mattia. So anybody that's from Waltham in this chat remembers Mr. D. Mattia. He was the best headmaster there was. He took up no shit. He was a boxing guy. He was a lifeguard too, and he didn't put up with any crap. He molded some of us. He really did. Without him, some of us wouldn't even have made it through life. And that was Mr. D. Tuesday with Dina. Yep, Tuesdays with Dina. I give everybody a break that has to run the channel all week long. Oh, that was a Massachusetts State Police pickup. Hi. I give everyone a break because I can't be down here all the time anymore. So
Always finagling my phone. Yeah.
another state police. Huh. Good morning, Annie from Southie. Annie from South. There's Scott. They were wondering where you were, Scott McGinnis.
I am here. I'm in the chat right now.
He's in the chat right now. So if you want Scott to say, Scott's saying hi to everybody. So say hi back, everybody.
Warmed up quick out here already.
I know. I'm surprised you're in a sweatshirt.
Well, I already took a layer off.
Yeah, I took a layer off too.
No, people are talking about, can you hang down in front of the registry of deeds? And you can.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, for me, it's not worth it. I'd rather stay outside the buffer zone so I can display my signs and wear my gear.
Yep.
I don't see the point of being across the street from the courthouse for what? To get a closer look at Karen when she's going in and out of court? You're not actually protesting. You're just a bunch of civilians in plain clothes just standing around. So I that's why I go down to the 200-foot line and display my signs all day. That's what I'm here for. I'm not here to fangirl Karen Reed and stand across the street from the courthouse with no gear or no signage. So that's my take on that.
Yep. Oh, there's a nice shirt. House long till justice.
How's long?
Nice tats. I love it.
Hi, darling.
How are you?
The man, the myth, the legend, Dennis Sweeney. Steal the shit out of him. Oh.
What's the shirt say? Not enough to track a cat. Yeah. Yeah.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Dave. Everybody's so quiet. Look at that porch. Oh, it's a gorgeous house. Look at that. It almost looks like the houses you'd see down south. You know, like in Georgia and stuff like that.
Nice house.
It is a nice house. It makes me want to listen to like bluesy music, like Buffalo Nichols or something.
This is when they built houses where they have enough space between the houses. These big houses deserve this yard.
Yeah.
They're not
Gorgeous.
right on top of each other.
Good morning, Hold on, let me see. Oh, I missed it. Good morning, Noodles Mama. And that one across there, they told you before, I think it was Benjamin Franklin stayed there, but that tree is massive. It's old. I've never been to New Orleans. I'd like to go though. I haven't traveled enough. Oh, there's Jilly. Jilly! There she goes every morning without fail. She's honking away. I was trying to be nice and give you my sunglasses because you look like you were squinting during it. So that's what I was trying to do.
I know what they're trying to do. I was just like, this is Tim. I didn't want to
Yeah.
bid thing, so I was like, oh, I know what you were trying to do. It's fine. It's either that or you were trying to grab something. I was like,
Oh.
I had to change it. It said Mark Federer at the bottom, but luckily her other attorney
Yeah.
worked out well. So
And a lot of her law students graduated.
oh really?
Yeah, they posted pictures of oh my God, what's his name? The one that's the stenographer in there for the digital guy for him. Oh my God, chat, what is his name? He graduated. Ethan? Is it Ethan
I don't know.
Wall or something like Ethan something? Ethan Wolf.
Oh okay.
He graduated last week. Yeah, that was awesome. Evan, that's it, is Evan. Evan Wolf. Yeah. I didn't even think I should have got him a graduation card to pass to them to give to him. Maybe this week.
He graduated, huh?
Evan graduated along with three others. I think there was four of them all together that graduated.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy.
Dylan's going home tomorrow, folks. I fangirl Karen every day of the week. She's an inspiration. She is an inspiration. And like I said, you got Kelly and Amy are in the chat. They got a channel. So like and subscribe to theirs as well as Danny. Just bop around. Anyone that's, streaming this stuff, bop around and give them a like and stuff because it's important. He was valedictorian. That's even better. They're really nice kids. And when I was in last Tuesday, we went to lunch and they were saying how they were talking to him and they told him that this is like the trial of the century. Like when he becomes the lawyer, like practices on his own, like he's probably going to be bored with what he gets after this trial because there's so much work and investment into this. That's right. An injustice for Karen is an injustice for all. Hi, Mystic Mama.
Oh, he's still here. He just isn't in his.
Karen's a symbol of this movement, but it's about a lot more. It's about police procedures. It's about corruption. Then it foils into the Sandra Birchmore case. And, just on Ruth, his sister's out here fighting for answers as well as. And if you people think we haven't heard Zippo on Enrique Delgado Garcia, zip, nothing. It was just, 6 or 8 months? Nothing. That's terrible. Yep, alternate corner, click on that for Dylan's channel, as well as resistant to silence. Yeah, can you imagine that? Like, there's nothing on Enrique Delgado Garcia. I don't understand it. I really don't. Either way, no matter what happened, I mean, we all think corruption, but either way, whatever happened, there's nothing on him. Good morning, Dina. I got to meet Dylan. Who's this? Hi, Charles. And Minion Mike this week. Oh, that's awesome. Minion Mike's awesome. Nice guy. Stay, Dylan. The weather's awful. Oh, I think he's homesick at this point. Enrique's family member was on talking about all of the changes that have been made to MSPC. I can't even imagine what's going on. It's craziness. It's craziness. It's all going to come out in the end, though. This is sort of they're waiting for this trial to end, and that's when I feel that arrests are going to be made. A lot more is going to come out. I hope they switch over to the defense
So that's how, but that's how
witnesses
you can tell.
by the end of today.
Because
It should be.
And capital MC, capital G, I, and then they have.
Hi from Iowa.
Exactly.
Iowa. How do you? Is it Iowa or Iowa?
Iowa.
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 Look at that. I said Buffalo Nichols' name when we were looking at the house, and he's playing tonight. Ha!
Like chowder.
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 I still call it Arkansas instead of Arkansas. It's Iowa. Iowa. Hi from rainy and windy North Yorkshire. Where's Dylan?
Like on the one side.
Oh, apparently Buffalo Nichols is coming to my neck of the area. One of my friends in Detroit is writing me, telling me he's playing. Hey, Dylan. People in your country said to stay here because you guys have terrible weather.
It's been a heat wave for last month, and now I go home.
You're taking New England weather with
I
you.
mean, I'm pissed right now. You know, I was hoping that this would be nice weather. Oh, Jesus. Morning. I sorry, I got distracted. Sorry. That was yeah. So
He distracts easy, folks.
I've got to catch the. I'm trying to get an early flight tomorrow.
Yorkshire.
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 I'm trying to catch an early flight tomorrow because I got to catch a ferry as well. Oh, I'm not going to be home till afternoon Friday.
That's what I heard. That's
I'm
crazy.
going to flown into London, but I'm going to Dublin. Then I got to wait like 6 hours for a ferry. And I can't go on the site to book my tickets, which is a nightmare.
Oh my God.
So yeah, my card doesn't work in Ireland, so it's going to be the easiest part is getting to Dublin. After that, it's going to be a nightmare.
So you got 5 hours to layover in Dublin?
At least, yeah, might be more.
Maybe you should live stream and go to a local pub and because Ireland is so much in these chats. We have a lot of people in Ireland. I think you should find a pub, live stream, and let some of them come and meet you while you're there for just an hour or so. Pick an hour and then go back to the airport. Don't you guys think that's a good idea? Chat.
Yeah, I'm just going to be stressing about my ticket, so I need to sort that out first. Then I can relax and do.
Someone wrote, I'm in Devon, England, rainy today.
Yeah, great. That's not what I want to hear. So we have to be here in the rain and the wind, and it's been so nice back home up until now.
You're bringing the New England weather with you.
I know. Today is the best day I think we've had.
Oh, this is gorgeous. I would be at the beach right now.
I know.
I seriously,
Topless, I know.
not topless.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I caught that. You said that really quick.
You would be. I would be.
Dublin is the best place to get stuck, someone wrote.
I know. If my card worked, I wouldn't complain. Do you know what I mean? Wait, when your card doesn't work, it's not the best.
How come your
place.
card doesn't work? Just because it's another country?
No, it's the chip it is. It won't work. So whenever
Oh, wow.
I stick it in, it doesn't work.
All Dina's ideas are, that's Danny. Danny, I can come up with some stupid freaking ideas. So I get myself in trouble.
Talk about war heroes. Here comes one.
Yep. That's a veteran. I didn't even thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service, Jack.
Thank you for your service, Jack.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yeah, second time to see you. Worth it.
Warwickshire. Warwickshire, UK.
Warwickshire.
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 Good morning, Dylan. Good morning, Dina. Hello, Cicely Lover. Oh, I like that name. Cicely.
Sicily lover. Say Ross. Say good morning to Ross.
I did, Ross.
Good morning again.
Patience like a saint,
I know.
putting up with Brandy's ass.
Yeah. Yeah.
Full-time job.
It is a full-time job.
You do well. You do well. She's off the leash. She's in the car.
Warwickshire.
She's left her place.
Yeah, I know what she is. I
Yeah,
just kept
that-
walking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the best.
Just let her be.
We'll soon hear her. It's fine.
I was coming back. So I'll find the way back somehow.
Somehow. She's got an Apple tag on you. That's what it is. She's probably Apple tagging you.
There he is.
Stitch with all your clothes. Also, shout out if he's there. He might not be there, but good morning, Colton.
I think, hold on a minute. No, that's Coco.
It's J Mac in the chat. Good morning.
I haven't
Colton.
seen J Mac yet, but it's gone fast a few times, so I don't know.
So, Colton wants to go to Clemson, so he has to study hard. You also go to Clemson University, you need to listen to your teacher, listen to your mother, and study. Then you can go and become a tiger, a Clemson tiger.
Clemson Tiger.
Tiger.
Yeah, we'll make him have that accent here from Boston.
Chowder.
How much are you missing home, seriously?
Loads. I can't wait to get home.
Yeah,
But again, though, I can't wait to come back.
yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I need like a couple of weeks at home,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll be ready to come back. You know, it's one of those, you know. So I think doing like 4 weeks would be perfect. I think 5 weeks is a bit too much.
Yeah.
But 4 weeks would be just perfect.
And you fit a lot of stuff in. You've been busy all the time, constantly.
I've not had a day off. I was ill for a few days and stuff. I've not done anything. There's so much more I need to do and people to meet. And
Yeah.
there's so many people came and visited last night, the week before, sidebars, this morning. Charles just drove like, whatever, an hour or something to come here. FaceTime his wife, Melanie, as well. You know, it's surreal, you know?
Yeah.
I hear the stories of people saying how much channels helped them, and you know, yeah, it's surreal. You don't think about it, you know. So,
Well,
but the love is
thank
great.
you for what you're doing. You know what I mean? It matters. It all matters.
Yeah,
You know, and just like being down here when we meet people that flew in from other states, and it's like you put a face to the name, and it's like it's instantly you have a bond with them.
yeah, I agree.
You know, I haven't met one person that flew in that was an asshole.
Yeah.
Not one.
Yeah.
They've all been wonderful.
Yeah.
You know?
Celebrity, get a celebrity.
Oh, I don't want to put the little kids on unless I got permission.
Oh, he's fine.
No, I got to ask his mom. I don't want to
Okay.
do that.
How we doing?
Hi, how are you? Good morning. Say good morning. I'm live streaming. Good morning.
How are you?
Is he okay to be on?
Oh, yeah, I'll check.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He is a
You
celebrity.
want to say hi to everybody?
Say, you guys are the reason I think I'm YouTube famous.
Let
There you go, LJ.
me see your stuffed animal.
Okay.
Oh, it's cute.
So I figured to put this on the front because this is what brought everybody together.
Oh.
There you go.
And then I put a few in here.
Oh wow. There you go, LJ.
Yeah, we had to put LJ.
Yes.
I put some of the group pictures in the
Oh,
bag.
wow.
But everybody wrote a little something in there for you.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That's amazing. Look at all that. Oh, and all the signatures and everything. Oh, wow, there's loads.
Yeah.
Those pitching. What?
Watch.
Turn around.
Hold on, no. Watch.
That's amazing.
No, right here. Watch.
Right, LJ. Look at the camera.
Back there.
No, he's done.
Oh, I can't show that to the chat.
Yeah, you can.
No, I can't. Trust me.
Oh, what is it?
No,
Let me see.
because there's someone's name on it, so that's why I don't want to. Don't say it out loud. That's great.
It's a book that has all signatures.
All
Dina
signatures.
was the first one to sign it.
Oh,
Yeah,
was
I'm
she?
on page 1.
Dina's will always be my first. She stole my heart.
I think the only one I missed was Erica.
Oh, that's
But
fine.
she's away.
Yeah.
Dina, there he is.
Erica can write something and then you can tape it in there.
I was thinking about that. I was gonna have her actually try to write something and print it out, put it in there, but I didn't know she was still traveling.
Yeah, she's
That's great. Thank you, LJ. You've done well. You've done all these gifts for everybody. Real.
It's like maybe we should 3D print a mini village.
Yeah, I don't know if Karen ever got the book that everybody signed. What is it?
I gave you one already, right?
No. These
I'll
are
make you one with the name
adorable.
on it.
I gave out my bracelets. I ran into someone at a store and they were free Karen Reed, and I had my free Karen Reed bracelet on, so I had to give it away.
Oh, really?
I try to give out stuff if I see them.
Yeah, me too.
You know,
Yeah.
oh, I can't take that.
No, I have too many.
I know, but then if I end up seeing someone, I'm going to end up giving it to them. Okay. All right, there we go. Yeah. No, so when a lot of people, now that the trial really is everywhere, a lot of people of in this movement get recognized. So when I've gone out to places, I've been recognized, and they ask questions, and then they're like, I wish I could, have a shirt or something. And I keep my car full of stuff, but I've given everything away. Some people will drop a bunch of stuff off, like magnets, whatever, bracelets, and I throw them in my car. And then when somebody wants something, I give it to them. So I was out of everything. So I only had the bracelet on my arm. So I gave that to them. So now Cheryl with an S just gave me this bracelet, but it'll end up going to somebody eventually down the road if I run out. Yesterday I gave out one of Rich's duck shirts that I had, the t-shirt, and it was a guy from New Hampshire who's really into the case, and I ran into him, and I gave out the shirt, so it is what it is. It's all good. People, I just tell them if they want, donate to the Karen Reed Defense Fund. If they want the stuff in signs, whatever, I'll give them out. So when we go back later, I'll take some of the signs that Heather and why can't I remember her name? Mississippi and Alabama, I think it was. They were at the Irish pub with us. They bought signs, signed them on the back, and then let me keep them to display down here. So when we go back to the car, I'm going to pull out their messages again and show it to you guys. So I hope you keep your special Dina magnet. No, that Dina magnet is on my refrigerator. That one I'm keeping. That's not in my car. That's in my on my refrigerator. Hey, it's me from Mr. All right. See, I wasn't getting along, Jane. Right, let me turn this camera around. There we go. There she is.
Oh, and they run out.
There's Brandy.
Hi, I was just talking about.
We saw your husband down there. I said, "Where's your wife?" I said, "Escaping you."
We're
Putting up with
talking
you.
about death. It's a lady. She has a family funeral home, so. we're just
Oh,
talking
wow.
about that, yeah.
Say hi to everybody in Ontario. That is, hold on a second, Kimberly McGuire.
Hi, Kimberly McGuire. Hi, good morning. I hope you had a good Memorial Day weekend, everyone. And
Yeah.
God bless America.
God bless America.
Oh, sidewalk.
Sidewalk. We do this sidewalk thing and raise our arms at horns
Yay.
all the time. Oh, good. Almost poke her in the eye with your
I know,
American
like,
flag.
hey, and this was sharp too. Do this. Do this. Put my weapons away.
What time is it?
It's
Like 20 past.
Is it 20 past?
26, 8:26.
Traffic is pretty good here, so she can't slow down too much. They're all asking in the chat. She owns a funeral home.
No, my family.
Where in Westwood? Oh, what do you work there?
Yes, and I work at another one in Boston.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What do you do there? Do you?
Yeah, I'm late. I was gonna.
I don't know if I could do it. Like, if I had to, I would, but
Yeah.
I would be afraid to be downstairs with them alone.
No.
Like, did you ever hear creepy noises or
Nobody
something?
sits up. Nobody breathes.
No, not like
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
but like if something was loud, I'd be like, oh my God, what is that? Like, no. God bless you for
Yeah, I
doing
know.
that.
It's a lot like I work out. Like I said, West, but it's the same old thing. Yeah, I work in Boston, then we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had the little boy that. Oh my God! Like that was a bad day for me.
Yeah.
Those kind of days are bad.
Well, it has to be like a firefighter or a police officer. It mentally, there's stuff that you see that is just
I have to
horrendous.
be like completely like on. Yeah.
And you have to process that and put it somewhere at some point,
Yeah,
you know?
always.
Yeah.
And so I'm always on. And then when I go home, I'm like, oh my God, I'm so tired. Don't talk to me. Like every
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
I've been doing it forever. Yeah.
Well, good for you. We need people like you that actually do it.
And everyone's like, I have the questions. So I'm like, go ahead. Like everyone's like, what happens? I'm like, and I get calls all the time. Oh, what do we want to do?
You know what my question always has been, and this is going to sound really, all right, it costs a lot of money to bury people. So then you get sold a coffin that's supposed to be airtight. And then you have to pay for a cement thing that goes around the vault that you put the sealed tight coffin in.
That's a law. You have to have this.
You have to have it in there.
Yeah.
Because I always wondered, like, why can't they just put the coffin in the ground because it's supposed to be airtight?
Right, but if it is a natural disaster, per se, you don't want these things
Coming up out of the ground. Like,
yeah. So they're literally in.
yeah, it's on.
They're literally, they
It's
put
not
like a
facing
cement
you,
box.
it's on.
No, it's in a box in the ground, and
Yeah.
it just protects the casket. I mean, if you ever have like two people cast, like
Yeah.
protects the one on top of it. It just protects. There are two types. There's a seal type one, and
Yeah.
there's one that's more kind of sits in the ground and literally like cheaper that you can get. But yeah.
Now, if you have a 2-plot cemetery thing and there's 2 bodies in it, and then someone else in your family dies and they get cremated, can you automatically put them in the ground with the
also
2?
depends on the cemetery usually, but they can allow it, and it
Yeah.
does cost money to
Undo it.
like
Yeah.
they have to dig it. Because we have a friend of mine's husband died, and his family was there, and they wanted to just put his urn in there, and just I think it was like $800 just to dig it up,
Just
and
to dig it
put
up.
his urn in.
Yeah.
But urns don't need the vault; they can just go.
Go in. Yeah. Wow.
I think in New Hampshire, I think you need a vault. I don't remember.
When my stepdad died, he was cremated. We had a funeral showing because his family wanted that. And then he was cremated. And then I took his ashes, and his friend's ashes was in a beach they always went to. So I went to that beach and spread his ashes myself. You're supposed to apparently get a permit or something for it, but I didn't. I hope I don't get fined for that.
Nothing.
Yeah. But I mean, that's what I did. I spread them in the ocean like that, you know?
I didn't think about it. Some people want some, and some to throw, and some to keep and make jewelry with.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh.
Yeah. In my car, I have a little necklace that has a little tube thing in it, and I have a little bit of his ashes in my car.
Yeah, I always tell people, because then they always regret it. Like,
Right.
just take a little,
Just a little.
somebody might want it.
Yeah.
Like,
I gave his sister a little bit too.
yeah.
And but yeah.
But it is. It's interesting work. And
Yeah.
I think they like-
That's Mimi. Yeah. Good for you. God bless you really for doing it. It's
Right. It's a
interesting.
weekend.
Hi, Amy, Kelly.
So that's why I'm here.
I can see me.
Nice.
Yeah.
Can I show you Elvis Presley shirt? All right. I won't show you face. Look at the Elvis Presley shirt. That's awesome. Yay. What's your first name?
Natalie.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, Natalie. Oh, my God.
Yes, I said I'm coming down. I've met you before, and I've even given you one.
I forget.
Like you gave you one.
Oh, I have one of those on my refrigerator.
That was me.
Yeah.
I know. I don't know. You don't know your name.
No, it isn't that I know the names,
Yeah.
but then I've met so many people. It's hard to do the face and then like because it's in between. Like it's crazy.
On Star Drive-In, we met
Yep.
here on the first day. We came to ladies.
Yep.
And this is Jessica.
Hi, Jessica.
And she's into it. She's what's
Oh, the sidewalk. Hey, how are you?
this? Yeah, let me try.
Thank you.
There we go. How are you?
How are you?
Good. Good to see you. No, that is Dennis Sweeney's, I think it is. We need to get him a new lid. It's looking pretty horrid. Jesus Christ. You get a bowler off that freaking cover. All right, we're gonna go over here. It was nice chatting with you. Yep. That's Mrs. Reed. There she is. Good morning. Good morning. That's the lovely Mr. and Mrs. Reed with Nathan. That El Chappie coffee mug, is that Dennis's?
Yes.
We need to fundraise and get him a new lid because it looks like he could get Ebola off the top of it.
I should see the inside.
Oh, no, no, no. We have to get him a new lid or a new cup, whole cup.
Sorry, I missed the coffee.
Bright light city, gonna set my soul on fire, gonna set my soul on fire. She should be coming pretty soon. Yeah, putting his hand out like, what is this? Go back to Canada then if you don't like it.
I thought on Wednesday. I heard on the all right, because I heard the chat. I was listening to Dino on it right now. It's Wednesday.
Tomorrow's Wednesday.
Oh,
Say good
tomorrow's
morning.
Wednesday.
We're all losing track of days. It feels like Monday.
I remember everything. Earlier, also, thank God I did make it through the traffic. Oh, gonna say bye to Dylan.
Wanna see him tomorrow?
No, I plan on it.
Oh, see you soon.
I plan on it, but still, I'm like saying bye.
Hey, thank you guys for hanging out on this channel and and other channels because we actually need
I'll find.
all you people. You know, we're nothing unless we're all a team out here to support Karen because we need everybody. That's the most Boston response ever. Go back to Keegan if you don't like it. I'm dead. Well, he made this gesture that was awful. Like, what a jerk. I mean, as you can tell, most of the people are behind the barrier. There's no traffic here. So it's not like we're holding up traffic. He just must be having a bad morning. I thought I just saw the bicycle policeman's there. He's nice, but he'll probably yell at me for being in the road again. He did the last time. Hey, you're going to get a bowler off the lid of this. Look at that lid. Look at that lid.
You know what? Nobody fucks with it.
I wouldn't fuck with it. We need to call the decontamination unit.
Don't do anybody drinking out of it or touching it. I'm quite doing it for two people who said that to me. I told Ben, I'm never going to wash it again now. I'm not doing it.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, gee.
It's not like a pot pipe. You can scrape the residue and smoke it. But this is like,
What do you think I do?
you can pretty much scrape that and rebrew a pot of coffee with that
I'm
sucker.
going to send it home and
It'll be like espresso.
still it. I'm going to send it home with it. Coffee on the way home to the airport.
Look at they're yelling in there. Hey, it's his cup. Well, I care about him.
This is my second wife here. She checks up on me all the time.
Hold on a second. I
Where's
got
the
to
other wife, by the way?
down at the end. But look at it, folks. I'm concerned about him. Look at this thing.
Gonna have the Board of Health down my house.
I know. He might get Ebola from it. Oh, let me turn this around. Maybe the Canadian haven't seen freedom of speech. I know, huh? Thanks, Dylan, for handing out the AC key rings for me. Oh, are you still not allowed? We're not allowed on the church property yet. We don't know what's going on with the buffer zone yet, folks. We're waiting to hear. Hopefully something today. Got a good turnout today. Good morning, Judy. It's a really good turnout. Someone said good morning. Good morning, Morrissey's iCloud. Good morning, Kimber71. That exactly, Erin Hack. It's like motor oil. I'm telling you. I don't even want to look at the inside. I really, truly don't. Erica is on a family trip. She had a family member get married, and she's away right now. She'll be back. Good morning, Melanie, Joyce. We're staying safe out here, Kristen. We really, truly are. It's gorgeous here. If you guys look at the sky, folks, there's barely any clouds in the sky. Just a few. The sun's shining. It's beautiful. Great to see the sun shining for your friend in Hot Springs, Arkansas.
I know when you say Kansas, I crack up. You should listen to it every day.
It's I don't know why. Like, because if you take the A and the R off, it's Kansas.
Yeah, I still
And you say
Wednesday instead of Wednesday when I write it out.
Wednesday.
Wednesday. That's how I write it.
So you would think it would be Arkansas,
Right.
but it's not. It's Arkansas. It doesn't even have a W in it.
So-
Like,
I know.
is that Silver Fox? No, another Dedham police officer. Who's writing MMMMMMM? What is that?
Somebody's butt.
Joan Jones. Are you butt dialing? Are you a McAlbert? Are you butt dialing? Hi, Jody. Hi, from Minnesota. I'm keeping the camera this way because I'm waiting for Karen to show up. It should be any minute now. Love the inside joke. Tina keeps smiling. Thank you. Oh, only I don't even want to look at the inside. Hold on, let me see. Can you hold that for a minute? Do this way, it won't point at you.
Okay.
Or maybe it twists. No. Oh, mother of God.
Show us again.
No, you don't even want to see it.
It's got mold.
I don't even know it's not mold. It's definitely pot. I'm getting him a new cup. Payday's Thursday. I'm buying him a new El Chatty cup. I guess it's like one of those iron skillets. Like maybe it flavors it more the more stuff that's on it. Hi from Australia. Thunder and lightning here tonight. Perfect for court. Oh, it's like thunder, lightning. The way you love me is frightening. Get a knock on wood, baby. All right, I'm enough my singing. You know, I can't wait kind of till Dylan goes back because I like when he streams and he plays music because we can put in our list of music. Dina E.T., good morning from New Zealand. Oh, good morning, Glenn Prouse. I know, I can't wait for Aka to get up there. I really can't. I can't wait for the accidentally on purpose when they slipped that Aka was hired by the FBI originally. Accidentally on purpose. Good morning, Dina and Team Boots. Hi, handsome Brian. Hi, Amanda. I'm trying to scroll up. Hi, Peter Silva. Hi, Leslie Barrett. Wild you will always be welcome here at my home in Lake Hamilton. Oh, that lady's gonna cause a traffic accident. She looks like she needs her to take her license test over again. Great job, Dina Boots on the ground. Hi, Deborah Rainin. Hello in South Africa. It just scrolled. I can't get it. Good morning, Peter Silva. Good morning. Yeah, voice text spelling error. Hi, Dana. Good morning, Dana and Tracy. I don't even know what my phone is on right now. Let's see. 50 something. Oh, good. I have my charger with me. I can charge up. Thanks to Dana and Sherry D for sending us out all the battery charges and stuff. Hi from Cambridge. Hi, Nancy. Good morning, Detroit. Good morning, Kim. What time is it now? 8:41. They should be here any minute. Dina, how was the show at the Casino? Now, it was awesome. Yes, I did. But my job was pretty easy that night because they did a raffle. They made up a thing they called Pandora's Box, and they put a bunch of the rock books that the guy I work with. He's written 3 books, and they put that in along with some other memorabilia stuff like t-shirts and stuff, and they raffled it off as a Pandora's box thing. So it made my job easier because I didn't have to stand behind there and sell t-shirts and books and stuff. Morning from Somerville. Hey, good morning. At this point, they should see Natalie Lovett.
Yes.
That's Garden Woodland Gardens. Looks incredible. Let me put,
You watch the shows?
There you
I
go.
can just tie, yeah, I'm just,
Yeah, that's all.
when she comes down, then I'll walk down and then they can't tag me for my shirt. Is that, no, that's not Silver Fox. Oh, it is Silver Fox. Yes, it is Silver Fox. Everybody's been wanting to see you. I went looking for you this morning. Yes, it is you. That's it, folks. There he is, Silver Fox.
Crump.
It is Grump.
Crump has
It is. I thought you were her.
No, you
It's
said
not him. It's not him. What's going on?
nothing.
Where is he today?
He's not here today. He's not at the trial today.
Damn it. I went looking for him this morning right around the building.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why? Is he a friend of yours?
No, but everybody, he's famous now in the Karen Reed trial.
Oh,
It's
really?
like everybody asks, where's Silver Fox? Where's Silver Fox?
Are you live streaming?
I am live streaming right now.
Do you have a lot of followers?
There, I don't know how many people are in here, but sometimes it goes from 6,000 to 49,000.
Really?
Yeah. You're not on. I mean, it's they can
Alright.
hear you, but you're not on.
All right.
Yeah, it's not Silver Fox, guys. When I'm walking down, the sun's shining in my eyes. I thought it was Silver
I'll tell him
Fox.
you were asking for him.
He gets teased. I was told before he gets teased at the station. Yeah, it's not him, folks. He's not down here today. That's why we couldn't find him. That's why we couldn't. See, they're writing, we love good cops. This one's a good cop, folks. There's good cop. The majority of cops are good cops. I had a blowout on Route 3 at 1:00 in the morning Saturday night up by yeah, a blowout. Doing 45.
Really? On the highway? Police come to help?
I had to call the Mass State Police. And when we popped my trunk, guess what was in my trunk? Free Karen Reed. I was a little nervous to say the least. I'm like, I was sober because I was designated driver. I was driving some of the musicians around and I'm like,
That's good. You're responsible.
oh my God, I thought I was going to get hemmed up. I really did. I'm like, oh shit. But yeah. Well, tell Silver Fox we said hi. Everybody, he's needed on the channel. They want to see him.
He'll probably be here tomorrow or Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah.
But I'll let him know. I don't think he's here today.
Yeah. I'll go looking later, but.
I don't think he's here. I don't think he's in.
Oh, he's not in. Oh boy. You'll have to wait till someone else is streaming. I got work. I'm only down here on Tuesdays, folks. So there's no Silver Fox today.
We'll see ya.
Bye. Stay safe. Yeah, when I was walking up towards him, the sun's shining from that way, so I thought it was him. He sort of had that stance like Silver Fox did, but it wasn't Silver Fox.
You got excited, did you?
I did. But if you look that way, see how the sun's shining down? I couldn't see right. I really thought it was him.
You feel coming back in, he's the weather.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I'm lucky they didn't put a taillight in my trunk. I was scared, dude. I was really scared. So there's a lot. We had a good turnout today. There really is a good turnout today. Morning. Hi, how are ya?
How are you?
Good, I'm live streaming.
Good to see you.
Good to see you
You
too.
look gorgeous.
Thank you. It's called deodorant. I put deodorant on today.
I didn't know.
Oh, Dylan's getting interviewed again.
Just get justice for, I'll say, young justice doesn't get forced to join a piece of power against found not guilty. So hopefully not guilty, no mistrials, no nothing. Just get out of us, get to Tokyo.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
You
Dylan,
won't play
baby.
that. Look at that.
Dylan, you gonna miss us? Tell the truth.
No, I definitely am. I'm definitely going to miss you. Um, I can't wait to go home. As I said to you, I can't wait to go home. But I can't wait to come back. So
Yeah.
I think that's a positive sign.
Well, you got to go home to find a bigger building so all of us can travel to you
I know.
and you can house all of us
I
there and then take us. I want to go see Abbey Lane. I want to go into London.
I know.
Yeah.
Well,
I
it's a
want to
bit
go on a
different.
Beatles adventure.
So you got London and you got Liverpool. So you
Right.
got two, like probably. Yeah, I don't know how many died up there. So you got about 4 or 5 hour drive between London and.
We can do it.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying
We're gonna come visit you and put you to work.
it's like
Traveling around.
it's right.
I want to go to that where the Beatles played at that like underground.
Yeah.
I forget what the name of it is.
I know what you mean.
I went out to New York before, and I went to the Dakota where John Lennon was killed, and I went to Strawberry Fields at Central Park. I've seen that, but I want to go. I want to go.
You're always on the go. That's the problem.
Well, you call me the Pocket Rocket.
Rocket, yeah. Smooth skin though.
Smooth skin. Smooth skin.
Yeah, it's got the smoothest skin I've ever felt. But, you know.
There's somebody else I know running around here.
Oh, good. Traffic's slowing down. Like maybe she'll be able to stop here.
Hopefully.
I want to go on an English garden tour. I'd like to too.
Who said that?
Um,
I love this English. I love English guys.
Wildlight Arts.
Okay. Yeah, something different. You won't even.
They said the Cavern Club. That's what it's called. The Cavern Club.
There
That's
you
where I
go,
want to
yeah,
go. Yeah.
It's a good place. I've
Yeah.
never been there, but I know it's a good place. Everyone goes there.
Yeah.
Walk the brandy with a mirror. Unbelievable.
Strawberry Fields forever. Yeah, when you get back, I miss your music too in the morning.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, once we're back, we'll have some music.
When you get back, and then I'm down here the first Tuesday,
Yeah,
we have to do the Queen song again so I can run around with the American
do
flag.
the Queen song again.
Yep.
We'll do that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so I'll be able to because it'll be afternoon for me, so I'll be able to stream again. So
Yeah.
I'm sure they don't want me back on, but shit, I'll be back on.
Jill said, Dylan, safe travels back home. Such a pleasure to meet you. That's Jilly Beans, the drive-by.
Beep, beep. I love Jilly. Love Jilly.
She's a sweetheart.
Well, we'll have a beep beep tomorrow, Jilly, as well. Final beep beep tomorrow. Can't wait.
Oh, you are going to come here in the morning tomorrow? Oh, good.
Yeah. I'll be going in the afternoon to try and catch an early flight. So
They're saying, sing us a song now, Dylan.
I don't know any songs. I only know like Dane and Danny. That one. Or there in ha ha ha.
Dylan, you'll get home and then want to be back in Mass. Always happens when you had a good time away.
I know. I can't wait to come back. You know. I try to become. Yeah.
And thank God for all the people that are running your channel. Woo!
Fuck yeah.
For all the people that are handling your channel too while you're away.
Yeah. Well, Maxie text.
That's Betty.
She's coming. She's here.
All right, we're gonna turn it around.
Everybody, hi. Grab her ass. Can you get in the car and grab her ass?
Sorry, I called him Danny, not Dylan. Safe travels, folks. Oh, they're moving. Not so much. There they are, folks. Good morning. They're in that car there. They'll come down. I'll film it going down. Whoop. No window down this morning. No.
Yeah,
I
they
heard
want to put me on the app.
Yeah, here it is. Go ask them. Down there, kids, for you fucking go all the way. Let me get our ass grabbed today.
I guess somebody stuck their head in her window or something last time, and so she didn't roll down. She literally, when I walked up, she was turned around in the seat talking to Leslie. So I don't know what's going on. Because there's people up there at the window now. Hold on. I got to put my shirt up. Oh, shit. The sound's back on now, folks. I guess someone stuck their head in the window, so she didn't roll it down. But she literally was. I could see in the window. She was turned around talking to. Yeah, she did it here. She was talking to somebody. Hi.
You didn't realize it. I'll take two just in case someone blank. I forwarded it to you too.
Oh, what's your name?
It's Nina.
Nina,
I had the day off, so I
hi.
said I'm coming out to support. Nina, I'm gonna give you one of these. If you want.
Hold on.
So that.
Hold on, folks. I'm in the buffer zone.
That right there. It's something she said. So every time I'm gonna chat.
I had to take my shirt off.
Yeah, yeah. You can't miss us. Okay, so to the left, yeah. And when you're on the left or to the right? I think at. Okay, I'll find you.
Yeah, I'm in the buffer zone, so I can't. No, I don't blame her neither. If she does it, but I don't think that's what was it. Because she rolled her window down a little bit further. She was turned around in the car and she was talking to them in the back, and I don't think she realized how close she actually was. So don't worry about it. No, that's a good cop. He was just walking up forward. That's all. That's the good cop. I thought that was Silver Fox. He's okay. He's no. He was just happened at the same time to be walking up. So no worries. I don't know what's going to happen. Let's turn this around in case people walked up. I'm going to cross.
Jaywalking.
Yeah, maybe. I'm going to try to. Right, last minute brainstorming in the SUV, so they're not going to. Did you press the button?
I did.
Okay. Nice enough to let us stop and go. Oh, someone's going to get tagged. They just yelled something out. There they go.
You don't want to get on my shoulders?
Yeah. Here we go. Why do I feel like I got to whisper? Hi. I'm live streaming. Hi, how are you? Oh, nice shades. How are you? You look beautiful as usual. Good morning. Did you hear any news yet?
Not yet.
Hi, Henry. Hi, BB. Why?
This is so cute. Bye.
It's the superstar, Henry.
No,
Take his picture.
Are they doing anything today to find out about anything?
I'm not sure. Jay's probably gonna say anything, but
as of right now.
Nothing. I had a time. Can you hold that for 1 minute? I gotta tell you.
I'm sure he's got his long weekend in there.
You think they would have had a decision by now? You know what I mean? Like by the time they decide it, the trial will be over. I don't think it's going to last this long.
No, they're gonna delay it till the trial's over and then be like, oh, it's not
Yeah.
gonna take so long.
I thought they already had.
I smell yummy. That is
Something
hemp.
hippie, yeah.
It's earthly body hemp nag champa. And once you put it on in the morning, you don't have to do anything else for the whole rest of the day. It lasts forever. And it's like $16.99 a bottle. Usually you can get like a 20% or 40% off coupon. They got all sorts of different smells, but this is my favorite. Hi, precious Henry. Yeah, they're not even saying anything when we walked right up there, which is weird.
I thought they already had a decision.
No, but I mean, before it was like you couldn't even be on that side. Like you had to keep on walking. Like they're not saying anything, which is kind of nice.
So cute.
I love hemp. I use the pink ball. Yeah, it's
He's
next
not doing anything wrong.
right. Hi, baby. No kisses.
And they come to boot you out.
No. Good morning. I'm live streaming over here, so you know. Fair warning.
All right.
Oh, I am loving this. They can't do anything.
That woman up there. Woman, yeah.
Yeah, she did. Did they come right over?
All that, I heard that.
Yes, like even though you're in here, like they're fighting for this buffer zone stuff. Sam, Lisa, Jason, and Allison. That doesn't mean come in here and start yelling stuff because that is in there that you're not supposed to do. You can make it worse for them if you come into the buffer zone and you start yelling. That'll just give them evidence of look at these people can't even control themselves. So even though you're yelling something, like I love you, Karen Reed, or whatever that person yelled, don't do that. Yeah. Or to the lawyer, like you can't do that. You're gonna make it, they're fighting to change the buffer zone rule. You gotta sort of, I know it stinks because we have freedom of speech, but don't come in and yell stuff. It, just don't.
Getting arrested, yeah, that's the other thing.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It says, is there new rules for the buffer zone? We don't know yet. Like it's so vague, they don't know what anything is at this point yet. They're allowed to do this like everybody's sitting here. They got no gear on, as you can see. And sitting quietly, not yelling anything, not doing anything. Yeah. Look at Henry all relaxed.
Just go wherever, just don't go.
Just can't go over, yeah, you just can't go over.
Yeah, I actually walked up, was behind. I'm surprised. I was waiting for them to tell me to move.
I didn't know you, and then I was focusing in on my trip, and I was like, oh no. He was so busy over here.
Well, I seen other people walk up that I know were up with us, and I'm like, they're letting them steer me. Yeah. No. Craziness. Is Tom CPU fighting also, or he doesn't? I don't know what's going on with Tom CPU. Apparently, he has a case with Hardman, I think, and that's all I know, folks.
When they were talking about it in court, they had said that and everything. He didn't even write anything about it.
Yeah.
It's like, they tell me about this.
Yeah. No, he was only hearing that one case. He wasn't hearing Tom's or Erica's case, so it hasn't been done yet. All right, folks, they just pinned the Karen Reed Defense Fund link in the chat. So it's coming up on some really important weeks for Karen, and there's going to be a lot of experts coming in. So please, if you can, donate to the Karen Reed Defense Fund. It's really important. Let me see. Coco is saying, good morning, hippie chick.
Hey, Coco. Oh, crap. Look. She gave me that yesterday.
Oh, look at the little feather things. I like that.
Yeah, but yeah, it's got
I
a little
like the, FU.
hippie chick on there. Yeah.
Yeah, this is pretty. It kind of feels really good right now. Like I don't have that thing where I'm going to get arrested. That's it. I haven't seen that cop down here before.
He rides his bike around. He was here last year.
Well, he looked kind of familiar, but I haven't seen him down here lately. But I'm not down here every day,
Yeah.
so.
No, he rides his bike. But he doesn't want to stop. He just comes around. So,
Who are you saying there she is? Who are you talking about, Dave? Oh, hippie chick. Yep, there she is. She's right there.
you have to come paddleboarding with this deal. It's
I know.
so fun. And Henry's so good at it.
Is he really?
So good. He sits on the front of it like he's on Titanic.
My God. I've been so busy every freaking weekend. It doesn't matter. Every weekend. I'm working. This week I got to go clean houses for 2 days. And then Saturday I got to go clean a huge house on top of working every day. It's like today's going to be a rough
Yeah.
week. This week will be a rough week. But I'll have to go out on the paddle boards at
Oh.
some point. I still got to make North Shore Nacho Night too. I haven't even been to that yet.
So fun.
That's a lot of fun, dude.
Yeah, I got to go to that. Well, you're my babysitter. I got to go down and see you there. You can
I've
buy the
only gone
drinks.
once,
You
but
can
I
you
went
can
to
spend your money on me. You can buy me drinks all night.
not just drinks, their food is. Hey, I'm the
Yeah, I
senior-
heard their food's
I'm a
amazing.
retired senior citizen.
Oh, well, don't play victim to me. Get out of here.
I'm the one that needs some money, honey.
She walked in the other day, so it was like, that's Tina's baby.
Did it? Did they? She used to change my diaper. Was I in diapers?
You are a little guy.
You're legit.
Yeah, she legit was.
Just playing around.
No, her family grew up with my family.
How old are you? And she's like quoted 10 years younger than me. I said, I was babysitting that 10?
I was.
I must have been, huh? Yeah.
Oh, Dylan.
It was their time, the adult time to go out drinking. It didn't matter then. If you were 7, you were
I
babysitting.
still want to know who that neighbor was. I can't
On
remember
Hall
her
Street?
name, on Hall Street, and they used to leave her door open.
It was
And I-
probably Janet.
Janet who?
It was either Janet.
No, I would ring a bell if you told me her name.
Roberta.
Roberta. There you go.
Wow, where did my mind? I
There
can't even
you
believe I
go.
remember that.
Roberta.
Roberta.
And she had
Her husband was Tommy, and she had a daughter, Debbie.
Debbie, yes.
Yeah,
And I babysitted both of us because they would
Jesus
go out
Christ.
together.
yeah. Roberta and my
But she'd
mother.
leave the door open. 'Cause
Yeah.
they didn't connect, but
Yeah.
the back hall was the same.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Hall Street.
You gotta call me when Mom comes in. We'll get together again.
Yeah, she'll be here July, depending on how her operation goes. My mom's got to go in and get an operation. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I shouldn't. All right, I'm not gonna. We'll talk about it later when I'm not online.
No, sure. I just want.
Don't eat grass, Henry. You'll end up puking. Don't eat it. Don't you nip at me. Hey, don't eat that grass. See, you're gagging already because you're eating grass. It tastes like shit, Henry.
Oh, sorry.
And it's dead. That's dead grass. Is that someone's poop that was there? Aye,
What you doing?
right there.
Is he fresh? No, he just likes digging in there.
All right.
On the ground.
This hippie chick.
And I was like, oh, there's me.
Yeah, I'll hit it. It won't be this Monday. Maybe the Monday after I'll go to Monday Night Nacho.
Not this month.
I was like, oh, wait, there I am. Yeah.
Maybe next following.
What are you going for a concert for? I go Sunday to go see Tesla down at Indian Ranch.
We're going to see Jelly Roll and Post Malone.
Oh, I'm so jealous. I want to see Jelly Roll so bad. And Post Malone. Oh, my
Yeah.
Oh
God.
my God, what a combo!
Where are they playing?
Gillette.
Are they? Oh, that's going to be a
Yeah.
fabulous one.
I want to go see Teddy Swims. He's my favorite guy.
I know who Teddy Swims.
Who is he?
Yeah.
Cut it out. I thought
Maybe
he
if I heard their song.
was,
You'll wear a
Bad
clear-
Dreams.
You gotta
I lose control.
Oh, all right. Yep.
Cheats today.
She's on her way.
He like
Sorry.
cricket.
Someone just wrote all these connections. Dina should recuse herself. I can't help it if my babysitter's following me around.
Hey,
Takes her job serious.
She takes her job serious.
I'm still on the
I
payroll.
think that says a lot about you that the babysitter needs to still be.
I was an
There you
angel.
go. There you
Tell
go.
them I was an
There you
angel.
go.
I was an angel, huh?
Around the edges, but she's kind-hearted soul.
What age was she when you babysat her?
Like newborn, not newborn, but like
She was
yeah, in the
pregnant?
crib. She was just a little one.
She was rough around
No, she is now.
Oh,
Not then. I had her straightened out then.
Caught away from her.
I'm calling my mother.
Call your mother.
I'm not calling my
Okay.
mother.
Call your uncle while you're at it.
No, we're not calling him at all. No way.
Jacket off.
I know it's so hot.
I know it's warm. My coffee's probably cold by now, but it might taste kind of
I
good.
know, right?
I know. All right, we're gonna take a walk down to my car, and I'll be back up.
We'll be.
Oh, wait a minute.
They already came in.
All right.
Yeah, they came in separate. She came that way. Oh, like a bunch of pastries and stuff. And then the other one came.
Well, they can stay in there for lunch and stuff.
Yeah.
The rest of them, which is weird. Why do you have a big building that and you're innocent until proven guilty? Like, why do you not have a room that you can set everything up in here? Like, so it's sort of like a punishment. I don't know. I don't get it. But whatever. All right, I'm going down to my car for a few. I'll be back up. Oh, that's my keys. I didn't even lock my car.
Like they drilled themselves.
Hi, Mimi. I'm live streaming. How are you?
Good. Thank you.
It's not facing you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. All right, let's go, folks. Good morning from Mansfield. Hello, I used to live in Norton. Good morning. That's the only time I say an R, Norton. Good morning. How are you? I'm live streaming. Good morning. How are you?
Good, you?
Good. Not bad at all.
Nice
I was
to hear.
looking for Silver Fox earlier. He's
Not
not on today.
on today.
Jesus.
Maybe another day this week.
I know I won't be down this week. I only come down on Tuesdays because I got to work all week. I just have Tuesday off to come down. How's the family? Everything all good?
Good. It's the first time I've been up here in a while.
I know. I'm not up here a lot, but I didn't see you the last time I was up here neither.
I haven't been up. I don't think I've been up since the first day of jury selection.
Wow. Were you missing us? That's why you came up?
That's why I'm here today. Though.
Good to see you. The Dedham cops are wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Stop your lying. Disclaimer. Morning, guys.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
Good. How are you today? Good. All right. Let me. Turn this around for a minute. There we go. Is that my the camera? All right, let's put that on for a minute.
This is the first time I think I've ever seen this. And all pouring on the floor with nobody accused of learning of poverty.
That's not sad.
Look at this. You actually bought a stand with weights on it and everything. Wow. We're just having a morning break. Weights on it and everything.
It's delayed, but it's there.
It's there.
And I don't even think I could see them. Maybe I wasn't aware of them being.
I gotta see.
And so, it's funny. Like, it's so funny because I was the thing was, is they only let certain people in at a certain period of time. And I think
You are unmuted.
But now open, you may be seated.
All right, so I was told, Counsel, Mr. Alessi, you wanted to see me?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Okay. Did you want to come to sidebar?
Start at sidebar and then
Sure.
we'll go from there if we could.
Okay.
I want you to stick that. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I can watch it. Natalie J. That's Natalie J. Oh, Cheryl! I know.
What are they writing in chat? 300 sidebars and counting. Yep. Once I have my cigarette and my coffee a little bit, I'll come and chat with you guys. Well, this will go off anyways. This will go off once the trial starts. Yeah. So we're at 300 sidebars. Bev must be, detoxing from her white claws.
For the weekend, the long
Yeah.
weekend.
I still want to know if Higgy's really in rehab, if he's trying to escape coming to court. Because that's the only way he's going to get out of coming to court is if he's in rehab. I'm just happy to see Maglera's face. I had to run over there, go see Maglera. And don't forget, you can watch on any channel, alternate corner, resistant to silence. Talking with Amy and Kelly. You got Danny's channel too. You got True Crime Social. Hit them all. Oh shit, is he? I don't know. The rumor is he's in rehab. They've been saying it for a week now. But that's a way to get out of going to court because they can't pull you out of rehab to go to court.
Look at this. They have a set up.
I wrote on Scott McGinnis's thing, so he gave a shout out to Scott McGinnis. I wrote Claire Roth. So we'll see if he breaks back. Is Claire up or is Will just hanging out? He's up. His channel's going right now. We listen to it, the Glera down here too. We got one TV has resistant to alternate corner, and then Scott McGinnis streams the Glera. So the Glera's been here since day one. We always listen to the Glera too.
Yeah, I guess.
Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go.
It's not easy, but make sure.
Sidewalk guys, you two are both texting on your phone.
We all sidewalk it.
I don't want to have to sidewalk police you,
We
branding
just go to the side because it means a dog or somebody walking through it. Yeah.
Well, no, but he walked through right here. I'm like, he's in a trip. It doesn't have anything to do with the Karen Reed trial. It had to do with something else. I remember reading it. I forget what it It is. That's two of them, suing them. I think it's something to do with the marijuana stuff. I don't know. I think it had something to do with some sort of marijuana. Yeah. That's true, but
Say that.
I have no idea. Yeah, Randy's out of control already.
Around us.
Right there, her with the disclaimer hat on. Got to keep her in line.
But I was around the legal community.
They got him on the big.
Again,
They got him
like-
on the big screen.
I get him on the big screen.
Even more this time. Like they are.
This is me watching the glare.
They are on.
Get out of my way. Get out of my way. The glare is on. He's a big
Totally.
screen now.
I know. They got him on the big screen now.
Yeah, he hasn't been on.
Yeah, it's just wild.
No sidewalk. Look at I get double vision.
Yeah,
of
I
the
don't know
glare.
her in the stage 5. I was hoping to see her.
I'm gonna get one. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
so
go
that
on-
right.
You know what I'm gonna do? Brandy, I'm gonna. You can bring it over if you want. Hey, I'm gonna.
So I don't even know.
Another chair? I'm gonna go up
This
here.
guy, okay, this,
Carry it around
see
like
this
my
bailiff right here?
friend from 30 years ago.
This young guy, really, really nice guy.
Yeah, I'm getting the blue one. I got another one.
They're like, it's wild what they're really cracking down on like people talking in the courtroom, like
Oh my God, yeah.
especially during sidebar. Like you notice nobody is talking because the bailiffs, like when I started to doze off and he nudged me, and then that bailiff came over with a bottle of water and he was like, "This will help." So I guess it's a thing people fall asleep in the courtroom, and he
Nobody's seeing my glare.
and then I appreciate it. And it's big.
Seat if you want.
So then he brought me a bottle of water. He was like, "This will help," you know, like I guess having something in your hand, having something to sip on here and there,
Glare
keeps you awake.
to sleep on
Gives you
it.
something to do, keeps you awake. And it was really nice of him to do that. But at the same time, those guys are like not fucking
They're
around.
not.
Like that same dude, if somebody even remotely goes, you know, or something like that,
Notes
they'll go,
because you couldn't even
"Stop
say
talking."
anything. Yep.
Like loud as
He's
fuck.
not lying neither.
Stop
It was
talking.
strict. I went
Don't
to crack open my water bottle and it made a little noise.
Yeah, it's really bizarre. Like,
Gestapo in there.
dude totally yelled at man. Man was with us. Dude totally yelled at man. And I may have gotten it.
He did get in probably a little shit.
I may have gotten it.
Nasty, I nutty like.
It was kind of like being in class. Dude, like, initiating talk
And the
and
bench
talk.
kicking underneath this thing to try to get him up. He would literally fall, his head was going down.
I kind of got, yeah.
I almost did twice.
I have this inside joke with man, right?
So I did somebody.
Because he's always writing everything the fuck down, you know, like that. So anytime I would say something and she has like a if she has a notepad with her, or I would say something.
Yeah.
of-
It's a really young jury.
It's a different fucking.
Majority of them are-
And I'll go drop that down.
There's 3 African Americans.
So go.
There's 2 Spanish looking people. And there's 2 people that are overseeing.
Yeah,
The
I
guy,
just have a way of annoying people.
yeah, the one kid in the front looks like he's 18.
But, yeah,
No, I mean, he's a baby.
yeah. So
No,
I think
one
at
that
one
got
point
moved
while
was
they're
the
sitting
one
in court,
close to the stand. But he came in the day I was in there dressed in like a t-shirt that had like
said
a sunset, like rear end.
very quietly, and it's like 1 or 2 syllables tops.
And then the girl next to me,
It was like, stop talking.
she was like, I'm like, is she like, using drugs or something? But someone said she's pregnant, so she might.
Oh my God, bro! Like, I didn't mean to. You know what I mean? Like, I
She
just
might have, like,
tapped on. I didn't even think got that down. I just the joke. So I just tapped on her notepad, and then she said something to me. I got technically nobody can fucking trouble. Okay.
Ole, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Let's go, Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole.
She knows. Half the month people got in trouble tonight. You know why? Because they
We're
fucked up.
watching the glare off. Hold on a second.
I stand by that shit.
That is him.
They fucked up. Who Paul up front?
Tracy and Dave.
Yeah, that's close. No, you're good.
Sorry, I just didn't know if we were walking along.
Yeah, dude. Like,
This is what it looks like, folks. Hold on a second. Let me go down here. We're lined up on the sidewalks, and there's this beautiful face right there.
look at it. Take your licks. That's
Sidewalk.
I don't know what the setup looked like.
Yeah, no, it'll be in.
Oh yeah, my mother.
There we go.
Listen.
All of the sidebars have to be Dana's fault.
Dana and Tracy, I'm sorry, but Dina made me put the glare on. It cut out when I said I'm
You're
sorry.
gonna try to blame me? Take her home, Ross.
Let's go.
You can't keep
I
her.
held a weapon in my head. It might have been.
I didn't hold a weapon.
Just kidding.
I had a coffee, and I told her, "You don't freaking put the glare on."
Sorry, Dylan. Sorry. No, we know. You're the boss on Tuesdays.
I'm not the boss on Tuesdays. Get out of here.
No, once it comes on, we'll put them on.
Yeah, we'll put them back on after. We have Scott's doing the glare. Hold on, I'll show you.
We get you in real life in person, so we're gonna watch it.
Yeah.
Get 2 plates. I was gonna give one.
This is the setup, folks.
So you guys know. Just so you guys know.
Well, I knew they last talk.
There we go.
Just so you guys know. Big shout out to Oasis Cat for making that little video. Man, that thing's a hit, dude. That's crazy. I put that shit on TikTok. Got a lot of likes on that motherfucker. I have not keep it up with my TikTok.
I just joined TikTok not too long ago, and it's. I got to throw my trash away. Hold on, folks. When I thought Aiden got into court this week. No, I don't think Aiden's in court this week. I think he lost the lottery they do. Which at this point I think the lottery is rigged. So let me turn this around while I eat my banana. We don't want that going across the internet. Yeah, Aiden or Just didn't get in. I think and Tim from Canton TV didn't get in, but I think he's on the alternate. Start watching this and that on TikTok, and it will start showing what you like to watch. You know, oh, all right. I just joined it not too long ago. I really don't like to get on it. I have TikTok and I have Twitter or X or whatever you call it, but I'm really not on it that much. Oh, good. I hope he's coming to the buffer zone. I love to see Aiden down here. He's the man that started this whole movement. No, they're not showing up. They go in for the lottery thing. They don't even show up. And they're from out of town and stuff that haven't even been here for the first trial. The people that were here, let me tell you something. Hold on. Now I'm going to bitch. So the people that were here all last year, Aiden should have an automatic chair in there. Tim from Canton Cable should have an automatic chair in there. Jess Machado, she was working for Fall River Reporter at the time. She should have an automatic chair in there. Those people have been here since day one, every day. And there's no reason why they shouldn't have those seats automatically. Ted Daniels should have a seat automatically. You got people from you never even heard of. They didn't even bother to come down here the first trial, and they get seats in there. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. You know, just like the media. The media wanted nothing to do with anything. They didn't even report the right stuff, and now they're all down here. You know, like Channel 5, F Channel 5, F Channel 5. They're so freaking biased the whole first trial. You know, and if you win the lottery, if they're going to do this bullshit lottery thing and not let Aiden in, which is terrible, or Tim from Canton Cable or Jess, what they should do is the people that get in, they have to mark down whether or not they're coming. And if they're not coming, then those other people should get it right away. And if they miss two of their dates, then they should be taken off the list for that week and given it to somebody else that's actually going to show up. Yeah, that's right. Channel 5. Channel 5 sucks. They're in bed with the McAlberts. You know, I'd like to see they should have did the lottery thing where they show you when they pull the names. And they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that because it's rigged. Hi, Coco. I know I was too tired. I had a long weekend. Saturday night, I didn't go to bed till almost 5 o'clock in the morning. I had been up almost 24 hours. And Sunday, I did go to the Sunday standout at Legacy Place. But I'm not young like I used to be. I need to recoup a little bit. So I did. I got some rest. I just couldn't make it down. I don't think Channel 5 is the only thing in bed with oh, no, they're not. There's other channels. Um, they're starting to report, Channel 5, blah. Boston Globe, blah. The randomizer is a joke. Yeah, it is a joke because they won't even air it. They should be airing and showing it who wins the lottery. At least to the people that are names are pulled, they should have a private chat or something and show how they pull the names out. I think it's bullshit anyways. Aiden should be in there every freaking day. Every day. Jess Machado every day. Ted Daniels every day. These freaking sidebars. Turn the banana around. All right. Here, I'm turning this around because we don't want banana jokes. It'll be across the internet. I try to eat healthy now because I'm on my weight loss journey. Now, here's my car all decorated. Here's all my stickers. I got this gift from Ashlyn. Go F yourself. Young Jerks. WA. There we go. Young Jerks. WAAF was a local radio station here. Hands off my tools. Donald Trump. BCN. That's an old sticker. Free Turtle Boy. I got this gift from Betty. She bought me and Erica one of these. Protected by fuck around and find out surveillance. At that. Music Drives Us, which is an Ernie Bach Jr. He funds the musical stuff. Get the Let Out, which is a Led Zeppelin tribute band. Rock Garden Records. Crow Follow is a band. Young Jerks again. Yeah. And of course, motorcycles are everywhere. Keep an eye out. Aerosmithsonians. There's another Aerosmith WAAF sticker. Yeah. And that, if you don't remember, right there, that was my uncle, David Burbo. And he used to race motorcycles. He broke the salt mine records in California. And these are other racers that have passed away. No dispensary. No, I have a dispensary sticker. I do. It's on my wallet in my but my pocketbook's in the trunk of my car. Then I got my resistance. Hold on a second. I got my Aerosmith sticker from my coffee cup that was broken last time I was down here. And Free Turtle Boy. My friend Steve passed away. Then up here we got my Free Karen Reed sticker patch. I got a Draw the Line Aerosmith tribute band sticker. I got my Team Karen Reed jacket, and I got my Resistant to Silence jacket. And then back there is my Aerosmith jacket that some friends gave me the last time. I got a duck, got my American flag. My car's packed, dude. My car is packed with stuff. And it's a mess, as you can tell. Looked like a bomb hit it. No, my uncle, my my uncle David owned a motorcycle shop. Hold on a second. My uncle David owned a motorcycle shop in Waltham. It was called, it's not there no more. It was called Tech Cycle. And he made custom motorcycles. And I remember COZ. I used to have a pin of COZs. It's somewhere buried in the car. But my uncle, he made the year of the Olympics, we backed out of the Olympics. I think it was 1980 was when they backed out of the Olympics, the United States. But he made the Olympic team for gun shooting. He used to race on New England Drag. He raced all over the country, but New England Dragway. He raced those motorcycles that the parachutes too also came out of the back. He broke the salt mine records in California at, I don't know, 100 and I think it was 152 miles an hour way back in the 70s and 80s. He's where I got the love of turquoise jewelry too. I know GT Get the Let Out plays everywhere. They're so, if you like Led Zeppelin, you got to go see them. You close your eyes and the lead singer of that is a huge Aerosmith fan. They always play, they're about to take the stage because they play an Aerosmith song before they take the stage. So, anyways, but yeah, that's a little personal stuff about me. TB said he will be at the buffer zone tomorrow. Oh, good. I hope the weather's just as nice.
It's gonna be tomorrow.
Yeah.
Going.
Tomorrow. No, they're saying TB's going to be down here tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah. Good morning, crew. Who is that?
I just got his book.
Mecky Techie. Who?
TVs.
Oh,
I think
did
it's
ya?
kind of old. I don't know. Is it? I just.
He wrote it quite a
He
few
wrote it,
years ago.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm sure he's
I
going to
haven't
write
finished it
another
yet, but
one
yeah.
after the end of this trial.
Yeah.
There's going to probably be a few books out.
You should.
We should have we should all get together and take all our pictures and make a coffee table supporter book, like one of those big books with just all pictures in it.
I wanted cardboard cutouts of all of us.
Oh.
Everyone can take us on vacation with them.
I said earlier, I'm going to blow up a picture of the glarer and put it in one of those frames and walk around like John's old girlfriend from 30 years ago. And I'm going to do one with glarer in it.
In the frame photo.
In the frame photo.
It's like the trolls would love that. Hi, Coco. Oh yeah, we gave her a ride home last night.
Oh, did you?
And you know what? We went the long way, Coco. You're literally right around the corner from me. We took the longest way home. I get off usually like 3 exits before whatever we did last night. And then after we dropped off, we go around the corner. I'm like, this is where we are. We could have went a total different way. I don't know. The last 2 days, I've been listening to my GPS, and I'm not. I'm not listening.
Sometimes
to
the
that thing no
GPS
more.
sends you way off track.
Yeah,
like,
it does.
especially if you're in Boston, the roads are so close. Like, the GPS is terrible in Boston, especially if you go under the tunnel.
Anyways, it takes an hour to get from Boston to Boston.
I know.
It does. It really does. It's so bad.
It's terrible. It's terrible. All right, so folks, while we're in this little interim, hit the like button, subscribe,
And then go to Dylan's and do it too.
and then go to Dylan's and do it too.
Alternate.
Alternate Corner. Go over to Talk Time with Amy and Kelly. Give them a like. Go over to Danny's channel, True Crime Social. Give him a like. Go over to the Galera. Give him a like and subscribe. All these people are taking the time out to give you content of what's going on, and it's important to really support everybody. So
It's nice to be nice.
it's better to be nice than not nice. Sometimes we have to be not nice, but that's okay. And a huge thank you to Robin G and Sherry D and all the mods in there that really
They're so good. They
they're
really are.
so good at what they do.
They're so sweet.
They really do. And resistant to silences, boots on the ground.
BOTG.
Yeah. They give us a platform in order for you guys just to see what us everyday people are doing down here, which is huge.
Yeah, it's like you're here with us.
Yeah. We're not the people that you go when we explain all these motions in lemonade or the after Davids. Like, that's not us to explain all that.
Because we'll just say, this is bullshit, this is bullshit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, bullshit, bullshit, bullshit.
That's how we explain.
This is just to show you, give you a view of what it's like down here, what we're doing. And us just standing out here it's a presence. I see DePetro is back in the courtroom. Oh, he's such an
Oh
ass.
my God. Like they have these people who do lie.
Turtle
I don't
guy.
like the randomizers.
Turtle guy.
Hey, Turtle.
Hey,
So-
Turtle.
Listen, Turtle.
Listen, Turtle.
It's so hilarious.
He's such an idiot.
But if they really wanted, like they have such bad, like, what is it called? Press, media, whatever. Like, we're all basically saying how bad they are right now. And if they really wanted to be transparent and they wanted to show the people that they really want to do good and they're doing good behind the scenes, why don't they make the randomizer public? Do it live. Show us all 13 journalists or however many they are. And show us every single number that's going in, just like, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Do it live. Show us that you really care and that you're really trying, that you're really doing the right thing behind the scenes. But they don't.
And as you can tell, the media doesn't even come down here to even ask anybody any questions or anything.
They don't want to.
Like, they don't want,
Exactly.
they just want to spin their narrative, and that's it. That's all they want to spin is whatever they want, not what's truly happening down here. Last week when I was in court on that Tuesday, it's really strict in there, right? I mean, you have to wait to even go to the bathroom till there's like a sidebar. But Sue O'Connell goes and writes someone was like kicked out of the courtroom for talking, and that wasn't even true. I guess afterwards she said, oh, the person came back, but that's not true. If you get up and go to the bathroom, you get up and go to the bathroom. Like, it was such bullshit. You know, she reported false information. I had to just plug my charger in. Yes, I'm glad you're putting the glarer in there too. They didn't show the number of jurors removed from deliberation trial. No, they hide everything. There's so much they hide, and we're sick of the shit. And that's why we need everyone down there, because, you know, everybody drives by and they're honking their horns and everything. And I understand everyone's got work and everything, but we physically need people down here. There's so many people behind this saying Karen's innocent of this, and they're tired of what has happened and they're disgusted by what has happened. But just take a little bit of time out of your day. It's a sacrifice that's worth it later on, because we're trying to do something here. And it's not just us, because even people that live in the area, but they don't come down. We need you to come down. There has to be a presence. You know what I mean? Once a week, someone can give up a half an hour to an hour. There's no way you can't once a week do it. Right now, I'm taking every Tuesday off to be down here. I lose a whole day's pay. You know what I mean? To be down here, but it's worth it. We're fighting for the better cause. I don't want to see anybody go down. I don't want to see another police officer dead on another police officer's property. I don't want to see anyone go down like that and then not have an investigation that should have actually took place. And I mean, look what's happening. Brian Walsh could possibly get off. We all know he's guilty. I mean, he's definitely guilty. But that makes what happened in the Karen Reed case has made it that Brian Walsh is using the Celebrate stuff and all that. Like, stuff matters here, folks. I'm not the most elegant talker and know all these laws and everything, but I do know, as an everyday citizen of Massachusetts, I'm disgusted by what happened, and I want change. I want change. You know, so, you know, give up your lunch break. It's a bitch driving in here. Trust me, it is. But if you usually have a half an hour, take an hour. Take the drive if you're close enough to come. I understand everyone can't do it. It's understandable. I'm not picking on anybody that can't. But if you really can, try to do it at least once during this trial, at least once. Try to come down here. Um, I'm just wondering if I should move my car. No, not yet. I won't move it yet. Anyways. Hopefully this turns over to the defense witnesses by tomorrow. I'm hoping. I'm very committed to this cause. And last year I was able to stay out. Last year I was down here every day. I had injured my back. Um, I injured my back at work, and my work would not take me back at that time till my treatment was done with my back. I was getting lidocaine and steroid injections in 2 different parts of my back. So I was out of work. So I would do my treatment, whatever I had to do. I did the gym for exercise, and I would always be down here. I would leave by, noon or something to go get my treatments. I'd come early in the morning, save parking spaces, make sure Erica had her place set up. But I was out of work, and it was, I got reprimanded for it because when it came time for them to pay me all my back pay, they wouldn't pay me. They brought up pictures of me holding an American flag down here. So they wouldn't pay my back pay, which was like 9 months. I was out of work. And but they admitted that I had, after MRIs and everything, they knew that I had seriously injured my back. So, but this year, through working at the gym and doing all my treatment, I was able to go back. I got a new job at a different place and able to go back to work. So I have to work to pay my bills. You know what I mean? I have to work, so I can't be down here. So I said, I'm going to take 1 day off a week while this trial goes on and be down here. Sometimes I try to come down after I get out of work and show my support. And then on Sundays I always go to Dedham. Yeah, if you can't make it during the week because you work, come to Dedham Place. Make a travel and pay day that you come from wherever you are and come to Dedham Standout. No, no Venmo. I don't accept any money from anyone. That's not what I'm telling the story about. I'm not telling my story because I'm looking for money. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just telling you a story of why I can't be down here every day anymore. So anyways, take the time on a Sunday. Plan a trip. Bring your kids, bring your dog or whatever, and come to a Sunday standout at Dedham. It's only for 2 hours. This trial is going to be over in like 4 weeks. Danish thing, is it okay to stream? I don't know. That's why I didn't do it. Shut it off. No, I'm not streaming it. Am I on the TV? No, but I turned.
Okay.
I
I'm like,
turned
wait,
the
I don't know
thing
what that
on.
means, but I have.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Oh,
turned
you
when
turned
I
it.
turned the
Okay.
thing. That's why I stopped.
like-
If someone said something.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah,
All right.
that's why I.
Wait, am I? Because I don't know.
No,
I'm like, wait, I have my TV on.
it was me because I was on here and then I did that and so text them and say that's why I didn't afterwards.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So
I don't want to get in trouble for anything.
no. So the Sunday standout, I was there Sunday for yeah. Some people just pop in and just say hello when they're on their way. Which one is it? The go fuck yourself one?
Yeah, let's do that one.
Oh, that one.
I like the little turtle
Oh.
on it. I didn't see that. He's cute.
Yeah. I forget who made those bumper stickers up. Yeah. And this one, the music drives us org. There's Ernie Bach Jr. and he stands behind Karen.
Yeah,
now.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Good. Oh, this morning when you were saying the first song, I swore it was going to be Aerosmith. I was like, it's got to be Aerosmith. It wasn't.
Nickelback. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I had turned the camera on to show you the glare, and we're not supposed to stream other streams. I don't know. They have some sort of rule. I don't know all the rules. And I'm sorry, Glara. I didn't mean to do that. So anyways, yeah, try to take the time and come down here and meet people and have coffee with us and then go on your merry way. This is a long sidebar. New motions filed this morning. Who were the new motions filed by? I'm down here. I'm not up there. Traffic's heavy now. Hey, Brandy. I don't know what you guys know more than I do because I can't see anything. Yeah, Karen does have to feed the whole defense team, so please donate to Karen. I honestly don't know. I do love the morning prayer and pledge. And I feel that it should be almost mandatory in schools again to do the Pledge of Allegiance. This is America. That is, it should be done. I have to order one of those shirts from Microdots too. And Norfolk County is full of corrupt criminals. 20 to 30-minute recess. Wow. It's always like this in the morning. Keith makes me wonder what the prostitution is up to this long side. But Hank probably still trying to stop Aka. He probably is. Yeah, I need one. Go over to so the sweater that Erica was wearing, that is one that was designed by Microdots. Rich is awesome. He's probably gonna run out. He's probably gonna have to order a whole bunch. Docket number 697, re-witness list. Wow. Oh my God. Okay, hold on a second. LPH picks. I don't know where your school is, but I'm so glad you guys still do the Pledge of Allegiance. I know some don't.
It's nice in the sun down here.
I know. At some point we should over one of the loudspeakers play the national anthem when we're up
yeah.
there. That would be good. Do they still teach national anthem?
Bless America, I'll cry.
I know.
Makes me cry every time.
And I like when you see it by like the country stars that
Yeah.
they don't, embellish the, Star Spangled Banner or anything else like
Put
they
their own
just
spin on it and
they just sing the national anthem and stuff. Like I hate when they embellish it though.
Yeah.
Whitney Houston, no one really ever beat Whitney other than Chris Stapleton. Jamie Johnson did it good too. Jamie Johnson is a country singer. He did a good one.
Whitney's voice is amazing. Yeah, we're on timeout. No,
We're on
just in the
timeout.
sun.
But do you know what the motions are?
No, but I heard a rumor, but I don't want to start a rumor. Is the defense trying to put on another witness, like another one or something? Not another witness. I don't know.
Someone's writing the defense.
Yeah, the defense is trying to have another.
I wonder who the witness is. Maybe it's one of the neighbors that actually has the ring camera footage of something going on. That would be. I still think some sort of video or something is coming out.
Yeah.
The camera that
100 and
camera that
something
I
ring
wear?
cam. Yeah, 100 and something. If you lived in that neighborhood and had a ring camera, after you got it, wouldn't you save it and then dismantle your ring camera and be like, I never had one, but you still have that video? That's what I think. I'm starting a rumor.
I'd be blasted everywhere.
Yeah. No, but seriously, down there was like
But then
someone
it's
did a thing. There was 100 and something ring cameras on that route.
Right.
Really?
So if you lived in Canton and you were petrified, and you looked at your ring camera after this happened, and you have video of that, like imagine I would dismantle my ring camera so they knew I wouldn't have one, and I'd keep the video. I'm not starting a rumor. I'm just saying, like, because we're all, we all look into like really weird stuff. Like you never know.
Everybody got a scenario.
Yeah.
It's all speculated.
Yeah.
But until it's not.
But you never know.
You never know.
Right.
It just sucks in the court. They just like there's so many games like what you can allow in, what
Well,
you can't.
look,
You should be allowed to. It's your life.
if
You
you
should
like,
be
you be
allowed
able to
anything,
everything
and anything.
Exactly.
That's my entire freedom. That's my whole soul body.
You have a right to
Yeah.
defend yourself.
Right.
And like people always question, the trolls do. Oh, Karen's not good. She's going to plead the fifth, or she's not going to get up and testify. Blah blah blah. Well, when you hire lawyers, you have to listen to what your lawyers say. Karen doesn't have to prove anything. I mean, she's proving it through evidence right now, but she doesn't have to take the stand. They have to prove. Oh, Aiden's here.
Turn on my book. What we do it. Turn on my book.
Hold on, Aiden's here.
Step on the beginning. Briefly.
Yay!
Oh, I'm Natalie D.
Yep, hippie chick. I know. We'll get it on film.
Oh, hippie chick. I heard her name once. You can say her name all the time.
Yeah.
You say all these?
I do. Dad and Mama Firefly. Yeah, all the time I do. Go ahead, go meet them. Yeah,
That's another dude.
just walk up. Bring your camera if you want a picture. Hippie chick's all excited to meet Aiden.
Oh, nice to meet you. Welcome.
Want me to take a picture?
Take.
Say chicken.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to come every day.
I'm not sure how you.
I'm live streaming.
I noticed there's only like
Morning.
6 reporters in there, so I'm gonna try to get in.
You should try to get in.
Oh, in a minute. Yeah, of course. How you doing? Good, thanks.
You on Instagram.
Sidewalk.
He started talking and he just burst into flames. I was like, what? And he even plays a gay dude in another movie.
Oops, sorry.
Superman Henry Cavill. I'm serious. I'm not lying.
I want to take this one. I'll take it. Sorry.
I'm just saying.
Well, I might be out. I'm gonna try to get in the courthouse. Yeah, I saw it's 4. And
Yeah,
it's 6 reporters.
Yeah.
I counted 6.
And Karen's benches don't even look full neither.
How you doing? I'd rather be out here than sit. You don't get to go on your phone.
We'd rather have you out here with us.
The weather's nice out.
Go in and sit next to John DePietro.
Yeah, right.
Sidewalk.
Might be back. Can I grab one? Yeah, of course. I'll probably be back. Time out? Love it.
All right.
The rest of the firefighters that died that day was there. He wanted to go down.
There you go. So Turtle, I have my pictures of me with Dina and me with Mike. Who is that? Oh, handsome Brian. Yeah, people come down all the time asking for pictures, and we oblige. We need all the support we get. Do I have a motorcycle? Hold on, I do. It's a rice rocket. The hell with the rice rockets. I forget what we were talking about beforehand. Yeah, it looks like 3 empty space. Oh no, that's a car with broken muffler thing. Sounds like his timing chain's off too. Yeah, it is a rice rocket. We want Indians and Harleys. And I know people have Denali's or whatever they're called. I like a good old fashioned motorcycle. I was the ghost of Jerry. Oh, yes. I remember that now. Yes, Brian. Yeah, I guess it's a long sidebar. I wonder who it is. But do you remember when they did? I think they did a Ducati. That's what it is. Do you remember when they took this jury over to 34 Fairview, and then the media stayed, and then they were interviewing the neighbors and stuff, and like one neighbor came out. Like, I wonder if they got some information from a neighbor or something. Filed as a motion for 4 new witnesses in summer. Canton, Mass. Bring in the ring cameras. They're saying. See? I'm telling you, I think they got more info and people aren't as scared to speak out now. That would be awesome. I'm not starting any rumors, but I'm just saying it would make sense. All right, if I put myself as someone that lived in Canton all these years and you knew how corrupt they were and you were always scared, and then all of a sudden you see people are getting more emboldened, they're seeing things change. Sue Harrington got voted in, like all this stuff, and people are speaking up against Chris Albert and stuff. And so imagine if I had a ring cam in there, I would have dismantled it. I would have looked at it, but then dismantled it so they know I didn't have one. And they could have saved video. Like, I'm telling you, bombs are going to drop this. I believe Alessi called the sidebar. Oh, this is going to be good. Our nice law enforcement. Morning. I'm live streaming. Come say hi, so people know there's still good cops in the world. The Dedham cops are awesome down here. They really are. It's not fair for people who live with us on there. Exactly. I gotta get my water. Hold on. I have to find a new Aerosmith sticker for my cup. Hers behind the Albert's bedroom window, which is, yeah. I'm heading to Goose Creek, South Carolina right now beside Charleston tomorrow to see my twin grandson graduate. I'll be watching from down there. Well, congratulations to your grandson's graduation. Peg always, she shook her head when I was in there. But then again, I side-eyed hanky-panky, so. Hi, how are you?
Better about the day. How you doing?
Not bad. It's beautiful out.
Yeah.
I'm live streaming,
Yeah. Oh, what's
just so you know. This is the Karen retrial.
what did she do? Well,
They charged her with killing her boyfriend, who was a Boston police officer. And there's evidence showing that the police tainted evidence. They didn't treat the scene and collect evidence, and like it's showing a lot of corruption in it.
okay.
And she's factually innocent. The FBI hired a group called ARCA, and ARCA did studies and stuff, and they said that she did not hit him with her car. So yeah, so we're all down here fighting for.
And they're not trying to let her go?
No, they're trying. This is her second trial. So they're trying. So she's fighting, and a lot of evidence is showing that she didn't do it. And not only has that happened, but they've stomped on our First Amendment rights, telling us we can't wear certain T-shirts. See that sign right there? That's the venture buffer involved. If you cross that and we had a free Karen Reed or a free Turtle Boy or justice for Boston police officer John O'Keefe or anything like freedom,
Yeah.
anything like that, they can arrest us. They've already arrested people. So they're infringing on our First Amendment rights. So they're down here fighting to fight. So yeah.
Hope she comes out.
Thank you.
Don't worry.
Nice to meet you.
Bye bye.
It's kind of hard to explain everything because it's so much to explain. You got to try to break it down into something that doesn't make the people roll their eyes and go like, "What the fuck?" You know what I mean? So it changes every time. You just sort of whatever you can think of fast to try to tell them the whole story. You just do. Usually I say, oh, if you really want to get a what do they call it? Synopsis of the whole thing is go to Turtle Boy's Frame 2. Frame 2. Sidewalk.
Thank you.
So, anyways, after sidebar, they have a 30 minute break and jury hasn't come in yet. Wow. All right, someone wrote something. Court back in about 20 minutes. Wow. Frank 2 is it is really good. And I really love Microdot's videos. Those are freaking amazing. They truly are amazing. Wonder what time it is. It's 10. The parking guy hasn't been here yet. But I don't want to roll my car back yet. I say it all the time. If I ever saw a movie, you couldn't make this shit up. Even on a soap opera like General Hospital, it's, oh my God, people look at you like you're insane when you explain everything, but it's not. Exactly. United We Stand. Microdot's lead up is oh my God. His videos are truly amazing. Was an ambulance guy waved, he turned his head. Yeah. The talent that he has I've never met anyone so talented like him, really, in what he does. It's amazing. Yeah. It's better than any sideshow. It's sad because we want change, and the only way to do it is to be as proactive as all of us are. And you guys too, you guys are making it too, helping because you're keeping it out in the public eye with us. And it matters. Everything matters to keep this out there in the public because it's not right what's happening at all. And wherever you live, there's corruption. Just pray to God wherever you live, you're not finding dead bodies and people that are murdered. I want to know more about Morrissey, who arrows seem to point to. Oh, it goes above Morrissey. This goes way back. This is generational, and it goes back to the Whitey Bulger days. Whose voice narrated from Microdot? Mike, I don't know who the voice is. It does take a village. Who is that? Sherry D. You know it. It does take a village. And thankfully, we have a village of people. So, and you have a lot of strong individuals here that are willing to speak up. I mean, look at Erica that day. You know, Mark Randazza was down here. She couldn't even walk through with a shirt that said Norfolk County is full of criminals. Where did that even become some sort of law? It's crazy. I'm getting a zit. Um, Dee's governor was AG at one point. Oh, I hate our governor, Maura Healey. Useless, useless. I love that Lisa Tobin. I'm pissing off friends on Facebook with the Karen Reed post. The hell with them. Well, a lot of people drive around and or go to work, and it's like an everyday thing. They don't really care. They don't really care. It's not affecting them. But in true honesty, it is affecting them because later down the road, if you don't speak up now, later down the road, those will be the people that start screaming and yelling when more of their rights are taken away. And then they wonder why. Well, this is the beginning of it. And it starts with your local town elected positions. That's where it starts. As no, it's not a presidential election. Maybe it's something in the town as small as school committee. There's a lot of power wielded in those positions in these small towns, and that's where it starts. Corruption's about money and politics. It will affect them when they are framed next. Exactly, it will. People, there's a lot of political stuff, and I won't get into a lot of political stuff on here because people do have their things about it, and I'm not going to get into a bunch of it, but a lot of people don't do anything until it hits them personally. And this is the time to not wait till it's something personally. It's a time to stop it now. And this is the beginning. This is the beginning of it. And like I said before, we're trying to teach the world that you can stand up for yourself. And when you use your voice along with others, it it becomes a powerful voice of change. Dina was its micro patch for blemish. I know I'm getting into that. Um, oh, good. She parked there. Good. um, they're still at Sidebar. So, anyways, go out and vote in your local elections and make sure you don't put corrupt people that you know in wherever you live, whatever jurisdiction, county. Vote. Voting matters. Oh, I still believe that at the end of this, when Karen's trial is over, that's where more stuff on Sandra Birchmore is going to get released because right now they just keep on putting Sandra's stuff off. And when Sandra's stuff is released, that's when I think the feds are going to step in and some big heads are going to roll. Yeah. Oh, it's so beautiful out. There's not a cloud in the skies. Oh, I feel bad. Enrique Delgado's Garcia's family, I met them. I met them at a standout at Michael Morrissey's office. And Enrique's mother is an absolute sweetheart. I met Enrique's sister too. They're devastated. But their lawyer was telling them just to be quiet for now, which I don't understand because that lawyer should be screaming from the rooftops while you have all these movements together. Well, you got Sandra Birchmore just en route, and you got free Karen Reed, you got free Turtle Boy. justice for John O'Keefe, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. So why would you, as a lawyer in something as big as that, tell them that they just want them quiet? As you can tell, we're months later and you don't hear anything. I saw on the news one day last week when it was like 8 or 9 months for Enrique. You don't hear anything on that. You know why? Because they're covering shit up. And now it's so buried now, you might not even see anything. Is he a lawyer at public? Who knows? It can't be anyone too big. I said that too. There is a language barrier too amongst them. I met his uncle and stuff like that. Um, it's just covered up. And if it was something, I mean, it wasn't an accident. Let's just say it wasn't an accident. But if they're trying to say it was an accident, why would you be so quiet about stuff? If you're claiming it was some sort of accident that happened, why would you be that? Why would you not be truthful with the people? Like, oh, it was an accident. It's sickening. It's sickening. All with the Mass State Police. So it's sad, but we still put our stuffs on. You know, we have signs out, and I still have my Enrique Delgado Garcia shirt that the family gave me. And it's hard for us because we're so committed. Most of the people right now with free and Karen and justice for John, that it's hard to get into a standout for Sandra Birchmore, a standout for Enrique Delgado Garcia. Like, it's hard. Mizzy's going to be putting stuff together because they want to go back to Together We Can, where we pool everybody together and do a big standout at Morrissey's office and a state house. So Mizzy's on top of that. So go to Mizzy's channel too, her Facebook stuff, and click on it, follow it and stuff, because she's going to be coming out along with Jen Root for Just On Root, and putting something together where we're all going to gather together as one. Can't wait for Proctor to be called by the defense. I hope Proctor testifies, but I don't know if Proctor and Higgies, I'm sure they're going to try to get out of it. I read about Birchmore and the Proctor. Yeah, there's a connection there. And there's more. I don't think there's only one Sandra Birchmore. I think there's other Explorer. Sandra was in the Explorer program for the police station. And I think there's others. They may not have been murdered, but there's others that were abused. And I think that's going to come out later. And that's why they're sort of putting Farwell's trial off. Hi, Leanne and Vinny. They're Mimi. She had me tell Vinny to get up out of bed and get ready to go. Shut up. Did he get up? Good. Yeah, let me give you some money. What do you want? Tell me. I want a bagel, and everything bagel with cream cheese. Here, take some
Toasted?
money. No,
No,
please, take
toasted?
money.
No.
Yeah, toasted. Thank you.
Plain beef cheese?
Yeah, that's good. How much you want to bet Bev is making her decision as if the defense can let those? I know, I know. And this has to go between the Canton police to Stoughton police. There's way more to Sandra's case, and they don't want that released in the public right now. They don't. Thank you. They don't want that shit released into the public yet because it's going to be damning what happened. Now, the channel Justice Served. So if one of you mods can put a link to Justice Served in the chat, that's Michael and oh my God, her name's escaping me. Linda Batten. Michael and Linda run that channel, Justice Served, and it's a great channel. And Linda's husband was the medical examiner that showed that Sandra Birchmore was not, it was not suicide. It was, she was murdered. And it was Linda Batten's. Yeah, they do have a YouTube channel. It's Justice Served TV. Um, Scott McGinnis has interviewed with them. The Glare has interviewed with them. I've interviewed with them. Many of us have interviewed with them. They're a great channel. but Linda Barton's husband was the medical examiner. The explosion has been under scrutiny for exactly, and it should be after what we've seen. They should stop that for now. Stop that for now. They're groom. They've now you see Sandra Birchman. They were grooming young women. So, yeah, especially in Massachusetts in that area, Norfolk County, it should be halted. That you, Rob. I think that was you, Rob, that did that channel. Me is awesome to watch. Mazda Media is awesome. You have Justice Serve has the YouTube channel too. They're awesome. You know, just pop around and see different channels. These coming men are grooming these children have been, yeah. And there's a lot more to that. And remember, folks, with all this, John also worked for the crime unit. So did he get information? And then Peggy and Brian found out that John got information, and that's where that hatred was coming from because they were trying to cover something up. I don't think they intended to murder him, but I'm wondering if they went to rough him up about something. There you go. Thank you, Robin G. Linda Kenny Baden and Michael Bryant. Thank you. I don't even know if Michael's down here. Does anyone know if Justice Served is in the area? He sets up like down at the end of the road sometimes. He's been here for a week, so he might not be here right now. 10:15. Mm-hmm. What? What time is it, Brandy?
It's time to get up. It's 10:15.
10:15? 10:04. Oh, they're back at 10:15.
They are? Karen, say hello. It's Karen for you. Lift it up a little bit. Yeah, they're pretty.
In case you missed Karen this morning, she was literally everyone. She wasn't ignored. She was literally turned around in the front seat, talking to Elise, who was sitting on the passenger seat. Shocked for a minute.
Oh, hi.
I can't stand this.
I just want to come down here because it's nice and sunny. No, I'm not hungry.
Anything like one
Maybe.
one of those like croissant thing.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Huh?
Till after, yeah. So who's in here? Hi, Rhode Island lady. Oh, yeah, someone said earlier, you can only read the first letter of whoever's in here. Bad connection. Oh, no. Bad connection. What's going on with that?
Did you see the goddamn pollen everywhere?
Yeah.
I mean, it's bad today. I wonder what's out here.
Hi. Last day of your vacay. Who is that? Coffee girl?
Guys, appreciate it.
Oops.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you. You too.
Just follow the case. We appreciate it.
Yeah, you know, you guys are real.
Yes, exactly.
Respect it. You know what I mean? So the snow.
What we asked for.
Like I said, it takes a lot of courage. You know what I'm saying? Just stand up.
It does.
So I respect it. Like that. We're the back.
Thank you so much. That means a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Stay safe. That makes me like want to cry. I love it.
A nice motorcycle just went by too.
Oh,
See, isn't that beautiful when you see people walk up like that?
he said we're
And like, let's be honest, people, a lot of people of color have had a lot of shit happen to them abusively towards their culture and to them. And I'm not saying nothing negative. Half of my family is Haitian. So they've had a
Yeah,
battle, and you wouldn't believe how many people have walked up and said that to us. I mean, I wish this movement did have more people of different cultures in it. But we've had nothing but good response of it. Like, they appreciate it.
Yeah.
I know.
Nice to even hear that feedback. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, we're with you guys in the background, you know?
Yeah.
For whatever reasons it is, either their jobs, their family, or whatever. Some people have to stay behind the scenes, you know what I mean?
And you got to remember, people like Brandy, me, Scott McGinnis, Dennis Sweeney, Brenda Sweeney, Erica. Oh my God, the list goes. Sam, Jason, Allison, Chrissy, Dana, Tracy, anyone in this movement, the backlash, you people don't understand the hatred and the backlash some of us get. It's
I mean,
you have to have you do have to have thick
You
skin.
don't want people to be talking crap, but at the same time, like, your words don't matter. Like, we want real change. We want actions. And people, if they're not out
Yeah.
yet, then nobody's paying attention.
And if the best thing you have to do is pick on our looks,
Yeah.
our weight, our jobs, our how we do anything, how we walk, talk,
Yeah.
anything, you're disgusting because that's all you have. Show me facts of the case.
Right.
Stop annihilating us by everything else. Show me the facts of why you have this hatred, because you should be outraged the way the investigation went. I believe Karen's 100% innocent.
Just, if it was
And-
your child, if it was your
Yeah.
child, and all the people, like the aunties, like, just turn it around, pretend it's not Karen. Like, if that was your son or daughter right now at any age, 15, 14, 3, and your daughter or son was murdered, and the cops did the investigation that they did for John O'Keefe,
Yeah.
like, just pretend it's your kid for a minute. Would you be okay with that investigation? Because even if we're not talking about Karen Reed, we're talking about the Massachusetts State Police and the Norfolk County DA's office and more, the leaders above them.
Yeah.
You know how many cases were like free Karen Reed before John? A lot. In any case that any one of these dirty cops touched, we the people deserve you to look into those cases. These people who are incarcerated right now, you know that there's so many people incarcerated right now that don't belong to me, that shouldn't be, because of these dirty cops. Karen's are the first person they framed.
Yeah.
And if you really wanted to say you're trying for us,
Yeah.
people, you would open up those cases.
And the trolls have this thing like, oh, you guys, your faces all over. You just want to, likes and clicks. It's not about that, people. We're putting ourselves out there because we want change.
There's
And
so
this
many
is
other
the only,
ways.
this is never going to
to
happen
get, like,
again like it is right now.
Yeah.
It's not. We try our best to be respectful and protest in a manner that is not violent
Yeah.
or anything. And we're out here. We're not out here for accolades. We're out here because we want change in policies and procedures. And I think we're going back live. So
Stay safe, everyone.
stay safe.
You think it's coming on? Love it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Oh, that would end it.
It's only on YouTube. It's not on X. Right?
It's not on X. I think they have a Facebook page.
Okay.
Oh, I'm back on again. I thought I was off.
Present their defense. They found something.
It was what?
Fake out.
It was a fake out.
Last minute are calling me.
Oh, we're back. I don't think I can stream Blair's voice.
Oh, yeah. We're gonna walk.
All right, we're gonna go back down again. Preach. No, she's picking me up a bagel. All right, hold on. I put my sunglasses on, and we thought we were done. I can't see anything without glasses on. I would love to tell my husband about husband's murder. The civil trial put me over the edge. Yeah, it's awful. Yeah, so Erica's away right now. She should be coming home soon, I think. And we'll find out what's going on with hers. Hopefully we hear something about the buffer zone. You know what? Go on break. Walk up to Sam and them. Hold on a second. I gotta take my shirt off to go into the buffer zone. Hold on. We'll go for a walk, people. Let's go for a walk. We'll go up to Sam and them. Sam is one of the ones that filed in court to change the buffer zone. We'll go for a walk.
I Google their names, will just come up as new witnesses.
And yep, another sidebar. Sidebar, sidebar, sidebar.
The last,
It's so gorgeous out here. Me. All right, come up here. There's Henry again. What long sidebars.
Oh, you think they would have figured it out in the first sidebar?
I know.
Why have another one? Or during the recess they just called.
I know. Nothing yet, huh?
Nothing.
Ah. Are they in court or anything today? Or are they like, what are they waiting on? Like, are they going to call Rendaza or is it like there a set court date?
I don't know if we have another date set yet or anything, but I think we're just waiting for him to come out with a decision that's more narrowly tailored than that's with more clarification.
I mean, we all want the whole thing to be lifted, but if we got the sidewalk back by the church, I would be jumping for joy,
I mean,
honestly.
right now you can sit at the sidewalk at the church.
But I want to be in my Karen Reed stuff. You know what I mean?
I
So,
mean, the way it says now, that the buffer zone is only around the courthouse. And so you could technically sit over there with your cameras and stuff. So there's no buffer zone down there.
but if they
Want to be next to someone, they can.
they can,
They
yeah. So if anybody of you guys don't know, this is Sam, and Sam is one of the 4 people that filed the motion. What do you actually call it? Motion or to like readjust the buffer zone along with their attorney Mark Rendaza. So this is Sam, and then there's Lisa and Allison and Jason, and they have stood up for all of us down here to do this, which is fucking patriotic of you guys. It really is.
Who
So
knows? Could be history. one
it
day.
it is history already. It is, and you stood up to make the world a better place for later on. You know, and they're all saying thank you. And yes, Sam, thank you, Sam, thank you, Sam, saying Sam. It is. It's historic, people. It matters.
It does.
Your voice matters. There's 4 people that stood up for hundreds of us out here, and it matters. Oh, they're back. They're back.
Oh, great, great.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court in case now and hearing should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir. You're welcome. Good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning, sir. So we're going to have a short voir dire. Okay, so Mr. Lessie?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning.
If you look at any documents in answering my question, I appreciate you letting me know that, okay?
Okay.
Do you have any documents open in front of you at this moment?
I do. I have a binder.
Your Honor, I would ask until the question
Can
comes
you
up.
do without it, sir, for a few minutes?
Depending on the question, sure.
Okay, so just let us know if you need to look at it. Don't look at it without
Yep. I mean,
permission, please. All right, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Lessie.
Honor. Dr. Welcher, you have changed your PowerPoint presentation in the last few days in this case, correct?
I deleted a slide and removed a couple words.
Right, but you've changed your PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Correct. I deleted a slide and deleted a couple words.
Who have you spoken to at the Commonwealth in the last 2 weeks? Anybody associated with the Commonwealth, who have you spoken to?
In the last 2 weeks, Mr. Brannon, Mr. Lally, Lieutenant Tully.
Anyone else?
I think Mary Ellen Gray,
Anyone else?
the tech person Cindy this morning.
And with regard to those conversations, what prompted those conversations? Who initiated them?
I was originally told I was going to have to be out here last Monday, so there was a whole flurry of conversations around that. I was initially told I may have to give all my rebuttal testimony on a whole huge data set I'd received.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. My question was simply because we have a limited amount of time. Who initiated the conversations?
Oh, there were multiple conversations.
How many?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I'm sorry?
More than 10?
Probably not.
All right, what did you discuss with, you understand it's no longer Detective Lieutenant Tully, it's, as I understand, it's Lieutenant Tully. Did you have you said you had conversations with him, correct?
Correct.
When was the first conversation, how many, and what are the nature of those conversations?
Are you limiting it to the last 10 days or in total in my life?
Within the last 2 weeks.
Last 2 weeks. I believe it was when I got here on Saturday night, I informed them I'd landed. And then Sunday morning, he gave me a ride over to the district attorney's office.
And what did you discuss from when you, did you have any discussions with Lieutenant Tully before Saturday, within the last 2 weeks?
Not to my knowledge.
What did you discuss with Lieutenant Tully? Topics.
Give me a time frame.
I keep saying the last 2 weeks. That's the time frame I'm looking
all
at.
the conversations I had with him?
Yes,
Can you have somebody pick me up at the hotel?
I'm talking substantive, sir, about your outline, your PowerPoint presentation. Topics of, what discussions about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
I had no discussions with him about the topics in my PowerPoint presentation.
Who did you have discussions with from the Commonwealth about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
Mr. Brannon and Mr. Lally.
Describe those conversations and how many you had, including the first one that you had.
Well, I originally submitted my presentation with my original report way back, I believe, in January.
Right. I'm asking for conversations within the last 2 weeks.
Okay, question wasn't clear. Then on Sunday, we just went through top to bottom through my presentation. Mr. Brandon wanted to make sure he understood everything in it. And then I met with Mr. Brandon again on Sunday. We ran through it briefly again. And then that was largely it.
Who suggested the changes to your presentation?
Mr. Brandon.
Mr. Brennan suggested the changes that you make.
He indicated some of the things, for example, the slide I deleted referenced testimony that I was not allowed to include on a slide.
Were there any discussions with anybody from the prosecution team about the changes with regard to the, what I will call the Dighton route, the Dighton distance, and the total mileage? Do you know what slide I'm referring to, sir?
I do, yes.
Who initiated the discussion on the changes to that slide?
So that slide was changed, I don't know, probably 8 or 10 days ago.
Oh, it was changed 8 or 10 days ago.
Correct.
Were there any changes made from 8 or 10 days ago to what's now in your presentation?
Not beyond what we talked about.
Oh, okay, so 10 days ago, those changes were made.
8 to 10
8 to 10.
days ago. I could actually probably figure out exactly when, if you like.
Now my next questions go to Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess is a colleague of yours at Aperture, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of issues relating to the accuracy or inaccuracy of his CV?
Unfortunately, I've been bombarded with emails that have referenced that. I've seen it, I have not read them.
You've been bombarded with them, but you have, and you say unfortunately, but you have not read any of them? None?
Maybe one or two lines. For example, they come in, they're looking like legitimate business emails. And then I pull it up as a business email. I'm like, okay, I'm not supposed to do this. Court said I can't look at this.
Now, I want to go back to your slide presentation. I understand that you intend, subject to our objections at the court's ruling, you intend to present testimony with regard to your PowerPoint where you are going to elaborate on your 1231-38 to 1231-43 trigger 1162-2, and you're going to add to what has been in your presentation a verbal discussion with regard to Mr. Burgess's change that he made in his May 8th report with regard to the variance time window. Do I have that correct?
No, you don't. It's not based upon a verbal discussion. It's based upon his report.
Okay, so you're going to make, you propose, what you're intending to do is you want to add the change from Mr. Burgess's May 8th report to what you're going to testify to on your PowerPoint. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
And the only reason you're going to testify with regard to altering the 1231-38 to 1231-43 window is because of what Mr. Burgess has done on May 8th. Is that correct?
It's better data, so I'm altering it and correcting it with better data that I've received from Mr. Burgess.
Right, but my point is, if it weren't for Mr. Burgess's change, you wouldn't be making any changes in your testimony, correct? It's only because of what Mr. Burgess did on May 8th. Is that correct?
Only from his report, correct.
Correct. So, and you understand, sir, that that change has significant effects on the very issues in this case with regard to the timeline and the collision you allege occurred, and comparing it to human volitional conduct of Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his manipulation of the phone. You understand the consequences of that change, do you, sir?
I do. I would disagree with your assertion that it's consequential. Again, my original data, which is in my PowerPoint and has not changed, that data is still there. The timing was extremely close within the error of the measurements, which Mr. Burgess ultimately showed in his subsequent report that was within the variance associated with those timing devices.
I understand, but my point, sir, and I want to understand if I have it correct, is that is going to move the time that you assert the 1162-2 trigger occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that's a substantial change given the issues in this case when seconds matter? Or do you think it's an insignificant change?
I wouldn't say it's insignificant. Again, I haven't modified my PowerPoint at all. I was happy with the data I had and satisfied with the data I had. Again, once presented as engineer would with better data, we use better data. I'm sorry.
Please, for voir dire, let him finish.
Yeah.
It brings it closer in time to Ian Whiffin's last contact point data. But even if we don't have that, given what I knew about the variance in the cell phones, my time was still within that window anyway.
Sir, you've just answered my question, which is you agree that it affects the timeline in the activity of Mr. Whiffin's report. You said brings it closer. Did I have your words correctly?
Correct. What I was concerned about was your word about significant change. It brings it closer. It doesn't necessarily bring it significantly closer. My original timeline was very close, within the range of the accuracy of those types of cell phones, infotainment system data. So even if I didn't have Mr. Burgess's subsequent report, the data is still within that time window.
Sir, isn't it a fact that with the variance of Mr. Burgess that you're now you want to testify to, that there is a change? Because your 1162-2 trigger 1231-38 to 1231-43, you know that there's a device lock event on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe after that time period. You understand that, correct?
So again, there's a window of plus minus on that. Technically, those timestamps on that are, as you indicated,
Again, it's literally, I wrote that on my slide. It includes my slide where I have that exact comment.
But my question, sir, is the change means now that with the Mr. Burgess variance moving, you now have part of the moving range that occurs after the device lock, whereas before your change, the device lock occurred after every bit of your range of 1162.2. I have that correct, don't I, sir?
You do.
Okay.
Okay, so
Your Honor,
that's it.
that's all I needed. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to bring the jury in. Are they outside the door? Awesome. You may as well stay right there.
Thank you.
Okay? I'll see you at Sidebar. No, they can come in.
So we took up a lot of your time this morning. I think the coffee and donuts and muffins was probably a hint that we were taking longer than what we ordinarily would do. I do appreciate your patience. So I have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we met last week? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here last week? No. Thank you. With that, Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, can I just stand and raise your right hand? Yes, sir. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury the case now and here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
May I refer to my resume? May I refer to my resume?
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Brennan.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter who's next to you?
Absolutely. My name is Judson Welcher. My first name is Judson. Last name is Welcher, Welcher.
Sir, what do you do for a profession?
I'm an accident reconstructionist and biomechanical engineer.
I'd like you to explain to us a little bit about what an accident reconstructionist does.
Sure. You can think of accident reconstruction and things such as this as the physics and engineering that happens in car crashes. So accident reconstruction tends to deal with everything that happens to the car and outside the car, skid marks, vehicle damage, the electronic recording systems in the vehicle, things that have to do with the motion forces and how the physics of everything occurred and how that affected the motion of the vehicles.
You said that you were an accident reconstructionist, but also a biomechanical engineer. How is your work as a biomechanical engineer different than an accident reconstructionist?
So simply, you can think of biomechanics as similar, but to everything inside the car. So biomechanics is looking at how the effects of physical forces are applied to the human anatomy. When I'm trying to explain to somebody what I do, I say, hey, it's like a civil engineer who's designing a bridge. So many trucks and cars on the bridge. Are that going to cause the beams in the bridge to fail? Is that going to cause the cables to fail? So a human body is governed by the same laws of physics, just like the bridge. Obviously, it's made of a lot of different materials, but in a human body, my beams are bones. My cables are the muscles and ligaments. Different material properties, but everything's governed by the laws of physics and principles of engineering. So I'm looking at how physical forces, the outside of the car, for when people are inside the car, seat belts, airbags. The first seat belt was patented by an engineer. It's engineers who quantify the force of the crash and what kind of injury damage there is to the body. So it is force that causes damage like a fracture. And so we're looking at how the physical forces are applied to the body and what that means in terms of what happens to the body.
Dr. Welcher, I want to ask you a little bit about how you became a biomechanical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. Can you tell us?
Sure. So when I was getting ready to go to college, my father, who was a physician, said, whatever you do, do not go to medical school. Because I was getting ready to go to medical school. So this was 39 years ago, I believe. 35 years ago. 39 years ago. He said, it's just not worth it. So I said, okay. So then I entered into the mechanical engineering. I grew up riding motorcycles, taking things apart, frequently pissing my parents off when I couldn't put it back together. But I like taking things apart and figuring out how things worked. So I went to university and got my undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering. From there, I happened to be at a Thursday meeting of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. A group came in from a company that did this type of work, and they showed some examples of how you apply engineering concepts that you learn in mechanical engineering to the human body. And so I was like, man, that's a great job. That's the perfect mix of engineering that I have and my desire, to learn the medical side of things as well without becoming a doctor. So I talked to them. I actually applied to the company and was ultimately hired as a biomechanical engineer.
How long did you continue as a biomechanical engineer until you went back to school?
So I actually, very quickly after I started the job, I took a human anatomy class at a community college. I quickly realized that wasn't enough. And so in around 1993, I went to the USC Medical School and enrolled through what's called concurrent enrollment, which means you can take the class, but you're not actually in medical school. It's a medical school class. But I took gross human anatomy. So it was me and 160 or so other doctors. I took the same human anatomy that first year medical students at USC took. So it began in 1993.
Did you continue to work as you pursued your higher education?
I ultimately started my own company, continued to work, continued to do research, had a wonderful opportunity to have 2 beautiful children, and continue to this day.
Tell us a little bit about the company you started and when.
Sure. So in about October of 1994, I started my own company. Me and the guy who was my immediate supervisor said, hey, we can do this better. We can do more research, more testing. And so we started our own company.
What kind of company was it?
It was an action reconstruction and biomechanical engineering company. We also early on did a bunch of testing and design work for amusement park rides. The same concepts for car crashes applies to roller coasters, basically anything. So we worked and had some contracts on improving ride safety. And I was also on the ASTM committee that looked at amusement park ride designs.
Did that company grow from 2 people?
Correct. We took it from 2 to about 25 people, and then we ultimately sold it in right around January 1st of 2022.
Before 2022, did you obtain a master's degree?
I did.
And what was that in, and where was that from?
So again, I was working full-time. Actually, while I was doing my master's degree, I was also teaching classes at Texas A&M through their law enforcement training division. So it was extension classes. But I ultimately completed my master's thesis in December of 2001. That was from USC, University of Southern California, and I received my master's degree in biomedical engineering. I wrote my thesis. It was basically on automotive seat design, but it was titled Whiplash-Associated Disorders, Related Anatomy, Biomechanics of Injury, and the Relationship Between Injury Potential and Automotive Seat Design.
Excuse me, Your Honor, if I may, pardon the interruption. If Dr. Welcher reads from his report, which I think he just did, can we know when he's doing that?
Sure. Dr. Welcher asked me if he could refer to his resume, and I said yes. So if you read, just let us know.
Thank you. And it's my resume, not my report.
Your resume, did I say? Report?
No, you did. He said report.
Yeah, no, it's his resume.
You share with us that your company continued to grow until you ultimately sold it in 2022. During that time, did you continue to pursue higher education after you obtained your master's degree?
I did. So again, ever since 1993, I've been slowly pursuing higher education, both obtaining my master's degree as well as my PhD. During that time frame, I also published 20 peer-reviewed scientific publications. I taught for 5 years at Texas A&M and served as a peer reviewer for both the Society of Automotive Engineers and for a short period on the Archives of Physical Medicine. So I was working and running a company with my co-creator, as well as teaching, conducting research, publishing, also while going to school part-time.
Take us to 2011. Were you still pursuing education at the University of Southern California?
I was.
And what occurred? What did you achieve in 2011?
So in August of 2011, I finally obtained my PhD in biomedical engineering. I wrote my dissertation, reading from my resume, titled Development, Validation, and Testing of a New Sensor Array for Intra-Articular Pressure Measurement, In Vitro Human Lumbar Spine, Intra-Articular Facet Testing, which is a lot of big words to say. I was testing cadaver spines, looking at the loads inside the spines associated with various motions of the spine.
Did you achieve your PhD in biomechanical engineering?
It's actually in biomedical engineering. Biomechanics is within the field of biomedical engineering.
So you have a PhD in biomedical engineering?
Correct.
You mentioned that you have published many articles. Have there been articles that you have published that are relevant to some of the subjects that you're going to talk about during your testimony?
I mean, I have a number of, again, peer-reviewed scientific publications. Peer review just means you submit it to a journal and they have other people review it, give you comments, your peers in the field. I do believe there are a number of them that could certainly be relevant to both the physics and, for example, pedestrian injuries.
If I could mention a few. You wrote an article on sideswipe collision dynamics. What's sideswipe collision dynamics?
So I was actually an invited speaker at the World Congress, or sorry, not the World Congress, the World Reconstruction Expedition. They asked me to give a presentation on the theory, science, and mathematics behind sideswipe or side impact collisions. That would include side collisions, glancing collisions, shallow angle impacts such as like a corner of a bumper goes into the side of a car, any kind of glancing or clipping type impact.
Similarly, in many of the articles that you wrote, is one of them about methods for quantifying the impact severity of low-speed side impacts at varying angles?
It is.
Tell us a little bit what that
So that was a Society of Automotive Engineers paper, again, another peer-reviewed paper that we worked on. It was kind of an extension or continuation of all that research, where we just looked at the physics and the mathematics, basically the reconstruction of glancing or sideswipe type impacts.
Similarly, methods for quantifying the impact severity of low-speed side impacts at varying angles. Is that similar to the other papers, or was that different?
Yeah, I thought that was the same one.
If I can continue, another article or publication that you wrote, Occupant Kinematics and Loading in Low-Speed Lateral Impacts. What does that mean?
So in the course of my career, I've done probably 12 to maybe 1,300 actual crash tests. I've crashed everything from skateboards, mopeds, up to trains, motorhomes, and ambulances. I've conducted, relative to this case, probably or been involved with 50 to maybe 70 pedestrian impact tests. So the low-speed side impact one is we actually put human volunteers in side impact collisions. And what we did is we had accelerometers, which are things that measure acceleration. If you had physics or memory, Newton told us force equals mass times acceleration. So knowing the acceleration of something, you can get an idea of how much force is applied to it. So we have various sensors on the body. We have various sensors on the car for the reconstruction aspects of it. So that study was the biomechanics portion. And the first paper you read about the reconstruction was the reconstruction portion. So the first paper you discussed was everything outside the car. Then we looked at how the forces applied to those impacts to people inside the car.
Have you had a lot of publications and studies about the force applied to people outside of a car?
I don't know if I'd say a lot, but I was an invited lecturer to the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference, where I specifically gave a paper and a series, or basically a lecture on what's called pedestrian impact biomechanics, which was exactly as the name implies, what happens to pedestrians when they're impacted predominantly by cars and vehicles.
How much of your work involves pedestrian impacts?
Probably maybe 10%, 5 to 10%. Most of it's car to cars.
Biomechanics of low-speed impacts. Is that another paper that you wrote?
That is a paper I wrote.
I don't want to read all of your papers and all of your publications, but on a different topic, did you write a paper on the study of the measurement of Generation 2 Toyota event data recorders in low-speed side impacts?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about what measurement of event data means in this
So,
article?
Toyotas, newer Toyotas particularly, have two types of electronic equipment on board that can record crashes. There is what's referred to as an event data recorder, or EDR. It's somewhat commonly referred to as a black box. That's not exactly right, but it's close. And then there's a secondary system, which is really more closely tied to maintenance. That's called TechStream, but it will pick up data that you can frequently relate back to various events. So that particular paper was looking at the event data recorder data in Toyotas.
We'll get more into that subject later, but is it event data recorders subject that you're well schooled at?
Yes.
In addition to the papers that you've written, have you continued through the years and after becoming a PhD, your research in this area, in these areas?
Correct. For example, every year we're part of a conference called SATI, which is our company, largely led by the engineer Christopher Furbish that we work with, has spearheaded us going out and conducting crash tests for that conference. For 10 years, we did a lot of the instrumentation and crash testing at the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference. And then for a number of years, the company actually went down and did crash testing for what's referred to as the Spine Research Institute down in San Diego. So we've been hired by various professional organizations. We came out here once, the Massachusetts Association of action reconstructionists, I think I'm messing the name up, had a conference. We came out here, conducted crash tests for training other experts out here. We did all the instrumentation, the biomechanics of that crash testing.
In your research and testing, you have pages with dates of the different researches and testing you've done. There's over a dozen of the research and testing items and articles that deal with pedestrians. Is that a common topic in your research and testing?
Yes. So again, frequently at the conference, we're doing pedestrian tests. The last Action Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute conference, there was a series of pedestrian crash tests run there. SATI 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, some pedestrian crash tests that were done there as well. So there are a number of instances on my resume where I have both attended class, and then I mentioned the one time where I gave an hour and a half long lecture on pedestrian injuries.
After you became a PhD or a doctor, do you continue your education and research?
Correct. I've always continued my education and research up until, I just got back from the event data or Action Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute EDR conference, or the Event Data Recorder Summit. My company, through my relationship with the founder of that summit, was a sponsor. So Aperture was actually a sponsor of that conference. We actually sponsored it the previous year as well. And also as part of that, I assisted one of the researchers in conducting, it's called front camera module testing for pedestrian impacts on Chrysler vehicles. Excuse me, General Motors vehicles.
As a biomedical engineer, are there any groups, organizations, or certifications that are important?
I think ACTAR is important. So ACTAR is an acronym. It's ACTAR, and that's short for the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists. And so it's a bunch of professional groups, originally from some concerns, I believe, from the Department of Transportation, got together and set standards for reconstructionists. Again, these are kind of minimum standards. You have to show, you send in your resume, you talk to them about your research, and then if you're deemed qualified, you sit for an examination that tests your skills, day-long test, theory, a practical portion, and then every 5 years you have to have 60 continuing education units to become reaccredited. I've been an accredited accident reconstructionist since February of 1995, and my accreditation is current and active up through today.
So you've been accredited for 30 years?
Yeah, correct.
I don't want to trick you on the math.
No, I never thought about it, but yeah, I guess it has been 30 years.
Have you testified in court before?
I have.
Have you testified in state courts?
I have.
Have you testified in federal court?
I have. Matter of fact, in Boston.
Have you ever testified in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified being called by the plaintiff?
I have.
Have you ever testified being called by a defendant in a civil case?
Yes.
Have you testified in criminal cases?
I have.
Have you ever been called by the state or the government?
Yes.
Have you ever been called by a defendant?
Correct. Public Defender's Office.
In any of the cases, whether it's civil, criminal, plaintiff, defendant, government defendant, does that in any way change your analysis about data, regardless of who or where you testify?
No. I take my job as to be a critical analysis of the data. So I wanted to look at the data as objectively as possible and form conclusions based upon the data, trying to remove wherever possible speculation, try to remove wherever possible reference to testimony. Now, sometimes testimony is the only thing we have, and so we need to rely on it for bits and pieces. But generally, my job is to try and look at data and see what the data shows. I have no dog in this fight. I don't, quite frankly, care. What I'm doing is trying to do a good engineering job, which is looking at the data and drawing sound principles and sound conclusions from the data.
Presently, you said you had a company and you sold it. Where do you work?
It's a company called Aperture. I guess we were acquired or merged into it technically.
How many offices do you know if Aperture has?
Oh God, I should know that. I mean, we have them in Massachusetts. We have them in, I think there's 3 or 4 in Texas. There's, I think, 4 or 5 in California. So I want to say there's at least, I don't know, 13 to 15.
Do you work at a particular location?
I do.
Where do you work?
Long Beach, California.
Do you work with other people? Do you have a team?
I do.
How many people are on your team?
5.
And what's the team comprised of?
It,
Is everybody a PhD and engineer?
One individual is a PhD in engineering, Dr. Umali, and then I have 3 other engineers and 1 case reader. I guess it's 6 people. I have a case manager as well.
Is there any, do you work interchangeably at the different branches around the country, or do you have your own team in California that you work with?
99% of the time, it's my own team. Occasionally, we'll get a case from another office. I've worked on a couple cases out of the Texas office, and maybe a couple out of the Nevada office.
Were you asked to look at any data or information relative to this case?
Yes.
In looking at data and information, do you try to look at a narrow or a broad range of information?
So I definitely cast a very broad range. We try and get as much information as possible. And then, weed it down to what is important, weed it down to what is consistent with the data. So start off very big and then get down to sort of the meat and potatoes of it, the important information.
Do you necessarily rely on everything you look at?
No, I certainly consider everything I look at, but I frequently don't rely on everything because sometimes it's not reliable or it's irrelevant.
In this case, can you share with us materials generally that you looked at in your review?
Sure. Your Honor, may I read from my report?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Reporter, I apologize. It's a lengthy list. Slow? So I have police reports, including the Canton PD incident report, and I have 8 other reports, also the 34 Fairview Road Rams final report or cars report. I have the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's residence. I believe that's One Meadows. I have the cruiser cameras, which are the police vehicles, onboard cameras, both front and rear cameras from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I believe 10 different videos. I have photos and videos of the scene from Sergeant. I have photos of the vehicles, 140 photographs of the vehicles lined up together. I have 25 additional photographs of the scene, 18 separate photographs of the scene, 2 photographs of the scene, 1 group of 92 of the scene, 1 group of 50 of the scene, another video showing the cars lined up bumper to bumper, 4 videos of the scene. I have a video showing Miss Reed's vehicle being pulled into the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department. I have a 360 diagram, surveillance video files from McCarthy's, surveillance video files from Waterfall Bar, Canton Police Report, Sally Port videos from Dighton. I have the Lexus Connect Verizon records. I have the alarm.com videos. I have a video of the tow truck arriving at the Canton Police Department. One titled Native Location, John O'Keefe's phone. Past witness statements. The report of examination from the coroner. Jennifer McCabe Cellbright data. something called Lexus Infotainment, different past summary testimony of numerous witnesses, earlier summary testimony of numerous witnesses, the Boston Magazine interview with Miss Reed, a Dateline interview with Miss Reed, a 2020 interview with Miss Reed, lab reports from BODE, the Crime Scene Response Unit Boston, Crime Scene Service Section Maynard, Crime Scene Service Section Southeast, the Criminalist File Folder, Trace File Folder, UC Davis Veterinary Report. I have Verizon records, GPS location records, John O'Keefe GPS points, Axiom cache location, weather reports, medical records, including the Canton Fire Department run report for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, medical records for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed from Good Samaritan. I have 2 retrograde extrapolation reports, one, and a serum plasma conversion report relative to Miss Reed. I have the neuropathology report. I have the Orange County Medical Examiner's report, the diagrams, the postmortem toxicology report, and a second same autopsy report, more pages.
In addition to the information that you reviewed, did you on your own go out and obtain information that you thought might be helpful for your review?
I did. So first what happened is I asked for all the information on the case. So I received some information, and then what we do is we start doing our homework. So we start doing the groundwork. So once I received some of the information, what I did was, modern cars have what's called a VIN number or vehicle identification number. It's a unique 17-digit number. So what we'll do is we'll decode that VIN number, and that gives us information about the vehicles. So I did that for Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's 2019 Chevy Traverse. So ran the VIN numbers, use the VIN numbers. It tells us year, make, model, safety equipment, things like that. I then got dimensional data from a program called Expert Autostats. And then I have complete parts diagrams for the vehicles. So I have literally bumper to bumper parts diagrams from something called the Mitchell Collision Estimating Guide. And what that is shows parts, involved in the vehicle. So for example, in Miss Reed's vehicle, I have bumper to bumper. I certainly have all the parts around the rear bumper and tail light of her vehicle. And then of course I started additional work on top of that.
After you began your study, sir, did you have an opportunity to personally look at items that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did that include?
That included looking at Miss Reed's vehicle, looking at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, going to the scene of the incident. I ultimately purchased a 2021 LX 570, the exact year, make, and model of Miss Reed's vehicle, and conducted testing with that vehicle, as well as doing a whole bunch of research and compiling data for my report and slides.
You mentioned slides. When you went through your investigation analysis and ultimately led to whatever conclusions you have, did you provide and create a PowerPoint presentation that could assist you?
I did. I provided a PowerPoint presentation on January 30th.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you a binder. Would you kindly take a look at it?
Okay.
Sir, does that appear to be a copy of the PowerPoint presentation that you prepared for us today?
It appeared, right? 141 pages. Didn't look at every page, but it looks right.
Okay. All right, I asked to mark this for identification.
Okay.
MMM for identification.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Dr. Welcher use his PowerPoint presentation to walk us through some of the information he'd like to share today.
Okay. No objection, Mr. Lesson, right?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm looking at a paper version in front of me.
Okay. Is the paper version the same as what we're going to see up here?
It is.
Okay, then that's fine.
Thank you. And Dr. Welcher is going to manage the PowerPoint presentation. Sir, you mentioned that you wanted to look at the area and look at the scene. Your office is in California?
It is.
Why was it important to come all the way out to this area to see the scene firsthand?
Hold on a second.
I'll let you set up before I start asking you more questions.
We went through this, had it working perfectly. There we go.
Okay.
So that's me. No, that's my first slide. No.
I
Again,
have a couple questions for you, Dr. Welcher.
please.
The first is, your office is in California?
Oh, yes, sir.
Why was it important to come all the way out here and view the scene firsthand?
And you want to have as much information as possible. So I wanted to, physically look at all the things so I can actually see with my own hands, my own eyes, lay hands upon it, look at it as best I can. You try and inspect and look at as many things as you possibly can. Sometimes they don't exist anymore, sometimes they're gone, and you have to make a best approximation if you can't do that. In this case, I was able to look at the scene and both vehicles.
Was that an important part of your study, Doctor?
I think so. Again, it's always good if you're going to talk about what happened to the cars or what happened to the people to look at what happened to the cars, meaning to actually look at the cars, not just look at photographs when possible. So I have physically looked at the cars. For example, on the Lexus, I climbed in it, over it, underneath it. I downloaded data from it. I did a whole bunch of things looking at Miss Reed's Lexus to assist in my analysis to try and add some further objective data to what we're doing here. So same thing with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Looked at the rear bumper, took some pieces off the rear bumper to see what was behind the cover, to see what kind of damage we did or didn't have. So went to the scene, looked at the measurements of the curb, looked at where some of the lines are on the road because you can see them in some of the photographs. Again, it's always good when possible to inspect everything you can inspect.
If you could now begin and tell us how you started your investigation.
Sure. So on September 23rd, I had an opportunity to come out. Mr. Brandon, was the first time I ever met you on that day, I believe. And I had received material before that. And what you see here is, this is my inspection of Miss Reed's vehicle. In the upper left photograph, you'll see, oh, this doesn't work very well. Upper left photograph, that's Miss Reed's vehicle, that's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, the Chevy Traverse. And then what you see here is a laser scanner. You can see it on the ground here. Laser scanner is creating a 3D model of the vehicles. So I use that to create a 3D model of the vehicles. You can see me in the upper right photograph. That watch is this watch right here, my Garmin watch. And what I'm doing is looking at the construction composition of that right rear corner of the bumper. I'm looking at things such as the dimensions, where various lights and components are, and how does the geometry of that bumper relate to things that would be hit when backed into.
Dr. Welcher notes this is 9/23/94. Is that an accurate date of when you came and first started looking at the vehicles in the area?
You said 24, correct?
I did.
Is that 9/23/24? Correct. And then on the slide, what I tried to do is underline what I'm doing. So this is inspection of the Reed Lexus. And as noted, I'm only showing you a couple. I actually took 445 photographs.
Do you remember when you began this case? The month or the date?
No, it was obviously before this, I had material before I came out to look at the vehicles.
You think it was months before this?
I don't think it was months. No, it was maybe a month, if not less.
So you began your work in the fall of 2024?
Correct.
And I just want to ask you about the picture in the middle. You see the right taillight housing is missing. Did you
Correct.
understand that had been removed prior to you looking at the car?
It was, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. However, some of the evidence stickers, these white stickers here, were still on the vehicle.
You did not place those. Did you place those stickers on yourself?
I did not.
Were they there when you first saw the car?
Correct. They match what I'd seen in other photos.
Okay, thank you.
So just continuing on, so what you see is, again, I mentioned looking underneath the bumper. So we wanted to see what, if anything, was damaged on the corner. So I'm putting my hand to show where the frame rail ends. This is me looking up underneath to the back side of this taillight. If you can see, this red taillight actually sticks out. And so I'm checking the front here for damage. I'm checking the back for damage.
1 second, please. Okay, doctor, when you were looking for damage on the previous slide, did you find any damage to that lower right red taillight?
No, there was no damage to the taillight.
The middle picture is from the inside, looking at the inside of that taillight. Was there any damage to the inside of that taillight?
There was not.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So again, looked at the height of it. I mentioned this lower taillight. Notice how the structure of the bumper protrudes out. You can see one of the marks, which is consistent with the contact to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Here, this scratch mark or scuff mark. Notice how close it is to this light. Again, some of the evidence, stickers. Just a better view of those, then going down the side of the vehicle. So with all that information, I mentioned a laser scan. So you move this laser scanner, and each minute and 51 second scan is collecting about 50 million data points. And so you scan all the way around, and then what you do is you merge all that data together. So even though this looks like a poor photograph, what you're seeing is hundreds of millions of photographs, hundreds of millions of points. And so you literally can figure out, you know, if you wanted to know the distance from this lug nut to where the lighter is on the ashtray, you could probably do that to an accuracy of about 2 to 3 millimeters. So really, you know, taking tons and tons of data. So it knows the exact position of every one of these millions of data points, and it knows the color associated with those data points.
Why is that data imaging so important in accident reconstruction?
You want to have an accurate model of the car. So, I mean, you probably don't need literally that many points to get an accurate model, but that's just the nature of the way the science is going. Computers are getting better and faster. Scanners are getting faster. So you get an enormous amount of data when you use these scanners nowadays. So then, as indicated on the underline here, I did a CDR. That's a little different than what you heard me say before. CDR is crash data retrieval. So that's the hardware and software that you use to download or actually copy or take an image of, which means you're just taking an image off what's on the vehicle, the EDR, which is the event data recorder. So you use the crash data retrieval hardware to download the event data recorder, otherwise commonly known as the black box. So I downloaded the black box from this vehicle, and although you can hardly read it here, again, I mentioned there are two systems on this vehicle. This is the CDR system or EDR system. There's also the text stream. The EDR system, this system is primarily to manage the safety components, protect the occupants of the Lexus. So things like fire the airbag, fire what's called a pretensioner, keep track of the severity of the crash to decide whether we need to fire the airbag. So it's not really designed for pedestrian impacts. So when we downloaded this vehicle, we got what's called a none file. A none file simply means that there's no data there. The system's working properly, we had no fault codes, but for a car hitting a pedestrian to cause a file here, this is really more designed for car-to-car impacts, something that's going to have a significant impact on the occupant of the Lexus. And again, the Lexus is a 6,000-pound vehicle. Mr. O'Keefe's only 216 pounds. So it's not going to register from hitting a pedestrian.
Were you surprised that there was no information about a collision in the EDR?
No, exactly what I expected. Okay, I mentioned the second system. So as underlined up here, this is the tech stream. So this is from Toyota tech stream data. You can see the screens here. There's generally two types of files, what's called a vehicle control history and a PCS file. The PCS file is the, God, I forgot the name of it, the protection system. So I also looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Sorry, PCS is pre-collision system. Looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, same thing, took a series of photographs, laser scanned it, looked in it, underneath it, behind it. I mentioned taking some of the bumper parts off. So I took this rear cover off here to look at the damage behind the bumper cover. Most cars have what's referred to as a face bar. That's that piece of metal that you see here. And there's a piece of energy absorber here. That's your face bar. So I'm looking to see if there's any damage to that. There was no damage to that.
Before you go forward, I want you to take a couple steps back because I want to ask you some questions to explain tech stream data. Could you go back a couple slides, please?
Sure.
Okay. You mentioned that in the EDR, which is similar to a black box, there was no information found. And then you mentioned a different system, the tech stream. Can you make it clear for us how these systems are different and where they're stored on a motor vehicle?
Sure. I mean, a lot of data is stored in a similar location. The tech stream system was originally designed, according to Toyota, for maintenance issues. It seemed to come about around the same time Toyota was having problems with sudden accelerations or allegations of sudden accelerations. So the tech stream data or vehicle control history will give you information when there's, for example, excessive acceleration or rapid shifting of the vehicles or rapid steering of the steering wheel. So the statements are that that's designed to help the maintenance people, if you come in with a problem with your vehicle, to diagnose what that problem is. It has a lot of utility in accident reconstruction because if you jam on the brakes before a crash, frequently the tech stream data will record the crash.
You mentioned Toyota a number of times. Could you share with us the relationship between Toyota and Lexus?
Yeah. Sorry, in my mind, they're the same thing. Toyota and Lexus, obviously a little different, but Lexus is basically made by Toyota. So Toyota and Lexus has the Lexus safety system. Toyota has the Toyota safety systems, which you both read with the tech stream data.
The tech stream data, in this case, does it play an important role in your analysis?
I think so, yes.
The tech stream data, did you independently download that data yourself?
So I independently downloaded it, and then I also ran a test with Miss Reed's vehicle, and I created a new tech stream file so that I had a stamp in the ignition cycles of what the current ignition cycle was. So I did the sudden acceleration test of the vehicle.
On the Lexus or on the exemplar vehicle?
On her Lexus.
When you did the downloading, why did you do it yourself?
Again, you, whenever possible, want to be the one that does it, make sure it's done correctly, and be able to say, hey, how do I know that's from that vehicle? Well, I know because I was the one who did it. And so if I get it from someone else, then they frequently have to bring that person into court to say the other ones that did it, so then I can use it. So if I do it myself, it eliminates that problem, and then I have no concerns over where it's coming from. So then I know hey, I did it. This is the right car. This is the right program.
You left us at slide 10 when you were inspecting Mr. O'Keefe's car?
Correct. So again, simply a blue arrow indicating that I looked down behind all this stuff, took measurements of it, and then similarly, I have a 3D point cloud of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So part of the reason we're making these 3D point clouds, and we'll touch on this further, in addition to the scene, you can then basically put all these things back together in the computer. So instead of having to drive the cars to the scene, for example, or to Mr. O'Keefe's residence, you can take these computer models and additional data and put it back in the computer and reconstruct everything on the computer. So before we had the exact angle of impact, again, this is for looking at when Miss Reed contacted Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle backing out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage at One Meadows. I lined them up just to generally show the approximate location. A couple things, notice how, again, this lower portion of the Lexus bumper sticks out. Notice how the side of the Chevrolet slopes in as you get higher up. So this portion sticks out more than this portion. And this is where you would expect any contact damage to occur, assuming there was an impact. So again, looking at the measurements up the height of the vehicle, of course, as you indicated, Mr. Brandon, the taillight's gone. And then went to the scene. So same thing, went to the scene, took, again, 297 photographs of the scene, had our people scan it to create a computer model of the scene. So, literally, if you wanted to know the distance from this window to, say, some manhole cover on the road, we have the data to figure that out, down to a couple millimeters.
In addition to going to the scene and doing the digital mapping, you mentioned other review of materials. Did you have an opportunity to review dash cam footage from Canton Police Department police vehicles to see the general location of where Mr. O'Keefe was when first responders were assisting him?
Objection, Your Honor.
So that's just a yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the text stream download. So this is a screenshot from the text stream download. Keep in mind, this is kind of maintenance software. So we're looking at a number of things in the maintenance software. What we see is, and this is noted in the report too, that when the vehicle gets into the Canton Police Department after this event, you can see the mileage is 12,665 miles. So that shows up in Trooper Paul's report. It shows up in the photographs, and it shows up as matching the mileage in the text stream data, both at triggers 1164 and triggers 1167.
I'd ask you if you can enlarge the data on the right and break down what it actually means, the different columns and the... Is it possible for you to enlarge that?
My fingers are too fat.
Thank you.
Okay. So what you're looking at is what I called event 1162. If you see anything in blue on these charts, that's information that I added. I typically put my initial, JBW, Judson Blair Welcher, that's me. And so this is referred to as the key cycle trip. So key cycle is simply you turn it on, not necessarily turn the ignition on, turn it on, turn it off. That's one key cycle. So I labeled this one 1162-2 because there's also one that's on the same key cycle that I'm calling 1162-1. The system also records the mileage. So again, this is a maintenance system generally. So what you see is the T here is the trigger, and there's a point. So this time in the text stream data, you could think of it as like a stopwatch. It's when it starts when the car turns on and stops when the car turns off. And then if it sees a triggering event, a T, it records that information. So this is when the trigger happened. So that's 1,142.2 seconds. And so I've converted that to minutes and seconds because most people don't think in seconds. And so what it also does is once it sees a trigger, it's constantly circulating data through the computer. So when it says, okay, we have a trigger, it saves 5 seconds before the trigger and then 5 seconds after the trigger. So the trigger's in the middle and you have 5 seconds of data before and 5 seconds of data after.
I have a couple of questions for you,
Please.
Dr. Welcher. First, starting with the clock, the time in seconds on the left. You mentioned that begins when the car is turned on. What type of clock is that called?
It's just a continuous clock, meaning it's not a clock like a time clock. It's more like a stopwatch kind of clock.
Has it ever been referred to as a running clock?
It's the same thing. You start the stopwatch, it's running.
Based on the text stream data alone found in that one spot, can you tell from the data in the text stream alone what time the power was turned on?
No, not alone. It simply tells you how long it's been on. It doesn't necessarily immediately tie it back to a clock time. You need additional information.
And so this in and of itself, the text stream data doesn't give you a certain time on a clock, like 1 o'clock or 2:30, anything like that?
No, it simply tells you in this case when the trigger occurred, it's been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds.
You also mentioned that there's a 10-second window of information this captures, 5 seconds before the T and 5 seconds after the T, the triggering event?
Correct.
Your Honor. Sustained, ask it differently.
That window of 10 seconds, what happens if that doesn't capture the entire event? What if there's something before or after? What does the text stream data do?
So it depends on what the something is. So if there's another trigger, then it will record more data. So you can have 2 triggers that are recording things on the same time window as well, or very close to the same time window. So you need another trigger to keep it going. But in essence, what it does is when it sees a trigger, it saves that 10-second window and then just keeps monitoring things until it sees another trigger.
If the data captures a trigger, it has a 10-second window, and an event continues past that 10 seconds, so past the 5 seconds on either side, and there's no further trigger, do you get any other information from the text stream data?
No. For example, in the trigger event, and say 5 seconds later the vehicle's still moving, well, the data just ends. And it says it's going, 17 miles an hour, for example. It doesn't continue on. We just know that when the trigger ended, it was going 17 miles an hour.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so we have mileage recorded in this system. So what we're trying to do is use the available data to see if we can determine like what event this is, or is this the event, or is this something that could have occurred outside 34 Fairview on the evening of this event. And so one of the things we're utilizing is the mileage. Okay, so 12629 is at the end of event number 2 on the 1162 ignition cycle. When the vehicle ultimately comes into the impound yard, and this is actually before that, comes into the impound yard, it has 12,665 miles. That's a difference, did the math for you here, of 36 miles. Okay, let's consider where that could have come from. So we looked at the various paths and descriptions of where Miss Reed's Lexus was driven after leaving 34 Fairview on the night of this event, up until the point in time the vehicle ended up at the Canton Police Department. So we used Google Maps. We adjusted for the correct date and time of the year. And then what you'll also see is we adjusted for the correct time of day. So, although you can't really see that, let me see if I can blow it up. So you can see that's looking at the mileage and time. Again, really didn't use the time, just used the mileage on Saturday, January 29th at around 12 a.m. That, of course, does not take into account the weather.
And what are the addresses? It's hard to see on the top from where to where?
So this is from 34 Fairview to 1 Meadows Avenue, which is Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And there are other mileage that you have there?
Correct. So we basically ran through the entire path as we understood it. Again, we didn't have complete information. We didn't know the exact roads. We didn't know if turned around, stuff like that. So you're seeing the suggested available paths, and we end up with a range of data. So we go through all the paths, and you can see that this is what we end up at the bottom here, which is very hard to see. So the minimum suggested route is 36 miles, 36.1 technically. You have a range of 37.9 to 39.7, but again, that's right in the range of the 36 miles. So that's a data point that's starting to build our confidence in what is in the text stream data being related to our event.
This is all an effort to match whether or not the 1162 data is relevant to a particular event?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustain.
Let me ask it this way. Matching all the distances by miles, is this the only way you're trying to determine whether 1162 is the event in front of 34 Fairview Road?
No. So again, these things are all tools. You can't take necessarily one data point in a vacuum. You need to consider the totality of the data. Which is what I did. So we mentioned the continuous clock that was in there, or the running clock that was in the vehicle. So what you see over here.
Could you enlarge that for us, Doctor?
I am doing that right now. You can see we have the time, and again, I've converted it in blue to minutes and seconds. This is the first trigger on that key cycle. So on key cycle 1162, there was 2 separate events. The vehicle keeps a continuously running clock. So we're able to see the time each event occurred relative to when the vehicle was started and the difference between the 2 events. Okay. So at trigger event 1162-1, we know that the ignition has been on for between 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds. Or that's when the trigger is, sorry, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds. Again, the trigger has plus or minus. So that's from 10 minutes, 52.8, plus 10 seconds, which gets you to 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds. Or, as I wrote here, 10 seconds total. So again, the text stream data indicates at the time this event was written, the trigger occurred, again, at 10 minutes. You see we have the T, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds.
Dr. Welch, if I could ask you a couple of background questions. This block of time that you're reviewing that mentions two triggers, can you tell whether those triggers are immediately related or two separate events?
So you can tell they're separate events because there's a separate amount of time between them. There's about 8 minutes between the events. And so they're on the same ignition cycle, meaning the vehicle hasn't been turned off in between. And we have this continuously running clock that records when these things occurred. So it tells us when event 1 occurred, when event 2 occurred. We know it's on the same ignition cycle. So if we have some idea when the car was turned on, we can then tie that back to clock time or real world time. Okay. So lots going on here, right? A lot to digest. This is trigger event 1162.1. I was provided with data and a report from Mr. Burgess that indicated the infotainment system was turned on at 12:36. Zoom in for you folks. That corresponded to a GPS location that looked like it was outside the Waterfall Grill on Washington Street. So additional cell phone data that we had is that we knew there was a 3-point turn made when the Lexus passed Fairview on Cedar Crest, pulled into a driveway and made a 3-point turn. So what you see over here is GPS data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And with that information and knowing when the system turned on, we're able to now tie the text stream data to a real clock, meaning what time of day did that text stream trigger occur. So we're going from the running clock to a real world clock. So if you take when it was turned on from Mr. Burgess's report, you can see that the Lexus was turned on at 12:36. You add in the text stream information, you get it at 12:23:38. And now we have a cell phone data point at 1:54. So at the time my report was written and these slides back in January, that was all the information we had in terms of data point 154. That was the one that was closest in time to it. So we had since received additional information.
Dr. Welch, let me ask you a couple questions, and if you can zoom in a little, we might be able to see it a little better from here.
Where would you like it?
If we can start at the top when you explain in text. You told us that the text stream data does not have an actual clock, it has a running clock, like a stopwatch?
Correct.
And then you mentioned that after you received information from Mr. Burgess, you could put an actual time onto it. How do you do that?
Sustained.
You shared with us that the text stream data runs on a running clock.
Correct.
And then you received further information so that you could actually identify a time. Where did you receive that information from?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to allow that.
That was from Mr. Burgess's report.
And do you know where that information came from?
That came off the SD card, I believe, in the infotainment system.
Do you know when Mr. Burgess found the SD card on the infotainment system?
No, I'd have to go back to his report. but it was in it, this information was in his original report.
Based on the SD card information about when the car was turned on and off, how do you match that with the text stream data to get a time?
So when the car is turned on, that's approximately when the running clock starts in it. There may be as much as a 3-second delay in it, but that's approximately when the clock turns on. So this shows us when the stopwatch was started for the text stream data. So knowing that infotainment system has date and timestamps on it, so that ties it to a real world clock from GPS information. And so now we can, when that infotainment system turned on, it's very close in time to when the text stream data started recording data. That allows us to tie the two together.
The times that you're showing on this slide, does that relate to the first or second event on the text stream data, the first or second triggering event?
The first event.
Do you characterize the first event in any way?
I call it the 3-point turn.
In addition to the data you analyzed, was there any other information you saw that evidenced or supported that a 3-point turn occurred at the area depicted in your slide?
Right. We have a whole series of GPS data with heading angles, as well as a description that Ms. Reed gave in an interview.
The time that you have after you consider the SD card ignition on and the running time, what clock is that based on?
It's my understanding that's a clock in the infotainment system. And then we're ultimately trying to also tie it back to the clock on his cell phone.
Mr. O'Keefe's
cell phone, correct.
Do you have any understanding whether all devices have the exact same clock?
So it's my understanding they do not. In my discussions with Mr. Burgess, reading reports, that they can have, there can be as much as 30 seconds to a minute of variation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Have you ever heard the,
Strike, Your Honor, that answer.
Sure. Jurors disregard that answer.
have you ever heard the term variance before?
I have.
What do you understand that to be?
That means differences from the answer,
I'm sorry, differences from what?
from typically the correct answer. Like meaning that a given data point has variance in terms of how it's measured, when it's measured. So different measurement device can have a different variance around the actual true number.
You mentioned on the slide a time of 12:23:38.
Correct.
In O'Keefe's cell phone data, at point 154, approximately 12:23:58.
Correct.
Is there a difference between the clock on the Lexus text stream data and that of Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
There is.
When you developed the slide, did you have the benefit of more detailed information about data point 154?
I did not receive that until May 8th.
Did you later learn more information, more specific information?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to show an exhibit to Mr. Welcher that's already been admitted.
Okay.
It's 192A. Ms. Gilman, can we start with 192B? Dr. Welcher?
Yes, we'll call.
Dr. Welch, if you could take us back to slide 30. And so we understand you mentioned there are two triggering events. Is this the first one or the second one?
It's the first one.
Is that the one you've labeled the three-point turn?
Correct.
And where did that happen? What street?
Cedar Crest.
At this three-point turn triggering event, there is a time in red, 12:23:38?
Correct.
Where is that time taken from?
That's coming from the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe at .154.
Okay. And is there another time on there?
I mean, I do the math between those two.
Okay. Could you make that a little larger? Could you zoom in so we can
Sure.
see it better?
So there's an infotainment time of 12:12:36, I guess another time, to answer your question. Then we have,
The 12:12:36, what does that indicate? What's that relevant to?
that's when the text stream data basically turned on, plus or minus a little bit.
When you say the text stream, is that relative to when the car turned on?
Correct. Sorry.
Okay.
So when the car turned on, then we add the time for the trigger. So what we have is we have data in the text stream that shows the speed, the position, the steering of the vehicle on that trigger. And so we're trying to match the timing and the description of what the vehicle was doing with the text stream, the infotainment, and the cell phone data.
Is the data that you analyze regarding the speed, the direction, and the timing to determine whether this was consistent with a three-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. And if you can enlarge that, because it's hard to see back here.
Sure is. Okay, so again, we are looking at event 1162-1. The information in blue is speed. It comes out of the text stream in kilometers an hour, converted to miles per hour, feet per second, looked at the total distance traveled, shift position. So in the text stream data, a shift position of 1 indicates you're in drive. A shift position of 2 indicates you're in reverse.
There's no zeros. What would a zero indicate?
0 is usually neutral. And I believe 3 is park. So there's also data on the acceleration of the vehicle. So basically, what is the effect of whatever you're doing in terms of stepping on the gas or not stepping on the gas? And there's also information on the steering of the vehicle. So again, there's trigger 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. So over here, a positive number equals a leftward steer. So you can see we have in the forward velocity or forward motion in drive, goes forward with leftward steer, stops, shifts into reverse, and then continues with a rightward steer back.
Could you take us over to the left of that data? When you look at the number 1162-1 as an event, can a key cycle, or when a car is turned on, power ignition on until the point is turned off, whatever amount of time, can it have more than one triggering event?
Yes, it can have lots of triggering events. In this case, it has 2. On a key cycle 1164, there's 11. On 1167, there's 10.
If you could move a little bit to the right on this, is there something you can see on here that caused the triggering event, some of the data?
Yes. So if you look at the triggering, the indication of what this trigger was, what you see is accelerator opening ratio, which is basically, you can think of it as how much you're stepping on the gas pedal. And so if it exceeds, in this case, 30% quicken time after shipping into reverse, that tells the system, hey, we might need to start recording this data. So what you can see, it went into reverse, and then within a very short amount of time, the accelerated pedal went above that 30%. That's what caused the T or the trigger in the text stream data.
The row next to the 31.5, engine RPM data, can you explain to us what that is?
Sure, that's how many revolutions per minute the engine's turning.
The more gas, is it generally the higher the RPM?
Correct. There's going to be a little lag. Your car doesn't move instantaneously. You have to step on the gas, then the RPMs go up, and then it starts going faster.
If you could explain to us the total distance and distance travel columns, how do you read that?
Sure. So we know the speed at various times. We know from this data that there is, you can see half a second between each one of these timestamps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 data points at half a second. That's the 5 seconds of pre-crash data. So if you know you're going so many miles per hour, again, I converted it to feet per second. Feet per second, you're going so many feet per second for half a second, for example. You just multiply those two together and it tells you how far you went. So what I'm doing is looking at speed traveling during the interval, that's during this short time period, and then I add it all together here for total distance traveled.
You mentioned that when the data is captured, it's limited to 10 seconds. When we look at the top row of JBW vehicle speed MPH, it's 9.94. Is that 9.94 miles per hour?
It is.
Can we tell whether it was going faster or slower before this data?
We generally cannot. I mean, you might have some, it looks like it's slowing down. And then you see right here, this brake switch application. So you have two things relative to braking. You have the brake switch, which is simply whether the brake is on or off, just enough pressure to make the brake light come on. And then you have brake oil pressure, which gives you some idea of how much pressure is in the system, which is a rough indication for the braking. But then what you see here is the longitudinal acceleration or deceleration. This gives you some idea of how much the vehicle is speeding up or slowing down. So generally a minus sign is a slowing or accelerating in reverse.
And for the bottom of those columns, I'd ask you whether or not at the beginning of the window, if you had any other information, is it the same situation for the end of that window that's captured?
Correct. So at the end of this window, you can see it's still going about 8.7 miles an hour when the trigger stopped. So after that trigger plus 5 seconds, the system said we no longer need to monitor it. things have returned to an okay state, and so then it stops monitoring the system.
Based on your analysis and review and looking at this data, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or when this event occurred as it is portrayed in the data?
Yes, I did.
And could you share with the jury, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, when did this occur?
So this, you want time-wise or location or both?
Start with location, then time.
So it happened on Cedar Crest. It happened between cell phone data points 154 and 155. And it's a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. And it occurred, according to the text stream data, about 12 minutes, 23 seconds after the vehicle was turned on. So,
and do you have an understanding of the variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
yes,
And what is that variance time?
21 to 29 seconds.
And so the Lexus clock at 21:23:38, what time would that put Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Break. 10-minute break and then we'll go again.
Jurors, right this way. Please rise for the jury.
And Dr. Welch, you can just. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Hey, folks, sorry about that. I have trouble logging in online down there. I had to walk up by the courthouse. Hey, how are you?
No, it takes a 10-minute break.
So they're having a 10-minute break, as you can see. We just had to move our cars because park enforcement just showed up, so we all had to scramble. We all had to scramble to move all our cars up a spot, and Brandy left and all that. It's foolish, but we still got to do it. We're still taking up the same amount of spaces, but they make us move them still. The pollen's bad here right now. So, anyways, there's a lady from Ireland that's here that works for an Ireland newspaper. I forget what the name she said it was, but she just interviewed me. She's going to interview Scott McGinnis, and I just told Aiden about it. And she was talking about how big the case is over in Ireland. And we know that because we see them in the chats all the time. So Ireland is really representing right now for backing all this. It's unbelievable. So thank you, anyone that's in here from Ireland. There she is. There's come here over here. I'm online. I'm live streaming. Yeah, say hi to everybody.
Hello.
What is the newspaper now?
The Irish Independent.
The Irish Independence. I was just thanking them. I was telling them about you, like you're here. I told Aiden about you too. He's somewhere
Aiden's up there.
Okay, I told him to come and see you.
Yeah, so we are going to have a chat at some stage.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Good. We're so happy that we get all this support over there.
International media.
International media, I know. We just moved our car, so Scott McGinnis is available.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Okay. There you go. Did you? She said someone told her. I'm like, oh, Cheech, thank you. The quote in the newspaper, I said, I was blowing bubbles. She's like, oh, you're blowing bubbles. And I said, yeah, we don't burn cars. We blow bubbles here. And she's like, oh, can I quote that? I'm like, of course you can. What a rough movement we are when we're blowing bubbles. Actually, I got my bubbles right here, folks. Cheech is such a sweetie. Hold on a second. I got my bubbles. Bubbles make people happy. Honestly, it does. Anyways, I got the bubbles here. And they're just on the 10-minute break. And I ran down here because what's the name of her publication again? The Irish. Oh my God, now I forget already. The Irish Companion or Centennial? Oh shit, come on, someone in the chat must remember. Irish Independence. Good memory, Cheech. Yeah, Irish Independence. Hi. What a cutie. Irish Independent. Yeah. She was really nice. So someone from Ireland's going to have to send pictures to Resistant to Silence page once the publication's out. She took a picture of me blowing bubbles by the back of my car, Frank. Thank you. Yeah, so quite the morning. I always have to rewatch stuff once I'm down here because you don't catch everything because we're all chatting with people and everything and all that. We still haven't heard anything on the buffer zone. I just talked to Allison and they haven't heard anything. So we're still waiting on that. Is John DePietro up there? Oh, is he in the courtroom? I was just grinning like, oh, I should go over and talk to him. Anyways. Hey, Turtle. I'll never forget when I'm saying that. Bert, that's where I know him from. SB meetings. I was thinking that it was a friend of John. I've missed the whole chat because it's been off. I've been trying to charge it, but now my charger's down to 2 blinking lights. So, anyways. Oh, everybody's gathering food and lunch and stuff. What time is it? Hold on. 12:29. Oh, they get a 10-minute break, then they're going to end up on lunch anyways. Irish Independence. Hold on a second. Chris, it's Irish Independent or Independence? It's one of those. Amy. A nice Irish name. I didn't catch her last name, but yeah. It's on her press pass, but they're moving the police paddy wagon for Dedham too. But I don't know if this will stay online if I walk down to where I was in the buffer zone. More breaks than an 18-wheeler. I know. The court will be less time if they stopped all these foolish breaks, you know? Hi, Boston Brandy. She just left us. She took her TV and everything. She took her TV and ran. So we'll have to watch on this for now for the rest of the day. But it's gorgeous out here. Yeah, subscribe to Linda Kinney Baden and Michael Bryan. Justice Served TV. Great channel. I don't think they're down here though today. I didn't see them. I didn't walk towards the center though. What? Again? They're on a 10-minute break, but it's 12:29 now, so they're going to end up going to lunch. So I need a nice coffee. Make sure I got my money. I got my money. I want an iced coffee. No, I had a bagel earlier. Why, you're not eating it? I'll eat half of it. I'm not shy. It's delicious. It's toasted. Here. Oh, I love those kind of pickles. Thank you, Cheech. You're welcome, honey. Here. Thank you. You're welcome. All right. I'm going to sit in the shade and eat. Cheech just gave me half her sandwich. I'll wolf that down while I'm chatting with you guys. Don't mind me eating. I'm going to have to unplug this. Hold on. Okay. Next time we'll leave the TV with Scott. Scott's got a big speaker thing and he we got the glare going, of course. And I had the glare going on my phone. I love these chopped up pickles. When I used to go up as a kid to Maine, Hollis, Maine, my great aunt Teresa owned a store called Torrey Hill Store. The building's still there. It's been added onto. But she had a gas station there and she had penny candy and stuff. And as kids, we used to go up there and run the registers and stuff, in the summer. So anyways, but the store switched over hands and then we used to go up there and they used to make they called it an Italian sub. And it was, hi, Brandy.
Hi.
And it was,
Go ahead.
and the sub that we had was made with ham, cheese, black olives, and oil. And they called it an Italian.
The ham and cheese.
I figured out, like, oh, she's trying to eat, poor thing. Guys, so next time I'll just leave the TV with Scott. I feel bad. Scott's always freaking getting everything left with him.
I know.
If someone leaves a drink or a bag of food or a water bottle, here, Scott, take this. Here, Scott, take this. Poor thing. But I was gonna say I'll leave the TV, but I gotta ask him first next time.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, perfect.
But I don't know. I can't really see the chat because I'm driving. But hi guys, I miss y'all. And I didn't get to give Dylan like a giant hug. I wanted to give him like the most giant hug ever because I'm not gonna see him tomorrow.
Oh my God.
As hard as I could, and I didn't. So Dylan, you're lucky. You're lucky.
When we were moving the cars around, you guys pulled out and I went behind you and Scott was backing up and a woman whipped right into the spot where I was.
Nuh-uh.
I'm not even 2 seconds. She whipped right in.
Take a picture of that. Oh my God. So did you even get to move at all, or is your car still in the same? You did. Okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh guys, here I gotta go.
They're gonna go to lunch because
Hi, Robin. Hi,
the driver's here. Hold on.
Lovely. Yeah. Oh man. Oh, it's so much better down there when it's nice out. There's
I
not a lot
know.
of people there, so It's nice. It's good. More people coming out, you know. Plus, when school gets over, you know, if it's going
There's
on
our
till
favorite
June
driver.
13th. But
Nathan's in the back, and the favorite driver. We got all the dry cleaning of stuff.
aw.
And it looks like an air conditioner. Oh, no, it's a printer. They must have broke the printer down.
I honestly haven't even been able to see what's going on. Like, I was trying to listen to it, but
No, this is Brandy. No.
yeah. Has anyone talked to Erica? Is she in Florida right now?
They're back
I
in
hope-
session.
All right. Here we go.
Probably to say we're going to lunch.
Yeah, exactly.
Dr. Welcher, could you take us to slide 30? Could you zoom in a little bit on the right photograph and the text under the right? Okay. You were explaining to us the time relevance of 12:23:38. And could you tell us again, remind us, what is 12:23:38 referring to?
So 12:23:38 is syncing the text stream time to real world time. So we know how long the text stream is on. We know when the vehicle was turned on. So we're adding those two together. So if you add the 12:12:36 to, for example, 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds, for when the end of the trigger is, that gives you 12:23:38. So the end of the trigger in real world time, no longer in the running clock, is now 12:23:38.
Based on the infotainment clock?
Based on the infotainment clock.
And that's from the Lexus?
From the Lexus.
Sustained.
And where's that from?
The Lexus.
Thank you. The 12:23:58 number, what's the significance of that?
So that is Mr. Keefe's cell phone data at point 154. Again, from the original data we had just at 154 and 155 and not the in-between points. So.
And at the bottom in parentheses, explain to us what that means.
Sure. If you look at where the text stream math works out to be, 12:23:38.8, and compare that to 12:23:58, the difference between those two is 19.2 seconds.
The difference between which clocks?
Between what the text stream infotainment system would show compared to what point 154 on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone is.
And based on new data, do you now have information about what the variance, the difference is between the clock on the Lexus infotainment and the clock on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes.
And what is that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
It's, you need to advance the text stream clock 21 to 29 seconds.
You need to advance it 21 to 29 seconds for why? Why do you need to do that?
Because the cell phone is ahead 21 to 29 seconds.
After you advance the text stream ahead 21 to 29 seconds, can you then compare the information, the time that's coming from the infotainment system Lexus to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone from his iPhone?
Correct. That's what you need to have an apples to apples comparison. You need to get them on the same time clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You can proceed.
So I think we left off here. So that's 1162-1. So what we have is we have the cell phone data, the original cell phone data on the right-hand side. And then from that text stream data, you know, we have whether it's going forward, we have the speeds, and we have the steering angles. So from that information, we ran a simulation to show you what the text stream data means. This is what the 10 seconds the data is. Just the last data point we have. So what that text stream data shows is matching a 3-point turn on that Cedar Crest Street. So we have the vehicle motion, the timing data consistent with the interview statements about making a turn, 3-point turn.
Can you take us back to the data chart and show the 2 points that you just mentioned, the turning? Where's that reflected in the data?
Sure. So you can see
You have to enlarge that. I'm sorry, Doctor.
column N, that's the ship position. So that's looking, we start off going forward right here. And you can see at the start of the simulation, we're going about 9.94 miles an hour. And then as you start a 3-point turn, you generally start, in this case, if you're going to the left, with the left. So you can see we have this steering angle here, then the transmission. So again, we have the brake application. So you're coming in, but you're slowing down and you get down to a speed of approximately 0. 0, shift into reverse, back up, and then start to turn the other direction as you're backing up. So again, you want the rear to go to the right, you turn the steering wheel to the right, right is negative, and then as you start to pull around and pull forward, you turn back to correct for the steering, and so that's what this shows. So again, if you put it all into a simulation program, the speeds, the shifting, the distance, keep in mind we only have that 10-second window of data, and the steering angle for that Lexus, that's what it indicates.
Can you enlarge the photograph on the right with the data points and explain to us the significance of that?
Sure. So again, what we're trying to do is we have the infotainment, we have the text stream. We're now trying to see how that correlates to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. So we had originally very coarse data points, 154 and 155. There's additional data points between here. So we're looking at how well does our predicted time compare to those two. So with the cell phone correction, you end up with the text stream data at 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. So that's actually right in between these two data points. And so we know 154 was closest, but it's on the right-hand side of the road. 155 is when it's turned around and heading back in the southerly direction. So the cell phone data corroborates the text stream timing data in conjunction with the infotainment system data.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, so we talked about 1162-1. That's the first trigger on the text stream. So we're going to go to 1162-2. So I've highlighted that in yellow. So we're now talking about the second trigger. So this is on the same ignition cycle. It's on ignition cycle 1162. We have that same continuous running clock, but we've now synced it to real world clocks. So instead of the running clock, we now have some information on the real world clock. So at this time, we know the ignition has been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds. So at the trigger, 19 minutes and 2 seconds. And again, we have 5 seconds either side of that. So between 18 minutes, 57.6 seconds to 19 minutes, 7.5 seconds.
Could you enlarge that, please?
Which part?
That part where your arrow is. you were speaking about the clock. Could you explain that so the jury can see?
Sure. So again, this is continuous from when the time comes on. I just converted it to minutes and seconds here, so you can see how long it's been on. This is the mileage. These are the speeds over here. And this is some information on how far it traveled. Again, we have the plus minus on the steering. That gives us some information on the steering. Really, there's very little steering going on at this point. Slight leftward steer.
Dr. Welcher, did you determine how long after the first trigger, that 3-point turn, that this second trigger occurred?
Yes. The 3-point turn occurred about 8 minutes after.
You said the 3-point turn occurred
I'm
after?
sorry, this event, I misspoke. 11.2 occurred about 8 minutes after.
After the 3-point turn?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Can you walk us through this data?
Sure. Okay. So we have the accelerometer data here. I've highlighted a shift from drive to neutral to reverse.
I'm sorry,
Again-
you're going to need to zoom that in so we can see it.
Absolutely. We have information on the brake switch, brake oil pressure. We have the acceleration data here. And then from that information and using the acceleration data, calculating the speed at which it's backing up. The reason we have slightly different calculations here is we have some evidence that the wheel's slipping on the ground. So we need to use the accelerometer because the wheel speed is simply telling you the speed of the wheel. It's like if you're stationary burning rubber, the speedometer reads a certain speed, but you're not going anywhere. But the accelerometer tells you how much the vehicle's moving. So from all that information, we get information on how far the vehicle's traveled. We've done it in terms of total travel distance. We've done it relative to the start position.
I'm going to ask you to start on the columns on the left and take us through the information that you have regarding this second triggering event. So if you can scroll all the way to the left.
All the way to the left?
Yeah. Okay. So the first column regarding time, could you remind us again what that is?
So again, that's the continuous running clock.
And the second column in blue?
That's where I take that time and convert it to what we more commonly use, minutes and seconds.
And now we have a key cycle event different than the 3-point turn. What's the number?
So this is now 1162-2. So again, it's technically in the system the same key cycle. I've called it 1162-2.
And the red number next to it to the right?
That's the mileage. So it's actually at the same mileage as 1162-1. So we know, obviously, they're within the same mile.
If you can scroll over a couple of columns. From your data, can you tell during that event how far the Lexus traveled during that event?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So we have accelerometer data. We have velocity data or speed data back here. I've corrected what you see down here is acceleration is dropping. It means what's actually happened is the wheel's slipping. So what I've done is I've used the accelerometer's data to calculate the speed once the vehicle is put into reverse. And once we know the speed, again, feet per second, we know every data point is half a second. So speed times time tells you how far you moved. Feet per second, feet divided by seconds times seconds gives you feet. That's how far you went. So you get how far you went in each interval, then you get the total distance traveled. And so this is relative to the start. So 0 is the start. The vehicle goes forward about 34 feet. Then you can see it basically stops in this area here, then begins to back up and ends up backing a total of 53 back from where it originally started. So if you add 53 to 34, you get 87. So the total motion, 34 forward, 53 back, the Lexus moved 87 feet total.
Dr. Welcher, when you say the Lexus moved 83 feet total, is that according to the data, or is that the entirety of the movement of that Lexus?
No, that's just from when the data starts to when the data ends. So if you look at when the data starts, you can see that the vehicle is actually going 13.67 miles an hour. When the data stops, the vehicle is still going 23 miles an hour. And you can see,
I'm sorry.
you can still see that it's still at 74% throttle. So, you know, this is 3/4 of full throttle in reverse.
So to start with the distance traveled, if you can go to the top, we see that the speed is 13.67. Is that where the data gets picked up?
That's where the first data point is. Again, the trigger is here. This is 5 seconds before the trigger.
Are you able to tell how fast or slow the vehicle is traveling before that data point of 5 seconds before the trigger?
No.
And likewise, on the bottom, the speed. At the end of the 10-second data points at 23.61, can you tell whether or not that speed stayed the same, increased, or decreased?
I mean, considering you're at 74% throttle, it likely increased. How much, I don't know. And you can see that up here, she's on the brake. Down here, she's not on the brake. And so she's not on the brake and at 74% throttle.
And what is the percentage of throttle that has to be initiated to cause a triggering event?
For a shift into rear and a rapid throttle application, it's 30%.
If you look at the next column over, if you can go to the top heading for the jury to see, the engine RPM data, could you explain that?
Sure. Again, that's the engine RPMs. And so, as I mentioned, you have this jump in engine RPMs and a very dramatic jump in the reported speed of the vehicle. But when you look at the acceleration is actually dropping. So again, that's a telltale sign that the tire is spinning because the vehicle is not being accelerated. And so I've used the accelerometer data. Again, if you just, a process called integration, you integrate the accelerometer data, it will give you the velocity. So what I've done is, it's called piecewise integration to get the speed data that takes into account the tire slippage, and from there calculate the speed or the position at each interval going across the top here.
If I could stop you at your column that says JBW speed at each time step.
Yep.
If you go to the bottom, please. So does your data indicate that the speed is changing at the end of this 10-second event?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Is the speed changing at the end of this event?
Yes.
How so?
Well, again, you can see it's increased about 2.7 miles per hour. And again, we know from what I already stated that that last time step, you're still at 74% throttle and you have 0 brake application.
Is it possible from the data to tell how far the Lexus went forward before it went in reverse in total as far as feet?
Not in total, no. We just have this 10-second window. I can tell you what it did during this 10-second window.
Is it possible to tell how far it continued after the data?
No.
The shift position changes from 1 to 0 to 2. Can you again explain to us what that means?
Sure. 1 is drive, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. And then brake switch status, again, a 1 is you're on the brake pedal, enough to activate the brake lights. 0 is you're off the brake pedal.
Each one of those indicators, 1, 0, 2, how much time is for each of those?
0.5 seconds.
So can you tell how long the Lexus was in neutral for?
So again, it only occurs at one time step. And again, there's a little timing issue. Like we only have data every half second. You don't know exactly where in that time it was.
Okay, you can continue, Dr. Welcher.
Next slide or continue on this slide?
Unless there's something else you want to point out to the jury on this slide. You
No,
can
I'm
do the
good.
next.
So similarly, using this information to then try to tie it back to the cell phone data to make sure we have the real-time information. Again, this was written back in January before I got the additional information. So what you can see is, I'll zoom in. Again, we're now talking about trigger 1162.2. We know that that's 18 minutes that the vehicle has been on, 18 minutes, 57 seconds, 19 minutes, 2 seconds. This is the range. Again, the plus or minus 5 seconds. The 19 minutes, 2 seconds is when the trigger occurred. Infotainment system, adding those two together, 12:36, plus the 19:7.5 indicates the end of 1162-2 is at 12:31:43.
That 12:31:43, is it based on the Lexus clock from the infotainment system?
It is. It would need to be corrected to the O'Keefe cell phone data.
And when you reconcile that variance of 21.29 seconds, what is the time?
You end up with 12:32:04. So if you simply take this and add 21 seconds to it and add 29 seconds to it, so you get between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you reconcile the two clocks and you have that range of 12:32:04 to 12:32:14.
12:32:12.
I'm sorry, 12:32:12. Does that simply accommodate the window of data, but not before and after?
Correct. So, again, even on John's O'Keefe cell phone, even within his cell phone, there's somewhere between 21 to 29 seconds difference on his cell phone. So even that one piece of instrumentation has some variance to it. So we know it's between 21 to 29 seconds at this approximate time. So this is taking into account that variance.
So the only time window that you have is based on the data, and that's reflected in the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12?
Objection. Sustained.
Is there any other window you can accommodate with the data you have other than that 10-second window?
Yes.
What's that?
So I was given information about a final lock event on the phone.
Let's stick with this window if we can.
Okay.
Since you only have 10 seconds of data, is it possible from the Lexus clock data to have a larger window than this 10-second window?
No, the text stream will only give you a 10-second window,
Okay.
but it doesn't tell the whole story because the vehicle's still moving.
Understood. Okay, continue, please.
So I have this other event, a lock event, and the information I was given that at 12:32:09. And so we have the text stream data ending at somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12. which puts this number right in the middle of that, more or less.
Continue.
Is this a good place to take a luncheon break?
Certainly are.
Okay, so why don't we do that, George? So we'll take 45 minutes for lunch. And again, Dr. Wilson can just call.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
You are muted.
Get it ready. Or it's a sidebar. I don't know. Heard of sidebars. Oh, my glasses are filthy. 18-wheeler time. Yeah, I think they're sidebarring.
What was your name again?
Dina.
Dina, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. And like that's their driver right there. 45-minute lunch. They are on lunch.
Okay, cool.
It just came up here. I'm live streaming. So when this goes on, I'm live streaming for Resistant to Silence.
Oh, okay.
I'm here. Hold on a second, folks. Hi. I'm here. I'm on the edge. I'm waiting for them to walk out so you guys can see it. And these two right here, Rhode Island and Connecticut, Karen Reed supporters. So yeah, I'm going to switch this around so you guys can see when they walk out. Nathan's already out there. Estee's already out there.
Wait. Oh, you see it?
What?
Oh, I thought you said.
No, Nathan. We'll just wait, folks. I just woofed down a sandwich Cheech gave me. So. You hear them all cheering. Little warm on the bike, isn't it?
A little bit.
A little bit.
I'm gonna have to get one of those like spray bottle things.
Or an electric
There you go.
bike. Right?
I'm live streaming, just so you know.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Can I stand right up by your bike?
Yeah, just
We won't pass the bike. Yeah, here's Mr. and Mrs. Reed coming out right now. The girl with the long dark hair is one of the illegal aides that helped from one of the colleges, which 4 of them just graduated from college. Can you see? Hi, live streaming, just so you know. I don't want to be wiretapping you.
heads up.
There's Mrs. Reed. If you give a wave, sometimes they wave to you. They'll go into Nathan's car.
Let's see. Am I video?
I don't know.
I'm not in here.
We're not allowed to yell out. That's Nick Rocco and Alessi.
Yeah.
And he just graduated. That's Ethan. Evan just graduated from law school. Look. We're not allowed to yell out anything.
No, I wouldn't.
And they're off to lunch. You're welcome. Oh, it was great meeting you too. All right, sounds good. No, don't back up yet. The kids are there. And they're off to lunch, folks. All right, I got to cross the street. All right, I got to say hi to some of my friends here that I haven't seen in a while. You're welcome. Put you guys down for a minute.
What's on the cards today, Cynthia? I'm good. How was it? Oh my God, I'm excited. I'm waiting for hot dogs. I'm waiting for the steel cup. I know. I saw them at the stand up. I'm like so tired. I'm like, I wish I got a freaking hot dog. And everyone else. I know. I loved it.
Well, I should probably do that.
That's mine. Yeah. That camera's live. Celebrating Penny's birthday.
This is my new favorite. It's really good.
Yeah. I haven't. I had a little break right in Auburndale, but they're redoing it. I had a here to do it. Oh, where is it? Always waiting for you.
Yeah, so make this sound, it's actual thing. It's even on.
I believe that, but not from night. Monday, I couldn't have it. No, I don't. I keep on talking about how like. So. I'll stop at the stand up. So I will see you. I'll see you this week if anything. Hot dog. Hot dog. Sweet hot dog. Oh God, love you guys.
I'll be right there.
Get some water. Bye, guys.
Are you back?
No, I'm going. That'll be a good show. Good wet. Oh, they usually have good shows too. Oh, did a lot last year, but I didn't really know anybody, but I keep seeing that they have a lot of. I will. Call me for a concert anytime.
Bye. Good to see you. You have a great day. I want to see that hot dog machine.
Bye, Paul.
All right, let's head down to get some water. I'm thirsty. You got it? All right. All right. Let me put my glasses on. You got a little viewing of Karen and the team leaving to go to lunch. Got to head home soon. My daughter went home. Oh no, Cheryl with an S. You said earlier that they called. Hope she feels better. We moved our cars around. We had to do the 2 hour shuffle. So we did that. So we're good for now.
How you doing? How are you?
I'm thirsty. Cheryl, what's the matter with her?
So I guess I'm being.
Home for like 3 days.
Because I think you know, lies.
But she didn't take any medicine before she went to school, so the school nurse called, said she was dizzy, so I had her dad walk down and get her today.
I'm full of cheese. Thank you. Cheese just gave me half a sandwich, so I've had enough to last me a week.
Because when they have the.
Whoops.
It's over time.
Yeah. I hear my Glera.
Sometimes I need a minute.
Hi, my Glera.
But, you know, I do what I got to do.
I'm
And then,
telepathically sending him a hello.
you know,
Hello, Glera. Put the lotion on. What movie was that? Yeah.
oh, yeah, the ADHD is a whole other thing, man.
Hi, Dina. How is Sean? I don't know. I haven't talked to him. He texted me earlier today about some paperwork that is has all our names on it, but it ended up being paperwork from last year when 500 of us signed a order for Rendaza about the buffer zone, our First Amendment rights and stuff. So he was everybody thought it was now, and it has like all our names on it and stuff like that. So I did text with Tom earlier, but I don't know. I didn't see him today. I'm only down here on Tuesdays, folks. So
I see a shadow on the pavement. I don't see a shadow behind.
good. How are you?
Actually,
What's up?
got a light?
I do have a light. I'll give you a light. I'm live streaming, so
Oh, are you?
yeah. I won't put your face on the live stream.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not mean like that. Hi, how are you?
How's this case looking? I haven't been informed.
Well, hopefully she's gonna be set free, and we think it is because there's definitely.
Why they holding her?
Well, she's free of her charges.
Yeah, but she's out on bail, right?
Yeah, she's out on bail.
Yeah.
But this is her second trial.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, want me to light it for you?
Yeah,
Go ahead,
please.
put it in your mouth.
I'm just saying, I'm calling.
There you go. So they charged her with it. They tried her once. This is her second trial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the reason for the hundred? Was it 100?
They found her not guilty on charge 1 and 2, 1 and 3, but charge 2, they couldn't come to anything on it, really.
What was charge 2?
Oh, I forget what it is. You're making me think too early. So, anyways, this is the second trial. They did a mistrial where they should have just said, okay, the jury found her not guilty on 1 and 3, so those charges disappear, and they can appeal the second one and go back to court. But they didn't do that. Instead, they redid the whole entire trial over. So actually, it's like double jeopardy, which is
I've been incarcerated.
yeah.
I know how they do it.
Yeah, well, that's what we're all here fighting about is police procedures,
Yeah.
about getting charged with shit
You know,
that.
you know what it is? I've been incarcerated a lot, and after a while, you plead out the shit you didn't do because they threaten you.
Yeah.
They're like, if you don't plead out to this, we're gonna give you this amount of years.
Do you want to be on camera?
And it's like, you don't want to gamble. You know what I mean? And you take it, and then you don't realize that it's piling on your record.
Yeah.
And then if something else happens, they're like, hey, you got a big record.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So that's why we're putting our foot down. Enough is enough. We've had it. We're not going to do it anymore. We're fighting the good fight. And that's what we're all here for. It's not only Karen Reed, it's a girl named Sandra Birchmore, she was in the Explorer program for the police. You're really young and you go in to see how police stuff works. And the police officer groomed her and ended up getting her pregnant and
I
killed
heard
her.
about. And killed her?
Killed her.
And what happened to him?
So he's been charged with her murder. Right now they're sort of sitting on the case. Because it's the same players, the same cops in her case as it is in Karen's. And so they sort of keep on extending his thing because they're going to see what happens in this. So there's lots of bullshit.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that's why we're all out here. This is the second year of the trial. There was a trial before this. And we used to have hundreds of people up there, but they extended, see this buffer zone? The courts are trying to keep us away from protesting. And so they enacted a buffer zone. One of our friends just got arrested for wearing a shirt that says Norfolk County is full of criminals. And she got arrested last week. So that's what we're out here fighting about. Yeah. Yeah. So
A lot of these cops are all corrupt. You know what I mean?
there's a lot of there's corrupt cops, but there's good cops too.
Yeah, but a lot of them believe that like they're the law, so they can do what they want and treat you the way they want.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They treat you like shit when they pull you over. You know what I mean? They just treat you like shit. Fucking go!
That's the Galera on another stream. I'm live streaming on Resistant to Silence, and Galera is on the Galera. And he's covering the case too. He's from Tennessee.
All right.
He's a pretty cool dude if you want to follow someone on YouTube. He really is. So.
Ooh, that's guys going with.
Yeah. And we're also we're out here for Karen Reed. We're out here for Sandra Birchmore. And just recently, a guy that was in training at the Mass State Police unit was killed in a boxing match at the Mass State Police, and his name was Enrique Delgado Garcia. And still, we have no answers for him. And then we're also out here for a guy named Just En Route, who the cops shot 30 plus times after he was already on the ground. And
You know what I want to understand?
Turtle Boy we're out here for too.
When they shoot when they shoot somebody and they know they're dead, they handcuff them. Why?
I don't know. I don't know.
What threat is he?
Why
He's
shoot
dead.
someone 30 something times like Just En Route
Exactly.
when he was already down?
That's overkill.
It's over. It's definitely overkill. That's why we're out here for all of that. And did you ever hear of Turtle Boy?
No.
Turtle Boy exposed all this in the beginning.
No, I have. I have heard of Turtle
Yeah,
Boy.
Turtle Boy's
Yeah.
here today somewhere, but
Is
yeah.
he?
Yeah, he's somewhere. He was in court early as part of the journalist crew. He's a journalism. And we're out here fighting for him too. He's got 16 charges on him.
Does he?
Yeah. So we're out here. We try to educate the public on what we're doing out here and what's going on. You know.
Some people have it a bit more severe than me.
Yep. So
And they charged him just because he's speaking
he's got
his mind.
false charges. Some chick that we call her the fake victim filed false charges on him, and he's going through court right now. And then he's got charges for intimidating witnesses in the Karen Reed case, which he was just at journalism. He's asking them questions, but they didn't like it. Hi, how are you? Good. So, yeah, the sun is blazing. It's hot out here.
Yeah, it is.
It is hot out here. Are you done with court today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I paid freaking $85 to come here. Just be in there 5 minutes. $85 in an Uber.
Oh, God. Now, see, this buffer zone, if people come past this line and honk their horn, they get a ticket. And we can't wear some of our free Karen Reed shirt and gear stuff or free Turtle Boy because they'll arrest us if we cross this line right here where the buffer zone is.
Why? Isn't that in the Constitution?
Yeah.
Free speech?
Yep. And it doesn't
So how
matter.
can they do that?
They're stomping on. We're fighting it. We have 4 people in our movement that filed with an attorney called Mark Randazza. And Mark filed papers, and we're trying to get the buffer zone changed because they're stomping on.
As long as you're not threatening anyone or you know what I mean, doing any bodily harm.
You can't honk a horn past this sign. You risk getting a ticket. It's a $250 ticket.
But wearing a shirt?
And wearing a shirt will get you arrested. They just arrested one of our friends last week.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
That's going against freedom of speech.
Exactly. So we're fighting that.
That's. Oh.
Yeah. See your sign, corruption, lies, and overtime on your dime. There's all sorts of signs everywhere. Yep. So.
Because I can't. I walked up for this way, and I'm like, it's all the police presence for.
That's for us. They got the paddy wagon in case they arrest a whole bunch of us. They take us to Framingham State, Mass State Police barracks in Framingham. And you got to wait for the bailiff to come out.
That's
There's
ridiculous.
bicycle patrol out here. There's SWAT.
You're
there's
actually
everything.
gonna waste the fucking taxpayers' money on that.
Yep.
That's
Isn't it messed up? It's totally messed up, my friend. It's hot, folks.
You need anything at the store?
No, I'm good. It was a. We'll have to shake this way.
No.
All right. Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, we'll be here for about 3 weeks.
Listen.
So if you feel like spending $85 again on an Uber, come on back.
All right. All right. I will.
Take care.
Yeah.
Peace. All right, folks. It's all about enlightening people and trying to explain why we're down here. We're all human beings down here, and some people just don't even know what it's about. You know. So one more person in the movement. Oh, go take care of that little one of yours. Yeah. Is Danny on tonight?
I have no idea. Ask him.
Is he in the chat? Danny, where are you? Danny. Come on, type something, Danny. It's bad enough I say your name 3 times and you don't just magically appear here. The least you can do is be in the chat. Danny.
He was, anyways.
I just did. Oh, there he is.
There he is.
He's here. Are you on tonight?
Yeah, we could all be down here.
Hold on.
We're allowed to hear.
Here, I'm here. What's that, love?
You got shirts? I'll wear a shirt. I'll walk all around.
I don't have any extra shirts right now because we don't carry merch.
Okay.
I honestly don't. Otherwise, I would.
Okay.
We sort of make them all ourselves, or we buy them from some of the people online, but we don't have a merch. But thank you. I appreciate it, my friend.
I'll see you next week.
All right. I'll see you next week. Danny, are you on tonight? That's a yes or a no.
That's gotta be the biggest. Like, I can handle pain. I wouldn't be down here if I didn't handle some pain.
Oh, there's Brennan again.
It's the inconvenience.
Can I be on Resistance and Blair is in the background?
Having a hurt.
I don't know if it's a streaming thing.
It's my type of lifestyle.
No idea.
I don't need that.
Unless copyright strikes you.
I know that. I
Yeah,
don't
he
want
wouldn't
that.
do that.
I don't think he would do that to us. There's Hank Brennan. Hold on, folks.
I could turn it down.
No, that's all right. He gets a police escort when he goes in and out. That's like Hank Brennan and his twin. She's like, he might.
People have been like, behind that.
I didn't know he was behind me, right? Hold on, I'll tell the story. So I go down for coffee. I didn't realize they were getting out. So I'm standing at the register and the girls are going, Dina. And I'm like, what? And they're like, and then I turned my head and he's right here, Hank Brennan. And I looked at him and he looked at me and he said, good morning. And I said, oh, good morning, Mr. Brennan. And then I was like, should I buy his breakfast? And then I'm like, no, I'm not going to buy it. So then I come out of the coffee store and I go to the little light there to press the button across. And next thing I know, he's standing right next to me again. And I went, hello, Mr. Brandon. And he goes, you can call me Hank. And I said, oh, you can call me Dina. And then the bicycle cop was right there, which they know I'm not going to do anything. So they were fine. So I said, well, when the light turns, I'll just stay back so you can cross with them because they walk them. And he goes, no, you can walk with me. And I said, oh, no, that'll start all sorts of rumors on the internet. So I'll stay back. So the cop goes, I'll let you, I'll cross you both. And I said, I'll just go to the other side. So the cop went out in the middle, but I wish I had my Hank harmonica with me. I would have played him a tune.
Sometimes they'll get up and run away, but they're already.
Not sure what time work got rained out. All right. Well, someone shoot me a text if you are online. I'll pop on if it's early enough.
No, he doesn't. That's good. Yeah, I think so.
Hi. How are you? Good. Nice sign. Let me
Thank you. I
get a
love it. It's like
picture
little
of it.
bird.
Hold on. Let me turn this around. Come on. Turn around. There you go. There you go, folks. A nice new sign.
Absolutely.
Beautiful. We're all paying. Every taxpayer is paying.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, like who paid for this guy to buy a Lexus?
Reddington was just hanging out up there.
Oh, you know what?
State.
I know.
What did he do? This Aperture company bought a 2021 Lexus. What did he do with the car afterwards?
Crazy.
Who's the sales guy?
Definitely be early today. Okay. I see that message.
I like the attorney.
All right.
No.
Standing in the shade, it's warm.
Yeah, the lawyer, you know.
We don't need those 90 degree days again. Yeah, it was hot. I do have bubbles though.
Let's listen.
You know what was interesting? Really, where are you?
The first trial. My battery's getting low and my charge is already low too. This drains a whole bunch off your battery really damn quick. Oh, let me fix my thing so I can blow bubbles without having to hold the whole thing. There we go.
Hi, you here all day, Dina?
Yeah.
I may come back. I gotta go log my niece onto school. Make sure she gets on to it.
Okay.
If I don't do it,
Well, give me a hug. Goodbye. Good to see you.
oh,
Any shows at Fenway?
who's coming here for Thursday?
Oh, they were just talking about it. Jelly roll. Oh no, that's Gillette.
Shakira's Thursday.
Shakira?
And, who's Friday? The country western guy.
Luke Combs.
Um,
Jamie Johnson.
I just did a concert at MGM the other night.
Yeah.
All kids. All kids.
Did they drive you crazy?
They're all drunk, underage. I had to throw them out.
I don't know if I have the extra battery with me. I thought I charged this one. Hi. I thought I charged this one enough, but let me see what my battery's on. Oh, I'm at 45. I'm good for a little bit.
Kid friend Fenway had a fake ID. He got thrown out. And before it got thrown out, he said, I'm really from Canton. I know Brian Albert. She said,
Then you really
to Paul gone.
gone. That was the worst thing he ever said.
I went to the courthouse twice.
Dennis says we follow them all.
We have no idea what they not released any
She is
information.
telling someone to search how
I
long,
gotta run to
how long to die in the cold.
So
The lady said it wrong.
Okay, I wish you would shut up. No.
Oh,
What I
nice.
find interesting about this is I don't see how she's going to be.
We
able to
got
do
two
that
people
because
down here,
not
the
only was she
Rhode
there,
Island and Connecticut
this is
girls,
how
and they just subbed up to
genius this
resistant to
person is.
silence.
Because
Are you on the chat right now?
Oh, I was.
took a recording.
So everybody
of
say
the
hi,
TV
Connecticut, hi, Rhode Island. And you're saying hi to two new people that just joined.
Secondhand recording. It's not even direct. The sound. It's a secondhand recording. All the secondhand recording because it's what you hear.
They're saying hi.
From the first trial. So it's already muffled. I remember streaming this the first trial and going, "Oh, I can't even understand what's going on here because we're hearing a second."
They're saying hi, Connecticut and Rhode Island.
It's muffled. There's nothing we can really do about it.
Yep.
And I keep explaining to my audience.
They were more lackadaisy, the police, to get up close so that Rhode Island and Connecticut could take a picture of Karen and them. So.
Basically, we're hearing a live feed of a recording in a room coming through a speaker. There's no way that's going to sound great. The only chance you would have is if you're wearing headphones or earbuds.
I don't know if I can get in trouble for hearing Clara. Let me see. I'll try texting them off.
None of that is true. None of that is sustainable.
No, I didn't. No, I did not hear that.
I'm gonna go for a quick walk. Yeah. Yeah. It's putting me to sleep. Yeah. I just saw him at the bagel shop.
That's- This idiot can do, it's like.
Once you left the bagel shop.
The
I'll be right back.
recording, which was out before the trial even.
Yeah, he goes there every single
I was
day.
the first one streamed. Someone found it, sent it to me.
And him and B, the whole team, they go to one of their offices down.
The one that you said was fake.
They were literally down the sassy past the gas station.
He's reading it. Hold on.
And it's like his office is like right across from the BMW post.
Oh, okay.
It's like in a little park, little
Office
area. And they go there every
What did you write?
day for lunch.
Yeah.
Top of the slot here on the ground. Thanks. Need over here.
Okay. Hold on a second here.
Stop talking until you answer my question. I don't want to get in trouble if you can hear him.
Because I'm going to humor this moron.
He didn't answer it.
I don't think it can be copyrighted because
I don't think so, but I don't want
it's
to.
not really musically there.
Yeah.
They only care if it's music.
Oh, poor Cheryl's stuck in the car. Cut your wheel and go forward a little bit.
On the car.
You are. But if you cut your wheel like this to pull out that way, because you can't back it up.
We should just right out.
Yeah. You did good. You did a good job.
Yeah, I didn't mean to be that close.
Cheryl's one of those people that can't freaking drive without hitting a curb. Damn, her husband will have to get a new tire.
What husband?
All right.
I'm single.
Oh, all right. So blame yourself then.
Yeah.
I hope she like.
There he is. He's right there. There he is. This is the second time someone pulled right in front of me. I'm like, what the hell?
They get these parking spots quickly. He's taking his sweet ass time walking over. You're gonna need new tires pretty soon. No, that's Cheryl is single. She's saying. Hold on a second. This Cheryl, she's single. I know, huh? Is that your car, sir?
Yeah, I'm just moving it now.
Oh, all right. No, she's on the curb. She's got to go straight forward. That's why.
Oh yeah, I'm leaving now.
Thank you. You're welcome. Curb rashes is right. Dan, okay, she looks good. You guys crack me up. I got to get more water. I had to slosh some water down, folks. I'm thirsty. Oh, it's probably cooler over there. Hold on, I'll go over with you too. We can't let her stand out alone. I gotta squirt some water so I can have a nice coffee after.
Was Rhode Island lady down here? Deb?
No, not Deb.
Okay.
Those two are one's from Connecticut, one's from Rhode Island.
I thought Rhode Island lady was. I texted her. I was like, "Where's she at?"
I should have defined that. It's probably 20 degrees cooler over here.
It's pretty nice.
Oh, it is nice.
More of a breeze over here, too.
All right. Thank you. Do you know when they broke for lunch? A little while ago. Probably like what? 15 minutes ago? Probably like 15 minutes ago.
It was pretty close to the normal 1 to 2 p.m. time.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't exactly noting what time they went, but right around there.
If you go back in the stream and backtrack, and you'll see where it says 45-minute break on the when it shows the fan, you'll be able to see exactly when it was. So, yeah, people might want to put their chairs over here. It's nice. Is Turtle Boy around? He must be at lunch right now. He was around at least.
He tried.
He tried
He
to
was
get
staying
in
with us. He tried to get into court as an alternate, but he's not even an alternate. So the 3 alternate seats were already taken, so Aiden couldn't get in.
But he said he's coming down each day. So, oh, thank you. Lunch was 35 minutes ago. So
He usually, even when he comes here, he usually leaves by 1. He doesn't stay.
He's got to get kids on and off the bus
Yeah.
and stuff like that. So, a lot of people have to leave. They have to get their kids. Oh, are we back in court? No, I didn't think so.
A
lot of
Claire is just filling dead time.
Yeah, no, but we're on this thing that just went over to the fan on this. So.
No, they're not even back yet.
Heading in for a stupid medical test, and I don't want to miss it. Oh, good luck, Lisa. Good luck, Lisa. Did they drive up this way the last time they came back from lunch? Because they can't go up the street the one way anymore.
They did. They did the other day.
Yeah.
But that was kind of a new thing.
Yeah, because the police aren't letting them come up the one way anymore to drop them off, so they got to come by this way. Oh, today would have been a good beach. Uh-oh, this person's going to be in big freaking trouble with the flag. Look at this. I wonder if he'll get pulled over. That's a police flag. Let's see if they pull him over.
Of course not. It's a thin blue line.
No, but you're not even supposed to have that.
No, but because it's supportive of them, they won't do it.
I don't know. They might.
I don't have a lot of faith.
I don't want to see him pulled over, but I'd be shocked if they don't.
I bet they won't, because that's a specifically police line. Better be going. Happen rules.
Wow. Well, they didn't. Thank God for him, but still, that's sort of like, okay, you can do.
Zone, right?
Yeah, that's the buffer zone.
But I guarantee you, if you're pro police in the buffer zone, they're not going to.
Huh. No, he made it through.
I'm jaded. That's my opinion. No, they won't.
If you know nothing about this trial of the buffer zone and you happen to be driving down High Street,
right?
How the hell would you even know?
That's true.
And how could they enforce it?
It doesn't. But I read that police report they did on Erica. That was unbelievable to me.
I haven't even read it yet.
I mean, they're documenting hugs. Holy shit. Like,
Are they really documenting hugs?
Hugs.
Oh,
Been
my God.
observed hugging so-and-so. Unbelievable. In the official, I think the official police report was longer than the one on John O'Keefe's death.
Oh, my God. I haven't even read Erica's report yet.
And that's just like a single cooperative arrest.
Oh, my God.
I'm not kidding. They're
God forbid you hug anybody.
Exactly.
They'd have to arrest the entire free Karen Reed movement for hugs.
For hugs.
I said.
I'll be in jail for life because I fucking hug everybody.
That's what I told my husband. They probably have me marked down as a hug slut. If I get that,
I know. I do too.
But they seriously put that in their police report. She's hugging.
I can't. I have to look at the police report.
Make it up.
Where was the police report?
On Turtle Club.
On Turtle Club?
Went by it page by page.
Oh my God. Can you imagine fucking hugging? See, I haven't caught up on everything.
And they called her like an outlier, like just a lot of like opinion and zero facts. Like
All I got to say, folks, is if they're marking down hugs, I'm going to jail for life because I have been hugging people down here all the time. And actually, I hug Murph. Murph comes down. I've hugged Murph, which is a Mass State police officer. Scott McGinnis is getting the electric chair because he kissed my neck.
Dinner and cake? Is that a life sentence?
That's a life sentence, McGinnis. That's on there. That's sexual assault and everything else.
Don't stand next to the
Oh my God.
disgrace.
I'd like to know what my hug count is because I've been fucking hugging everybody down here for a long time.
I know. Yeah, that's what
2 years of it.
It's called being supportive.
So if you do 2 years, say we had 200 days of trial, we had 400 people a day for 10 weeks. So, all right, someone do the math. Someone pull out a calculator. I'll give you a second. Get your thing ready. All right. 10 times 5 is 50. Times 400 is what, 2,000? 2,000.
Just the fact that they have time to write that down.
Well, you know why? They are up in the freaking registry of deed buildings up on the second and third floor, and they got cameras up there, and people are watching us. Jesus, in this movement, I've probably given out 5,000 hugs. I'm just going to round it to 5,000. 5,000.
It's over.
20,000.
Yep. That shit in the buffer zone.
And now we're in the new court proceedings. And I mean, and then you got to add in Monday night dive bar when I'm hugging everybody too. I'm just going to go with 50,000. Seriously. Because that's crazy.
It is crazy. That's
What was the point? Like who she's associating?
Yes. And I mean, they took it that far. And then they said that sweatshirt has to do with Karen Reed because Turtle Boy posted it.
I am not going to stop hugging people. I don't give a shit. They can write all they want. I am not going to stop hugging people. The world is cruel enough. A hug is beautiful. I love hugs. And I don't hug the people that you can tell don't like being hugged, but I'm a hugger.
The Gestapo or the KGB would do.
Yeah.
This person's known to frequent with
Now,
enemies of the right.
In Massachusetts,
That she hugged the Reed family.
in Massachusetts, you can't quack up by the State House on Beacon Street. So now it's going to be like, okay, in Dedham, you can't hug people.
Yeah.
It'll be a fucking city ordinance. Are they trying to make it illegal to hug? I wouldn't be surprised. Bev Canoni might write that in the next buffer zone rule. No hugging.
It's unbelievable.
That's crazy to investigate that much shit.
Everybody out, just spend that much time writing it down. They didn't even spend that much time writing down the evidence in this case.
No kidding.
And they have all the time in the world on who's hugging.
Well, we definitely have files on us.
Yeah.
We definitely have files.
I agree with that.
With the FBI, I'm sure. And now when we travel, it's probably on the travel hit list to double search us when you fly out. And now when you go to jury duty, it'll probably say, are you ever involved in a protest? We got to check that box off.
No, they already have that question
Yeah.
for this trial.
Yeah.
They were trying to weed out any
My God. Hugging. Did you interview with the Irish lady, Amy? Okay, she's on her way. She's walking down the street. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Hugging. What the fuck is Massachusetts coming to?
Cigarette breaks.
Yeah.
And something they felt they need to write down.
No, like by saying that she's been known to hug the Karen Reed family. No, it drove in the other way, see?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But it doesn't even matter, like you said.
Watch my sign. Hold on, they're going back into court. I'm gonna go back down here. Yeah, and Erica's arrest, I guess they wrote down she was hugging the Reed family. There's Alessi, however you want to call him. Hi, I'm good. Keep it up. Keep up the hard work. Evan, congratulations. The movement's proud of you. Yes, he's our superhero. There you go, folks. Karen asked if we liked Alici's haircut. No, Erica had a family wedding, so she's away right now. I'm not sure what day she gets back. I'm sure it's soon. Um, Probably by the end of the week. Keep your head on a swivel for Hardman's not down here. Hardman's not down here. Um, I don't know. Maybe they gave him a breather with all the lawsuits and everything. Maybe they just told him to take a little breather. Karen looks fabulous. Yannetti looks good. I love Yannetti. Alici's just a freaking superhero, and we all know that. Oh, my sign.
Now, well, it's gonna blow away, so like.
Thank you. I wanted to catch them, so. Karen said, hey, do you like Bob's new haircut? Sidewalk.
I didn't see it.
I couldn't tell. He got it.
Yeah. The guy's almost 70 years old. He's got a head of hair on him.
He looks
And that's not
amazing.
fake hair. That's not a wig.
Yeah, you can tell it's his ring.
But someone posted, I think it was Microdots or somebody posted pictures of his high school picture, and he had like a freaking afro. I mean, he had a hunk of hair on him. So, oh, Mr. and Mrs. Reed just walked in. Watch the buffer zone.
So yeah, don't hug anyone.
Don't hug anyone and don't beep your horns because you're in Massachusetts and Norfolk County. We do not put up with hugging. Murder anyone you want. You know, steal cars anytime you want. Let the McAlberts do that, and but don't freaking be a Karen Reed supporter and hug anybody. God forbid. Go to jail for life. Apparently, the people in Norfolk County were never at Woodstock because that was all about freedom and love.
Well, there was more than hugging going on.
Well, there was more than hugging going on at Woodstock, but you get the gist of it.
It's outlawed, whatever it is.
You get the idea about it.
They didn't call it summer of love for nothing.
The summer of love. And yeah, Karen's one of the law students, Evan, graduated. 4 of them all did altogether. Evan was one of them. And apparently he was valedictorian of his law class. So there's some heavy hitters in there. Internal hugging. Who's saying, hey, my friends? Who's that? Hi, Angel baby. Careful, you pass the buffer zone. All right, hold on. I'm gonna put you guys down for a minute. Oh. There we go. Gonna hold the sign up for a while. Is that Clara making sounds of like somebody else? Is he impersonating somebody?
I don't know. It sounds like he's playing.
I hear a motorcycle. I hear a motorcycle in the distance. Here it comes, the roar of a motorcycle. Oh, I thought they were stopping somebody, but they just crossed someone. I'm like, oh, look. These are the beautiful signs that Jen Root had made. Who's Dina, Dina, Dina? Hold on. Someone say my name 3 times and I know it's not Danny. Mary B. Hey, girl. Dina, I see. The petty paralegal. Hey. What's going on? Hold on a second. Let me hit new comments. Hi, Pete. We're just standing out. Just holding signs, standing out. Karen and her team just got back from lunch, so they should be starting up soon. And then I'm going to go completely out and try charging my phone a little bit more. Oh, another motorcycle. Oh, did you guys see that? He went like this. He goes, oh. That motorcycle guy stuck his tongue out at me. Oh, it's a beautiful day to be on a bike, honestly. It really is. I wish I had one right now. Just being a warrior, that's what it's about. I don't get to come down here um all week long because of work. So I Tuesday I make the most of it of being down here and doing whatever. I give them all a break from live streaming and everything. Oh, thank you. I hear another motorcycle. Oh no, it's the same guy. Um my love for turquoise. If you've ever watched this channel when I talk about my uncle David who rode motorcycles and built them and stuff, my love of turquoise came from him. He wore turquoise all the time. It's called a cuff. Yeah, it's solid silver. That's all silver. Yep. He's coming back to pick you up. I'd love a motorcycle ride right now, but no motorcycle ride is free. He's going somewhere. His whole bike's packed up. That's a nice car. It is warm out though. It's a beautiful day. Beautiful. Ass, gas, or grass. You know it, Danny, Danny, Danny. No motorcycle rides free. One time here last year. I've always, bye, good to see you. Bye, nice to meet you. Take care. I know, but it's good to see you again. So last year, when we were up at the church buffer zone, true crime, social true, a motorcycle guy was stopped. You know, the lights had turned red, and they were stopped like right in front of me. So I ran over to him, like, give me a ride. Okay, I don't know what happened. Sometimes the phones go out here. So last year at the buffer zone, the motorcycle was stopped because there was a red light. So I went running right over to him, and I'm like, give me a ride, give me a ride. And he's looking at me, he's like, darling, I can't. He's like, I can't give you a ride. And I'm like, come on. He didn't have a wedding ring on. I'm like, come on. And then I looked down and, hi, Ted. Um, I looked down and he was patched. He was a prospect. So you can't give somebody a ride when you're in that prospect phase. So I didn't get a ride. So I tried to get one. He's like, I would if I could, darling, but I can't. Yeah, that was Ted Daniel. So, all right, let me hold my sign up. Thank you. See, some people are scared to honk their horns because we're right at the edge of the buffer zone. Living the edge, you might say. It's no strings attached rides. Maybe he's patched in by now and he'll come back and give me a ride. Living on the edge. You guys are quoting Aerosmith songs, man. Well, it's time to blow some bubbles. Bubble. Ah, pussy. I'm live streaming. Oh, the baby's over there. I'll come up after when they stop back up. I'll come up and see the baby. How are you? That's a baby. What else is nice to the baby? Oh, your ass is on. Your ass is on. There it is. Yeah, I'm up there under the shade, under the tree with the baby. Yeah, it's warm. I'll come up as soon as they stop back up. It's nice here in the city. I do. It takes a lot for me to get burned. I'm like dropping everything, people. I have to clear out of the beach by like 10:30 a.m. Oh. I'm gonna like the sun goes down. I'm always jealous of that, but I do enjoy it. I do like swim on and everything. I do. 5 bucks for going get my coffee and just relax out. So nice. It is. I go from like 6 a.m. I saw you on TV. On what? I was watching the trial. You were like over Renan's shoulder. And I was giving him the snake eye. I just recognized you. You're pretty good laugh. And I was like, that's Tina. I got all excited. It's like she's in there. I wanted to go in once too before the trial ended.
So wrap it up.
Uh, 3-4 weeks, I think it'll be done. It's not less than that. It's almost over, and Karen will be free. And hopefully they arrest the true murderers of Boston police officer John O'Keefe.
Absolutely. He deserves better than this fucking camp.
See, people, we protest. We don't burn cars. We blow bubbles.
And we're gonna take Aiden to trial starting June 9th.
I know.
I can't believe that, but I'm assuming that he's down with supporters.
Oh, yeah.
They'll be backing it. Yeah, I moved in. My husband went out of town to visit his mom, and I donated to Gary Rates Defense Fund, and I donated to all sorts of forbidden stuff. The husband's gonna come back like, how?
I looked at the chart.
What do you feel? They all be surprised, but he'll be. Hey, he's got to pick and choose his battle. Yeah, it's a holiday weekend. Yeah. It was a holiday weekend. I had a wine, and next thing I know, the first half of my
And I said,
Turtle Club. This don't tell them it's the Turtle Club's next month.
that might upset him a little bit.
Oh, and I ordered a sweatshirt. Yeah, you wanted a sweatshirt too. You two got kid, but come on, Sean.
My legs are sweating.
Get the word out. I asked if my work yet. I'm like, well, is it fighting for the First Amendment community time? Like, can I use those hours? I think so.
I know.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Ron. Dr. Welcher, when we left off, you had given us your opinion on this slide. Could we proceed to slide 35, please?
Slide 35?
I believe the next slide is 35.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when we look at this slide, I'm going to ask you to zoom in, and if we can start from left to right, and we can identify each category as you discuss it, and explain to us the importance of the columns.
So we already touched on this from left to right. The first column is the continuous running clock. Second column is where I converted it to minute and seconds. You can see we're on trigger 1162.2. This is the second trigger. The particular boxes that are highlighted are where there's change. For example, in the upper right, when you're transitioning from drive to neutral to reverse. And then I already discussed this a little bit, but where the wheel's slipping, you can see you have high acceleration pedal application, increase in the RPMs. But when you look at the effects on the vehicle, you can see that it's accelerating less. So that's indicative of slippage of the wheels. And then I simply show at the bottom the math I use to derive all that. So again, we touched on most of this. It's the same slide you saw before, just to show how corrected for the speed.
If you could zoom in for a second, I want to ask you a question about the RPM column.
RPM column, go ahead.
If you could zoom in.
Oops.
You see in the last line, the last piece of data captured, the RPMs changed from 3,200 to 3,300.
Correct.
And the accelerators is, if fair to say, is that depressed? What's the way you characterize that?
Sustained.
How would you characterize 74? What does that mean?
I mean, it's 3/4 of full throttle. It's 74% of full throttle.
If above it's 74.5, it drops to 73.5 and then back to 74, why is the RPM higher than above?
So there's, again, this data is referred to as being asynchronous. You're reporting it at particular times, but the computer's scanning the network for the data. So it's not all on exactly the same time step. Not only that, but there's frequently, oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
There frequently is a delay from when you step on the accelerator pedal to when that translates to increased RPM at the engine. It takes a little time to build it up or take it down.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So similar to what we did on the first one, basically what we did is we took all the text stream data that we had, which includes the shifting, the forward, the reverse, and the steering. Again, there was a tiny bit of leftward steer, and put that into a simulation program where we're simulating what the Lexus will do. So we've taken into account the mechanical characteristics, the steering response of the Lexus. So this is to show what it represents on the left-hand side. So each one of these little hash marks, a different color, represents 10 feet. The red lines show the extent of motion. Remember what I said, it initially pulled forward, then backed up, past its initial spot, and then went backwards further distance. So what this shows is where we simulated this in a program called HVE. So that's the vehicle, the Lexus pulling forward. And then it accelerated in reverse, past its initial starting position, and came to rest right there.
Doctor, when you say it came to rest there, do you
I'm
have
sorry.
data that the defendant's Lexus stopped there?
No, it did not come to rest. That I misspoke. That's where the text stream data ends. As you can see here, it's still going. It's still going approximately 23 miles an hour when that ends.
You'll have to zoom in on that so the jury can see what you're referring to. Please.
So again, as I mentioned, the text stream's taking a window of data. It doesn't take anything outside the window. You can see that when we account for the wheel slippage, that the vehicle at the time of the last data point, again, is at 74% throttle, 3,300 revolutions per minute, and is going backwards approximately 23.9 miles per hour. And you can see it's traveled a total distance backwards of 53 feet back from where it initially started, or if you consider where it pulled forward 34 feet and then backed up 53 feet, add those two together from the point it pulled all the way forward. So this is 10, 20, 35 forward. And then I'll go 10, 20, 30, 40, 53 back for a total of 87 feet. So from the maximum point I pulled forward to where it backed up, again, that was 34 feet forward, then a total of 53 back, total travel distance of 87 feet. So went all the way forward where it stopped, it then backed up 87 feet. And when the text stream data stopped, it's still moving. It's still moving about 23 miles an hour, and you're still at 74% throttle and 3,300 revolutions per minute on the tachometer, RPM gauge.
We could turn the light on for a moment. Dr. Welcher, in your analysis of the data and the information you acquired and the evidence that you relied upon, did you come to some conclusions and opinions regarding the defendant's Lexus that evening?
I did.
As part of that opinion, you mentioned that you considered mileage to map distances as one way of mapping the location of the vehicle. Do you remember that?
I do.
If you could provide us with slide believe it's slide 25. And could you widen the left-hand box a little bit? And you mentioned you measured or you ran information about distances between different routes?
Correct.
Specifically regarding Fairview to Meadows, the first box. Do you see that?
I do.
There are 3 different mileage numbers.
Yes.
And then there's streets to the left. Can you explain what's set out in that box?
Sure, that's basically 3 different routes you can go. Sherman Street, Pleasant Street, Washington, and Sherman Street.
When you considered the shortest route, 2.3 miles on Sherman Street, did you attempt to determine how long it would take to travel 2.3 miles, how fast the car would have to be moving or how slowly it would have to be moving to travel 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds?
Yes.
And what did you determine?
So to go 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds, you would need an average speed of 32.47 miles an hour.
What if you took the longest route, 2.8 miles, and you considered 2.8 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds? Did you make a determination?
I did.
Could you share that with the jury?
It's 39.5 miles per hour.
Is that what the average speed of the Lexus would need to be to travel that distance in that
Correct.
time? Now, turning to your study of these tech stream events, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, how many triggering events occurred? How many triggering events occurred in that ignition cycle 1162?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
In 1162, the tech stream recorded 2 triggering events.
And do you have an opinion as to the type of triggering event, the type of movement of the defendant's Lexus in those 2 triggering events?
I do.
Regarding the first triggering event, 1162-1, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, what type of event the first triggering event was?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
The actual trigger was excessive rearward acceleration. The event was during the course of a 3-point turn.
And do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the time between triggering event 1 and triggering event 2 in that cycle 1162?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the time between those 2 triggering events?
Approximately 8 minutes and 5 seconds.
And do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, as to the type and triggering event of the second event, 1162-2?
I do.
And could you share with the jury your opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the type of event to that second triggering event?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
It's, again, the trigger event itself was a transition into reverse and then high throttle application. It's a forward motion followed by a lengthy high-speed rear impact or rear motion.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike that portion of the answer.
Yes, I'm not going to highlight it.
I
So get the answer again.
Do you like me to ask the question again, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Lessie, yes, right? I'll strike the previous answer. Go ahead and ask the question again.
Okay. Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, as to the nature of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
Just for the record, Your Honor.
Yep.
Yes.
Could you share your opinion with the jury?
The triggering event was high throttle opening in a transition to reverse. It's a forward motion followed by a higher speed rear motion. And at the end of the trigger event, you're still at 74% throttle.
Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the entire distance captured in that 10-second window during the backing maneuver or 1162-2?
Do I have an opinion about it?
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about
Yes.
the entire distance that is captured in that 10-second window of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
So it obviously only captures what's going on during the trigger. It doesn't capture before or after the trigger.
Understood. Do you have an opinion as to just what is captured as far as the distance?
Yes,
And what is your opinion?
that it's 87 feet. So again, the initial forward motion is 34 feet, followed by it backing, crossing the initial point, and then backing up an additional 53 feet.
And finally, regarding this part of your analysis, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to whether the defendant's Lexus was decelerating, accelerating, or remaining the same at the end of that data captured at the triggering event 1162-2?
It was accelerating at 74% throttle.
In addition to your analysis of the text stream data, one final question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the relative time this backing maneuver occurred with the defendant's Lexus that you just spoke about?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
Sure, it matches the window of the cell phone data for Mr. O'Keefe that puts it in front of 34 Fairview. So the backing event occurred somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
So I now want to turn to a different part of your study of this case.
Okay.
At some point, did you try to determine whether there was an intervening event that could have caused damage to the defendant's right rear taillight separate from a collision at Fairview?
I did.
Objection, Your Honor. So the form of the question is to Brennan.
Okay. At some point, when you looked at the data and analyzed this case, did you consider including or excluding evidence, or did you analyze evidence to reach a conclusion, including or excluding whether there was an intervening event that caused damage to the defendant's Lexus right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
When you started your analysis, what information or claim or evidence did you become aware of that you want to analyze to include or exclude as the cause of that damage?
Sure. So my approach to this case is three prongs. I'm looking at the downloads, the technical information. I'm looking at this backing incident, and then I'm looking at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries and how they relate to the events, potentially. So the second prong, which is looking at this data. So I had a Ring doorbell video showing Miss Reed backing the Lexus out of Mr. O'Keefe's residence at approximately 5 o'clock in the morning. And so we wanted to look at the backing activity and whether that contacting Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, whether that was sufficient to cause, or what damage it could cause, and particularly was it sufficient to cause damage to the right rear tail light of the Lexus.
When you were asked to engage in the study, were you ever asked to reach a certain conclusion?
Never.
Was there ever any influence other than the data and facts on your analysis?
There's never been any influence. The influence, again, it's whatever the data shows.
When you engaged in whatever studies you undertook that you'll explain to the jury, were you given any direction or limitations on what you could or should do?
No.
When you received the information, did you understand, regardless of the result, it would be provided to everybody?
I guess generally, yes. I mean, I go through the data, I give you the results, you do with them whatever you see fit.
Okay. And in this case, when you decided to engage in that study, had you had an opportunity to review the Ring video footage from Mr. O'Keefe's home on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Tell us how you went through your study, how you began and the steps you took, please.
Sure. Probably be best on the slides. So one of the things we first did was to get an exemplar Lexus. What does exemplar mean? It just means I got the same exact year, make, and model vehicle as Miss Reed. So Miss Reed's vehicle is on the left-hand side, taken during my inspection. And then I found this exact same year, make, model, manufactured at the same plant, everything Lexus in Texas. So even though it looks like a European plate, it's a Texas plate. Purchased the vehicle, had it shipped out to California. So I verified that the Lexus is in fact the one I got, the same exact one as Miss Reed's. These are all the standard equipment. Miss Reed's is on the left. My exemplar is on the right. It says Reed Lexus TIS, that's Toyota Information Services, or Toyota Information System. So I ran it through TIS, which is the umbrella program under which TechStream runs. I also ran it through My Lexus, which is the Lexus website, and then started about doing what's referred to as a photogrammetric analysis of the video.
Can you explain to us what a photogrammetric, help me with the word, photogrammetry?
Photogrammetric. We're doing photogrammetry is a photogrammetric analysis.
What does that mean?
It's just a big fancy word to saying you're looking at data in photographs, and what we're trying to do is take two-dimensional images, say you get from video or photographs, and knowing some information about the photographs and some of the dimensions of things in the image, get or convert it to a three-dimensional space. In other words, be able to get exact three-dimensional measurements out of that two-dimensional image. So I had the video, just to show the provided video that I was given. So Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. I don't know if you noticed, but there actually is contact between the vehicles. So one of the first things we wanted to do is determine the frame rate, which is how many video frames are played per second. Your normal kind of video camera has about 30 frames per second. Your standard movie is 25 frames a second. You know, a modern IMAX is like 60 frames a second. The frame rate of the camera, how many images it shows per second, because video and films are just single images played really fast, so it looks like motion. And so determining the time between each frame tells you how much time occurred. So if we know the time between each frame, and then we can figure out how far the vehicle moved, distance divided by time is speed. So we put it through a couple different programs. This is called AMP5. We got 19 frames a second. This is a specific forensic program called Axon Investigate, 19.8 frames a second. This is a publicly available program called FFMS. Same thing, 19.8 frames a second. Another program, Media Info, 19.8 frames a second. Anyways, 5 different sources, we're getting 19.8 frames a second. So then what we've done is add information now. So now that we know how many seconds each frame represents, we now put a clock back in to tie that into time. So it's the same exact video, except we have a frame counter now, and we have a time. So we have some information now on the time between each frame. So here's frame 0. This is frame 265. We're 13 seconds into it. Here's frame 305. Notice you see brake lights on the back wall here. Notice how they're not super red because you still have reverse lights on. Now they all go off. So the Lexus brake lights have been turned off at frame 353. 356. Lexus brake lights begin to come on. 357, they're back on. Lexus comes to a complete stop at frame 369. 384, the reverse lights turn off. So now look how red this is because we no longer have the white reverse lights in it. And you can see the Lexus starts to drive forward. So frame 825, this is after the Lexus has left the scene. But notice the tracks in the snow. So we have very definitive locations for the wheels of the Lexus. We lay over a grid on the various frames. So we then took the images and did what's called clarification, which is where you overlay images from multiple versions or multiple views of the same vehicle, and it helps sharpen the image, but it slightly dulls the color. So you get a little cleaner, crisper image. So here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before clarification, after clarification.
Excuse me, Your Honor, pardon my interruption. Could we get numbers of the slides as we're toggling back and forth? Sure.
Absolutely. Okay, I'll make an effort. So slide 76. You're welcome. Going to slide 77. We're going to focus in on this area here. So what we will actually show is where the snow was displaced in these two spots, spots right across from here and right across from here. If you could focus your attention on those. Slide 77. So slide 78. To bring us all together, we went out to Mr. O'Keefe's residence and took a scan, a laser scan. So you see the laser scanner over here. Laser scanner is right here. Fence hasn't changed position. The camera's changed a slight position. We can account for that. So here's the subject video. We have the correct resolution. There's a new camera. It's going slightly faster frame rate. That just means we have different times between frames on the new camera, but we're simply using it for calibration to the old camera. It's the same container for the MP4, and it's using the same video codec. A video codec is how the computer encodes the video.
Slide number, please.
Oh, yes, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 79. Slide 79, part 2. So really, we care most about is the resolution. So slide 80, you can see these are what are called control points. So from the laser scan, we locate these various points. So the 3D scanner knows the exact position of all these points on slide 80 in the image. And so what we can do is use this information in conjunction with the video to create a scaled version of the video. So when we have three-dimensional images or three-dimensional measurements, we can then use that to give us some three-dimensional information from our 2D video. So there's the points on slide 81. Slide 82, excuse me, slide 81, second part, we're basically just fading in. So what you see now, if I go back to the beginning of slide 81, this is the picture from the video camera. And then what you see here is, which is barely any difference, and that's because what we've done is we've now overlaid the points from the laser scan. So now each one of these little speckly points, we know the exact 3D coordinates of those. So we can now know the exact position of all these fence posts, all the positions on the driveway, and we can use that to calibrate. Going to slide 82. So using that information, it's called solving for the camera. We verify that we have appropriate residuals, meaning we don't have too much error. Slide 83. Okay, subject video. Then this is the subject video with the control points overlaid on it. That's the subject video where we're phasing in the laser scans of the scene, 84. So this is both on slide 84. I'm just toggling between the point cloud and the video. And what I'm trying to illustrate is how well we were able to overlay the point cloud onto the video data. So for example, if you say watch one of these fence post points up here while I toggle between the video there's the laser scan, there's the video. So we've done a good job. Again, the residuals show that we've done an adequate job of matching the data. Slide 85. So what I'm doing here is toggling between, this is the video of the car. And remember I told you I went out and I inspected Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and did a laser scan of it? So we're now taking that laser scan of the video, or excuse me, of the vehicle, and overlaying it onto the car in the video. So this is the video image. That's the laser scan laid on top of it. So we know all the dimensions in the laser scan. We know all the dimensions in the scene of this. We have the tire tracks. We can create and take data points along the tire tracks. Create a map of those. So green is the right rear. Again, the vehicle's backing out, coming, slide 87, coming out this direction, backing here, stopping, pulling. Pulling forward towards the bottom of the screen. Backing out here, pulling forward like here. Slide 88. So this is the Lexus lined up. This is when the Lexus has come to a complete stop. So this would be maximum engagement. Again, this is just toggling frame 88, showing that we have the time and the frame number. 369 on the same slide. We've now overlaid the Lexus laser scans on top of the image of the Lexus. So there's the video image, a still image that we took from the video. And here's where we overlay the laser scan of the Lexus. So we've overlaid the laser scan of the Lexus onto the Lexus. We've overlaid the laser scan of the Chevrolet onto the Chevrolet. And we've overlaid the laser scan of the scene onto the scene. So now what that allows us to do, we now know the position of everything in there. And we've also tracked the position of the tire tracks. So that's what it looks like if you overlay the computer model of Ms. Reed's vehicle onto the tire tracks.
Slide over, please.
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. Slide 89, and then I'm just toggling slide 89 where I turn the vehicle off so you can see how the tire positions match up. Another toggle of slide 89, how the tire positions line up with where the end of the snow was. From all that information, again, we lined it up in the video, we lined it up in the scene, we have the two vehicles. We can get the exact position of the vehicles when that Lexus stopped. So when that Lexus stopped, that's going to be the maximum engagement. So from that information, we can get the angle of the vehicle, we can get the degree of overlap, the impact configuration, and it's hard to see because of the angles and because these vehicles are not at right angles to each other. the exact contact. Now, I mentioned, and we're on slide 94 now, that contact on the rear of the Chevy Traverse. So you can see we actually, and you can't see, so we took a whole bunch of data points within those two areas where the snow got dislodged, and we're looking at where that is. So if you look at that on the vehicle, so this is where it is on the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet. You can see it's about 25 and a half inches above ground, 32 and a half inches above ground. Here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So these marks are kind of, this is the Chevy Traverse words, are approximately right here. Again, I had the opportunity to inspect Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. There's no damage where these marks are. So sure, it knocked the snow off, but it wasn't sufficient to cause damage to his vehicle. We then mapped that data onto Ms. Reed's vehicle to look at where that height is. So you can see the only contact marks are down at the bumper level. I mentioned how that bumper sticks out. This is exactly where you'd expect it. So the only evidence of contact is nowhere near the upper tail light. I emphasize the word upper tail light because it is right in line with the lower tail light, but yet the lower tail light also was not broken. So again, 25 and a half, that's 24 right here, 25 and a half. That's 24 right here, 25, 25 and a half. That's right where that scuff mark was. It's also right at, again, the level at the top of that light. This light is not broken. I've looked at the front of it, I've looked at the back of it, I've looked all around it. It's not broken, and it sticks out further than the light above it. So using those positions, matching the overlay of the vehicles, we can get the speeds from that. We know where the Lexus is. We know how much time it is between each frame. So we know how far it moved. And so what we know is that when it first came to a stop, right before that, it was going about 0.7 miles per hour. So realistically, somewhere between a half to 1 mile an hour, just to account for some variations, but definitely going 1 mile an hour or less at impact.
Slide number, please.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 99. That's the dimensions. Slide 102. Similar to what I said, no damage to that light, no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's Traverse in that area. And then if I could, I would like to go back because I realized I skipped over something. So this is slide 85. So this is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before contact. Huh. I don't know what happened this time. This slide shows that there was snow here, now there's no snow there.
Dr. Welcher, did you look on the driveway after the touching between the two cars, see if you could see anything on the snow at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
So referring to this slide, this is after the Lexus has pulled away. Looking in the snow, I see nothing in the snow.
Were you looking for anything in particular?
Of course I was. I was looking for taillight fragments.
In any of the videos that you have that show Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle after the defendant's Lexus touches it, do you ever see any remnants or shards or fragments of taillight on the ground?
I do not.
When you did your analysis and study, trying to include or exclude this touching as the source of damage to the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight, did you consider speed as part of that analysis?
I did. I considered speed, and then again, knowing we have the positions of the vehicle, we looked at the degree of overlap, and there's only about 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles, which is insufficient to cause the tail light that's recessed in from the edge on the right rear of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet.
Considering all the data and analysis that you did you come to a conclusion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, whether the right rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus was broken or damaged during the contact with Mr. O'Keefe's car at around 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
That impact did not break or crack that taillight.
Is that your opinion?
That's my opinion.
Is that to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
That's to a high degree of engineering certainty.
You mentioned there were 3 areas of study, and we've been through 2.
Correct.
Could you tell us what you focused on your 3rd area of study regarding this case?
So the 3rd area of study, I'm now focusing in on the injuries, the at-scene physical evidence, taillight fragments, broken glass, things of that nature.
Okay, and when you conducted your studies and reached conclusions, did you, in your PowerPoint, provide slides to help explain your process and inevitably your conclusions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you can take us through the 3rd section of your efforts regarding this case, specifically your efforts to identify the different pieces of evidence and your conclusions about a collision in this case.
Absolutely. Slide 104.
Please.
So this is a...
Is this 105, Dr. Welcher?
I'm sorry? 105, yes, sorry. Slide 105. This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, forearm, hand, and wrist. In anatomy, your arm is defined from your shoulder to your elbow, and then from your elbow to your wrist is your forearm, and then this is your hand. So technically, when you say arm, it really means from your elbow to your shoulder. Most people call this whole thing arm. It's actually the upper extremity. Arm is from shoulder to elbow, elbow to wrist is forearm and hand. So you can see I wrote arm and forearm. So arm, elbow to shoulder, elbow to wrist is forearm. So looking at the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, forearm, as well as his hand. So this is me. I'm actually 6 feet, half an inch tall. What you see in the upper right is the coroner's examination report for Mr. O'Keefe. He's 73 inches tall. That's 6 feet, 1 inch tall. At this time, I was 220 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe, at the time of this incident, was 216 pounds. So I took measurements of myself. I'm actually wearing the same make and size shoes as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand of jeans as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand and size shirt of Mr. O'Keefe. You see the Lexus in the background we have matched the height to the Lexus. What I'm showing here is both my height, and then keep in mind where the height of this wing is relative to my right eye. So now I'm wearing, in addition to the same shirt and shoes, same type of sweatshirt, and actually the same kind of baseball hat. We tried to determine the exact glass from the waterfall grill. Found out they were getting different ones at different times, but I ordered my glass from the same distributor that Waterfall Grill ordered their glasses from. So you can see in my right hand here, I have a glass. Here's a glass. It looks similar. It's from the same location. And then in the lower right photograph, what I've done is I've rolled up my sleeve, taken the sweatshirt off, and I'm going to look at how this contact pattern lines up. So the first set of slides, I'm simply standing next to the Lexus. We know we have a broken taillight. We know how scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'm seeing how those may or may not relate to the height and position of the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, if you could back up one slide, I have a question for you. In the middle photograph, at the top of the Lexus, there's like a rim. What do you call that?
I call it a wind wing. I mean, it could be a wing.
Okay, thank you.
Air dam would be another. Okay, so I then set about to do a little bit of testing with the Lexus. The first test you're going to see is me just walking backwards, or actually sideways, into the Lexus. What I've done is I've painted the Lexus right rear tail light with what's called grease paint, and sort of like paint, but it doesn't dry. And then I have backed up sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus with my arm out to see what the damage pattern looks like, or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm would contact the rear tail light. So then what you see is I've shown the photographs again. I show the paint transfer onto my arm. The yellow grease paint on my hand was to show where my hand would hit the taillight. And so just kind of me walking slowly sideways into it, the approximate location of the taillight, and I'll line it up with the broken taillight in a second, lines up with the approximate location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Dr. Welcher, let me ask you a question. When you're engaging in these demonstrations, are you attempting to try to show exactly how Mr. O'Keefe was struck?
No. So we don't know exactly how he was struck, and pedestrian impacts are extremely sensitive to exact angles. And so where exactly your foot is, whether your foot's off the ground, can have an effect on where you end up after that. We just don't have enough information in this case to determine all that information. We know the taillight was broken. We know the glass was broken. We know we have damage to the rear of the Lexus. We know we have lacerations in Mr. O'Keefe's arm. So I'm trying to see if there's any correlation between all those.
Well, can body posture on a clip or a side slight collision change the trajectory or the injury?
Of course.
Can the way somebody moves or reacts before impact change it?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
What are other things that can change the trajectory of the person and the injuries?
So for example, if you get hit and knocked off balance, or clipped and knocked off balance, you can take additional steps. That'll affect how far your body travels. If you have one foot on the ground versus the other foot on the ground, affects how the body rotates. If your arm is at 90 degrees or 85 degrees, will affect the kinematics. We attempted to model different possibilities, and we're getting results that were all over the map. Small changes in the pedestrian position give you huge change in the output. And so from the tech stream data, we don't know exactly when in the tech stream data he was hit, So we don't even know the exact impact speed. In most pedestrian reconstructions, you typically have a point where the impact occurred, like where the person was, like in the crosswalk, for example, and they get hit and their tire leaves a rubber scrub. That's called the area of impact or point of impact. You then can look at how far they were thrown and using some laws of physics, calculate how fast the car had to be going. Well, we don't have that in this case. We don't know exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was on the roadway when this happened. Sorry, I'm about to go to the next slide.
Without having an exact point of impact or an exact speed or an exact body position, are you able to specifically replicate the actual collision and the way Mr. O'Keefe's body would move?
Exactly replicate? No. And again, in terms of how he would move, again, we don't know where exactly on the roadway he started. So in terms of how he moved, that's a function of where he started. We don't know if when he was clipped, he took an additional step before falling backwards. So that will change how far you are off the roadway. So the impact, which you'll see in a second, even at 2 miles an hour, will induce rotation of the body. So depending on the speed, the higher the speed, the more rotation. So if I may, so slide 111, this is simply showing where I walk sideways, how this lines up with the location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Here's the post-contact scuffing on the taillight. Here's a picture of Miss Reed's vehicle on the right-hand side. So now I said, okay, that was me walking into the car. Let's have the car drive into me. I did this at very low speeds. And you'll see, and we'll throw this from 2 different angles. That's me showing I'm doing test 2. This is from a camera that we have pointing down at it. This is the speed. You'll see it's only about a 2 mile an hour impact. But even a 2 mile an hour impact redirects me back and causes me to rotate and take a step.
Yes. And what slide is this? I think I just can't see it. What slide is this?
114.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One moment, Dr. Welcher. When you were showing us this video, you walked to the side of the passenger side of the car, didn't you?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was discussing with them what to do.
You were discussing with who what to do?
The driver.
In no way were you trying to imitate or give a demonstration of what you believed Mr. O'Keefe's movements to be?
Oh, no. This speed's just 2 miles an hour. I was having a discussion with the driver about what we needed to do to conduct the test.
So when you walked up to the passenger side, it wasn't to replicate a study or a movement or give an opinion?
No, that walking
simply...
had nothing to do with this case except for me instructing the driver what to do.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sorry about that.
No apology necessary. Could you go back to the beginning when you were explaining this so we can go through it?
So this is the dynamic test 2. So again, this is the view from behind. Just to avoid the confusion, I will start it here.
What speed is the car traveling?
You can see it. About 2 miles an hour.
Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that is the objection that we spoke about.
Oh, okay. All right, so that's noted, Mr. Larson.
So similar to the other tests, this is the post-contact image of the transfers onto my arm. Actually, the yellow paint you can see from my hand is here. This is from the arm and forearm. Here's the paint transfer pattern.
And that slide number,
I'm
Dr.
sorry,
Welcher?
I'm terrible with that.
That's
Slide
okay.
116 now. That was 115.
Thank you.
Slide 116. What I've done is I've taken these yellow lines to show the extension of the components on the rear of the exemplar Lexus. Then I've done this extension of those same components on the rear of Miss Reed's Lexus and shown how the approximate location of the fractures in the taillight match up with the approximate location of the contact of the arm onto the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, do you have any indication of how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was bent, what angle it was bent at?
Not exactly, but for these to be taillight shard fragments, they would need to be in the area of the taillight. but it could be further up. We know from the police photographs that there was a damage to the rear body panel in the area I'm searching here. So it's possible his arm was a little higher up and the glass hit the rear of the Lexus and caused that damage.
In the bottom right,
Excuse me, Your Honor, objection and speculation.
I will strike that last part about the glass.
Thank you, Your Honor.
the purpose of the circle is for what, Dr. Welcher?
To show, in this case, primarily the location of the lacerations up on the arm, the upper part of the arm, and that they match up with the locations of at least the one remaining shard in the rear taillight of Ms. Reed's Lexus.
Looking at the picture of the Lexus, bottom right middle, are there any marks on the Lexus itself that you took note of?
Yes, it's on the next slide.
Thank you.
Actually, it's 2 slides. So there, again, this is the evidence marker. There was a horizontal scuff. We know Mr. O'Keefe had blue jean type pants on. There's a scuff in the area that would approximately correspond to hip level for Mr. O'Keefe.
And next slide, please.
Yes, ma'am, 118.
Thank you.
Did you describe what you saw on the bottom right-hand corner photo as well?
I believe, yes, I did. That's the scuff that lines up with the approximate height of Mr. O'Keefe's right hip. So then I included previous image that you've seen, slide 119, with the reconstructed photograph of the rear taillight, showing where some of the fragments are. You can see where those fragments are relative to the curvature of the taillight. They'd be in the area somewhat centered within the region of the 2 yellow lines on slide 119.
Is there anything about the photograph in the top right-hand corner that's important? If so, could you zoom in and show us?
So again, it's showing that this is when it's, I believe, in the Sally Port at the police station, showing that scuff on the right rear body panel.
Did you see any similar scuffs in the middle back of the car?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you see anything notable as far as damage to the middle back of this Lexus?
The middle?
Yes.
Like back where the doors are?
But with the middle of the back of the car, did you see any similar damage to the middle? or
There
the
were
left?
scuff marks that ran along the bumper.
Okay, continue, please.
So this is just showing his jacket he was wearing, that the puncture marks coincide to the marks on his arm. This is from the autopsy report. A couple things it notes: a 1/2 centimeter abrasion on his right lateral knee. He's got a laceration on his right eyelid. That corresponds to the height of that rear wind wing on the back of the Lexus.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Sustained.
Thank you.
How tall was Mr. O'Keefe?
73 inches tall, 6'1".
And how high was that wing from the ground on the back of the Lexus?
It was about it's about 5 feet 11 inches, maybe 5 feet 10 and a half.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you notice anything about Mr. O'Keefe's right knee?
I noticed there was a 1/2 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you note how high from his foot that bruise was on his knee?
We don't know the exact length of his knee. The abrasion appears to be right here at knee level. If you go back and look at where my knee is, that would be at the approximate level of the bumper.
And could you focus in on the bumper to show it relative to the height of your knee?
Sure. Oops. So my knee is approximately right here. This is where the bumper is. So the side of Mr. O'Keefe's knee will be in this general area.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm regarding its orientation relative to the broken taillight on the defendant's Lexus?
Yes, Your Honor, may I read my report, my opinion?
Okay.
The location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
After considering these three different subjects that we discussed, the tech stream data, analyzing the touching between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's car, and then your demonstrations regarding the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, did you consider further evidence in reaching any conclusions as an accident reconstructionist and a biomechanical engineer?
Yes, I did.
Could you turn us to slide 124, please?
So this is some of the location of the physical evidence. Red plastic, clear plastic. There, his point of rest was indicated to be 7 feet off the roadway. There was a sneaker that was found near the curb. There were various fragments of taillight found in the snow on the morning of the incident, as to the afternoon of the incident.
Could you zoom in on those photos so that we can see the dates?
The date?
Yes.
Oh, sure. So January 29th at 5:46 p.m. This one's at 5:52. One's at 5:59. This one down here is at 5:46. So there were various fragments of the taillight that were ultimately pieced back together and determined to be from Miss Reed's right rear taillight. Additional evidence was found. This is taken on the afternoon of the accident, again around 5:50 p.m.
Could you zoom in, please, for us?
Sure. So what you see here is was later identified as Mr. O'Keefe's right shoe.
And this slide number, Dr. Welcher?
Yes, ma'am. 127.
Could you show us the time and date, please?
January 29th at 5:50 p.m. So a series of photographs. Again, you can see on the right-hand photograph that this is the roadway, this is the curb. The grass will be up towards the top of the right image on slide 127. The shoe is found, up against, in the roadway, up against the edge of the curb. Baseball hat, again, acquired the same baseball hat. Baseball hat was also found in the snow. You can see.
I want you, before you move ahead, the baseball hat, could you give us a close-up view and also the date and time?
So that's where it's buried in the snow. These were taken on February 3rd. I'm not sure what time it was. There was also red liquid identified, I believe they indicated to be blood, in the snow as well.
And could you give it?
So I'm going to sustain that objection and strike the last part of
I
it. So we
understand.
don't need to come to sidebar, right?
Just describe the color of what you saw rather than what it was.
There was red coloration in the snow.
And could you give us that date if it's different than February 3rd?
I thought that was February 3rd as well.
Is there a date on the photograph to the left?
I don't see one.
Okay. Do you know if those photos were taken by the Canton Police Department?
Assisting.
Do you know when exactly those photos were taken?
I don't, except I have them dated as February 3rd. But I think that may just be the baseball hat photos.
Okay, can you continue?
Then we have photos of a broken glass. Surrounded by red marks in the snow.
Continue, please.
This, by the way, is the flagpole.
And that slide number, please, Dr.
Yes, ma'am, 129.
Thank you.
Slide 130.
Can you enlarge that and explain to us what that is?
Sure. So at the bottom, it indicates where it's from. So this was from a presentation I gave looking at pedestrian injury biomechanics back in 2005. And what it's showing is where what are the most common injuries in pedestrian impacts. So what it shows is head injuries are the most common injury in pedestrian impacts. So on the right-hand side, it's all injuries. You can see of all the individual study, the highest prevalence or highest or most common injury was head injuries. In those that sustained severe life-threatening injuries, again, the highest was also head injuries. So head injuries are very commonly associated with pedestrian impacts. This is anatomical drawings just to help you understand the anatomy. The middle section here is from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy report. The lower right diagram, the green line represents the fracture lines, predominantly here, at least in the base of the skull. So in the biomechanical and forensics just means the legal related scientific industry, there's something called hat brim line or hat line analysis. And what it is it's looking at where the hat line, you can imagine, is where the brim of a hat would be. And what it is, it's literature that's looking at where head injuries from falls commonly occur.
I move to strike that.
I'm going to strike. I'm going to strike.
Removed from the screen.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So that was slide 131.
No, that was 132. I
Oh,
moved it
sorry.
because you said to take it out of the screen.
Your Honor, one more request is to agree to not take that into consideration.
So jurors, when I strike something, that means don't pay any attention to
Thank you, Your Honor.
Continue, Dr. Welcher.
Your Honor, I need to go past that slide.
it. Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
This is the next slide.
Okay, if you can continue.
Sure. So I provided peer-reviewed scientific literature that looked at a metric where they were publishing research trying to delineate falls versus blows or assaults. And so this metric is in that scientific literature. They looked at a total of 400 different events, 235 falls, 165 assaults. And so you can see where it says mandible. So mandible is your lower jaw.
Can you enlarge that a little bit, please?
Your Honor, pardon the interruption. I'm moving to strike.
Yeah, let's take that slide down and I'm going to see you at sidebar, please. In open court, just talk to Dr. Welcher for a minute, okay?
Yes.
Is there any objection?
I have no objection. Are we on the transcript or not?
Yes, right?
Yes.
Okay, I made it.
I'm sorry.
Dr. Welcher, on the headings evidence, the Lexus and John O'Keefe.
Yes.
are following the next number of slides.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And they're going to be removed.
No talking, court still in session.
And we're going to remove the heading on each one of the slides. I don't want to repeat what it says. On each one of them, we're going to put it across. Thank you. And now, that's all I was going to do. And I'm going to now use this to see if there's anything else in the report to you. Thank you.
So it starts on page 124? Is that right, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Lessie?
I don't have the whole one in front of me.
Dr. Welcher, is that where it starts?
That appears to be, Your Honor, yes. 124.
It starts at 123. I have to start.
I actually have 122 is already redacted, but I have it at 123 as well.
All right, I don't have it on 123.
123 was a blank slide.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have 123 as a blank slide.
Okay. So
So from
124.
Triple M, you do not have that. For 120.
Thank you.
Yep.
What 124 through 138, is that accurate, counsel? Chrissy, do you need a break? Do you need 5 minutes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So if you could do that for us,
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Dr. Welcher.
I'm doing it right now.
We can bring the jurors back.
Your Honor, if we could just, now I just want to look at the rest.
Okay.
2 minutes. And then
Sure.
Your Honor asks us to do that.
Sure.
Yeah, confer with Mr. Brennan on 1 point. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, I have to approach you. Thank you.
Not on the record, Chrissy.
Excuse me, Mr. Brennan. 1 right here.
It's fine.
Yeah. Your Honor, Mr. Brennan's giving me permission to confer with Dr. Welcher about.
Sure, and it won't be on the record, right?
Yes.
You want it on the record?
Do we need it on the record?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Welcher.
Yes, sir.
Please turn to slide 137. For that opportunity.
Yarn, you struck one slide. I'm sorry.
I didn't strike we struck it subject to going back once the heading's gone, right?
Correct. There may be, depending upon what's in the video, there may be more. That's why.
Right, but the ones, all right, so.
So I can go back and show them.
Yes.
I don't want to offend the court.
Okay. So are we starting on slide 132?
132, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Can I inquire if Dr. Welch's PowerPoint is ready on the screen?
It looks like it's up. Is it ready, Dr. Welcher?
You got me scared when you asked me that. I need to double check. Yes, I believe I redacted everything and we are on slide 132. Thank you. And by the way,
It appears that way to me, Mr. Lessie, from here.
the battery died on this.
Okay, thank you.
Or in charge of. I mean, I brought my own, fortunately, but actually, no, I can't find mine.
Oh, Ms. Gilman has one.
Oh, backup. All right.
Troy.
Equally bad. I think these laser pointers do not work on those monitors.
Yeah, we've had that trouble.
Please be seated, court is in session.
Dr. Welcher, if you could return to slide 132. Actually, 133, Dr. Welcher.
Is that me or? $132 or $133?
133, please. The next one after that.
So we did skip over 132.
We skipped over that one as well. Keep going. There we go. If you can enlarge that just a little bit for us.
Sure.
Now, you mentioned that there were studies that talked about guiding the difference between potential injuries.
Correct.
Can you explain that?
Sure. So I gave 3 papers and someone's dissertation on this issue. They were creating a analysis methodology to differentiate whether the nature and pattern of injuries are more consistent with a fall or more consistent with an assault, or they're calling it blows.
Okay, could you walk us through what this chart means?
Sure. So this is their flow chart in terms of their assessment. So it starts at the very top. You can see they analyze a total of 400 events, 235 falls, 165 blows or assaults. So what you do is you ask yourself on the first set of arrows, you look at the mandible, the jaw. And MRS, as you can see at the bottom down here, refers to a simple fracture or multiple fractures. A is no fracture. Mr. O'Keefe has no mandible fracture. So that means we go down this row. It then looks at all facial fractures. So these are the bones that constitute the face. So if you have a facial fracture, you go to your left. If you have no facial fracture, you go to the right. So if you have some event, no mandible fracture, no facial fracture, what they've indicated that is predominantly associated with falls and not assaults.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In addition, did you do any further study on the force of a person falling back and landing on their head?
Oops, I did.
Could you
So, what I did was I did what are called drop test. I took an anthropomorphic test device, ATD, which is just a fancy name for a crash test dummy, and dropped it backwards onto a hard surface to look at what happens if you were to, say, fall backwards and hit your head onto a hard surface. So on this particular photograph of Mr. O'Keefe in the upper left, there's noted to be abrasions above the fracture line in the area. You can't see that at all. You can see noted to be abrasions right here. Your Honor, I brought a hat. That was the one I used in my testing. May I put it on and demonstrate something?
Mr. Lessie,
If you would like a sidebar, or I can.
are you objecting?
I am objecting.
That's sustained. No, you can't put it on.
Okay. So I will show you the dummy test I did. Watch when the shoulders hit the ground, then the head hits the ground. It creates kind of an arc path that will drag and slide objects up the head. So if you have something such as a baseball hat, it'll cause it to drag across the scalp, dragging it up to a similar location to where these abrasions are. So here's the testing. Again, this is like the crash test dummies you see on television. This is myself. Me giving me similar instructions, telling them what we're going to do. I said, and watch. Shoulders come in, then the head contacts the ground. What you see is if you fall backwards and land on a very hard surface or hard surface, you'll get extremely high loads on the head. If you compare that to data in the science.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Enlarge that, please explain what the chart is before you explain.
Oh, sure. This chart up here?
Nope, on the next page.
Right.
You can enlarge it, tell us what it is before you get into the details.
Absolutely. So this is actually kind of a famous study that was published, one of the first studies looking at head fracture or skull fracture tolerances. So what you see, the portion at the back of your skull is called the occiput bone. So that bone, if you put your hand on the back of your head, is your occiput. So we're looking at occiput impacts. And what you can see is that when they took cadaver skulls and dropped them from as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, they were getting linear fractures. And you can see even at 40 inches, there is called a stellate fracture. Stellate means star-like. You get a fracture that goes out like a star. So even at a 40-inch drop height, you have sufficient force when landing on a hard surface to cause skull fracture and a level 3 type skull fracture. So Mr. O'Keefe, again, is 73 inches tall. His occiput is about 4.6 inches down from the top of his skull. That means it would fall a total of about 73 minus 5 would be 68. So just under 6 feet. So 72, 4 inches under, so 5 foot, 8 inches is the fall height. What is data showing that even at a fall height as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, you can get fairly severe skull fractures.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, regarding your third part of your analysis, did you come to the conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering uncertainty whether or not the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. John O'Keefe on the evening of January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
Before you give me your opinion, I'd like you to share with the jury what that opinion is based on.
Sure. So it's based on the 130 slides you've seen. It's based on my personal inspection of the Lexus,
the correlation of the text stream data with the infotainment data, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data. It's looking at, I guess, where the taillight wasn't broken. It's looking at the physical evidence at the scene in terms of taillight fragments, glass fragments, red color in the snow. We have the cell phone data, the location and position of the arm lacerations, the air temperature at the time indicative of sufficient to freeze, the location of the fracture on the back of his head relative to the scientific literature, my testing of forces available falling onto a hard surface, published science on the fracture forces associated with falls. And, I'm sorry, I'm reading from my report. I'm reading from my report.
Can you answer without reading from your report?
Probably it's more complete if I read my report.
Any objection, Mr. Leslie?
I do on this question, Your Honor, reading from a report for this question. So I'm going to read from the
So, why not to read it? Don't read from your report.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Butcher, let me ask you again. Based on your analysis, data available, reviews, study, based on the fact that you are an accident reconstructionist and a biomedical engineer, have you reached an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
And could you share the bases of your opinion before I ask you your ultimate opinion?
Sure. So again, you've seen my slide presentation. I've inspected the Lexus. I've looked at where it wasn't damaged. I've inspected the taillight. I got an exemplar Lexus. I ran lower speed contacts to verify that the injury pattern and location on the arm is consistent with the height and orientation of the taillight. I have looked at fracture tolerance data for falling backwards onto hard surfaces. I've looked at the metrics of where his injuries were and what injuries he didn't sustain. I've looked at the cell phone data, and then I've looked at Miss Reed's interviews as well.
Based on all the evidence you considered, could you share with the jury what your opinion is to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to remember.
I can answer. Yes, based on the totality of the evidence, DNA, everything I've talked about, that is consistent with that happening with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. That is what happened.
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
So I'm going to strike that. I'm going to see counsel at Sidebar for just.
I love Dina. I lose it quick.
Like you were more tan this morning when we talked.
Probably because I was having a hot flash. I'm menopausal.
Come from? Were you in
I thought
Florida?
they would. No, I thought they were leaving.
Oh,
So
thought
I
you
was
went
up
in there
that
to
way.
talk to the DA.
Hi, you guy.
There already.
What are you doing?
still plans on okay, so those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and please be very careful with your social media use. So we'll see you tomorrow. Oh, I'm sorry, we're starting an hour late tomorrow, is that what this is?
Yes.
So, we'll start at 10 o'clock tomorrow, and I forgot about this, so we'll see you at 10 o'clock. The court officers will tell you about your specific directions.
Hey, you're not supposed to be on this side. Get out.
No, I'm going down there. You gonna kick me out?
Get out.
Come on.
Get out.
Again.
It's okay. I mean, I came in early this morning and set up.
Welcome. I mean, we don't really want it.
That would be a tough.
What happens if your initials
Oh, I know. There's a way.
FK?
All right.
Did Dr. Welcher leave?
Dr. Welcher can step down. I know he has to come back and have his
So
equipment.
just leave everything here.
And then you'll come back in 5 minutes.
Roger.
All right. Yes, please. All right, so Mr. Alessi, I will hear you as to your objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you like me to go to the podium or stand?
Right there's fine, and let's try and wrap this all up by 4 because I've already heard you at Sidebar.
We'll do so, Your Honor.
That means both of you I'll hear from within the next 5 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor. The point number 1 is the question of whether, based upon a reasonable degree of scientific or engineering certainty, he has an opinion whether a collision occurred. I'm going to give a dramatic and accurate example that happens in courts all the time with equivalent. So, by analogy, if the issue is whether or not a defendant has stabbed an individual and caused a certain event, that is the ultimate question for the jury. That question is never permissible in a trial. By analogy, this is the exact analogous situation. The question of whether there was a collision is the ultimate question for the jury. That is why we are having this trial. The defense strongly asserts there was no collision, and there is substantial evidence to that. We are going to cross-examine Dr. Welcher. We are going to put in our own strong case to demonstrate no collision occurred. That's no surprise. It was in our opening statement. This witness cannot, by precedent for years, opine on the ultimate question that is going to the jury. I accept, subject to evidentiary issues, the 2 questions that a biomechanist always answers in these situations. Is the damage to the vehicle consistent with a pedestrian hitting the vehicle? And are the injuries to the individual consistent with being hit by a motor vehicle? Those are the questions that are permissible, not the collision question. It is resoundingly improper in this trial, in any trial where that is the ultimate conclusion for the jury. Yes, an expert can offer opinions, but every expert is bounded by the extent of their opinion And that opinion on whether there was a collision would invade the province of the jury and the whole purpose why we are here, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
So what Mr. Lisi is arguing is that in their opening statement, they repeatedly invaded the province of the jury because they must have asserted vehemently over and over again there was no collision, over and over and over again. And he just told you that when his expert takes the stand, they'll have abundant evidence that there was no collision. This case is about the collision, but that is not the ultimate issue. The ultimate issue is manslaughter or mens rea for second-degree murder, not collision. They don't get to define the prosecution's case. They do not get to define or limit the prosecution's opinions. They have no case law. They have no study. They have no jurisdiction or jurisprudence to say what we are limited to. He's entitled to an opinion. His opinion is not limited to whether or not the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe. That evidence is obvious. It's not whether or not there's damage to the car or Lexus. That evidence is obvious. He also is an enormous part of a biomedical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. He studied the tech stream data. They didn't, he did. And he's entitled to give an opinion. The tech stream data, based on fact and science and data, tells us when, if you put it together with other evidence, and where, when you contribute it with other evidence, this collision actually occurred. We don't have to play peekaboo and close our eyes to the reality of the fact that the evidence supports the conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty that the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe with her Lexus in front of Fairview Road. I am not interjecting the defendant. I always refer to her car, so it is sanitized, her Lexus. I've been careful about that. I don't have to, but I'm very careful about it. He is relying on the tech stream data, the physical evidence, his independent studies. He is allowed to offer an opinion about whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car, whether the damage to the car is consistent with the injury to Mr. O'Keefe, and he's also allowed to answer, in his opinion, the issue of a collision. Putting aside the fact that that was emphasized and repeated in the opening statement, and it's going to happen again when other people testify. It's not our fault that ARCA didn't testify or look into the tech stream data or they don't have an expert for it. It doesn't belittle or limit that evidence. We expect to ask Dr. Welcher, does he have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022 around 12:32 a.m. That is one of the opinions we're going to ask him. Nothing to do with the ultimate opinion of guilt or innocence or whether it's manslaughter or there's mens rea for second-degree murder.
And what was your second? You said that's one of the opinions you're going to ask him. What else are you
I
looking
will
at?
also ask him about the consistent with, whether the injuries are consistent with.
With what?
I'm going to ask him after this part about the difference between a clip or a side swipe as opposed to a full-on injury, pedestrian collision from a front or back of a bumper, and there are further slides to emphasize that point. And so there'll be an opinion regarding that as well.
And you,
Consistency with a side swipe or a clip.
okay, so this is not the end of Dr. Welch's testimony. He's just moving on to another area.
It's close, but it's not the end.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
Your Honor, here's a case. Attorney Brennan said, go to case law, here it is. Commonwealth v. Coleman, 366 Mass 705. And it stands for the proposition exactly that I articulated. I won't repeat it. Secondly, Your Honor, we practice what we preach. I have the ARCA report right in front of me, and I have the report of...
Is that a new one or is that a...
This is the new one.
Okay.
It's also, the old one is the same. So I can, either one is the same. They do not, Mr. Brennan incorrectly said what our experts are going to do. I don't know why he did that because he has these in writing. Neither Dr. Wolf or Dr. Rentschler talk about a collision or conclusion. It's consistency. It's those two questions I said at sidebar. And for reference, Your Honor, for the most recent, is page 15. There is no...
I don't have that report, so I'd like a copy of that report.
Your Honor, a copy, and I also, Your Honor, refer Your Honor to ARCA's existing report, which I'm going to do from memory. I think it's February of 2024 that was done for the U.S. Department of Justice and FBI. where they basically said and gave opinions on those 2 items I spoke to you at sidebar. So Attorney Brennan is incorrect when he says what our experts are going to say or not. We've already committed in writing to what they're going to say. We're consistent. We practice what we preach.
All right, so we will discuss this tomorrow before we start. I'll tell you my ruling tomorrow before we start. I need to go back and see what exactly came in to evidence today. All right, so I'll see you in the morning.
All right.
Helps with that.
The gym helped with that.
Is it done?
Yeah.
You want it?
I'm waiting for it to be. Oh, it is done because they just switched over to my screen, so I'm live. So I don't want to get you guys. I'll stand over here. I don't want to get anyone in trouble. Okay, folks. Hi. What a day. What an day. What an idiot that guy is with testimony. I thought it was just. I bet you half the world's asleep right now. It's ending. The Karen's car's here. Hold on a second.
Are we allowed to stand here?
Yeah, kind of, sort of. You can't go past this. I'm live streaming, just so you know. I don't want you to think I'm wiretapping you or anything.
I was in town. I just figured I'd probably take a picture.
Ah, there you go. You can't approach them. You can't say anything to them. You can't yell to them.
Right.
Because we're inside the buffer zone, you know. But it was.
Stop and talk to the cameras when it's.
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. There's a gag order, so none of the lawyers can talk. Only Karen can talk. As well as the other side, only the family could talk. But Mrs. O'Keefe and Paul O'Keefe have already left. They left earlier. So it's just the whole Reed camp is still in there.
I'm from this town, but I live in Florida now.
Ah.
On vacation, I figured, what the hell? I might as well see what Court TV is putting on TV every day.
Court TV is usually set up over there at the Registry of Deeds. You can see cameras set up there. They're usually up there. I don't know if I assume they are here, but I don't know. I haven't been up this end too much. So here they come now. Brennan is a drama queen. All right, they're coming out, folks, because I saw Alan Jackson. I see some of the media. I see Sue O'Connell. Just came down the steps. I see Christina Rex coming down the steps. Ted Daniels coming down the steps right now.
Got everyone else drives down.
Yeah. Well, it's a very high profile case, so, you know. Yeah.
That's her ride.
Yeah. That was her driver last year, too. She had 2 drivers last year, but now he just drives them. Really nice guy. Yeah, everybody, when we end the stream, my phone might go dead because I'm down to like 20%. So let me say, hold on. I'm down to 9%. It might actually shut down. So if it shuts down, I won't be back on. I had it up to 25% and it just killed it. So if I lose you, I'm sorry. There goes John DePietro going across the street, that wimp.
Who's he?
He's a YouTuber. He's an idiot.
I come to mess up your show.
No, that's all right.
Want to be in it?
He's in it. He can be in it.
Hard to seize like Moses. Hard to seize. Let's go.
You're supposed to yell sidewalk. That's what we yell. Sidewalk. Hi, puppy.
We have company today. Usually at this point.
Oh, you're welcome. No, it's all done. Court's shut down.
No, I'm saying,
Oh, she must be talking to them. Oh, you're really gonna mess up my shot.
get out of your shop. I want to mess up your shop. Been on this corner for 3 weeks now.
I've been at this courthouse for 2 years.
Even in the rain? At least you're getting good weather.
Mm. Yeah, Bev said she's starting an hour late tomorrow. She just announced it. Hey, Lulabelle. Oh, you guys welcome. It's all a, big puzzle. We all do what we can. Dina Bev said starting an hour late tomorrow. Yeah, I heard that. An hour late tomorrow, but people are saying the lawyers are going to be in at 9 to do the arguments. So you'll have to just wait and see. But Boots will still be down here early no matter what. They always are. I can't wait to hear Alessi's cross of him. It's been a pleasure spending my day with you guys today. I love my Tuesdays. I'll be in the wings the rest of the week, popping in every so often when I can at work. Now, I think some of them are out talking to the media. I thought Alan Jackson came out, but it must have been some other news guy that kind of looked like him from far away. I think they're interviewing I don't think they're interviewing anyone actually. I think they're just talking amongst themselves, crowding around. Aw, I love you guys too. Tuesday's my day down here. I wish I didn't have to work, but I do. I got to save all my time for deliberations because I think this is going to be a quick deliberation when they do go. I think it'll be a day or two. Yeah, some of the neighbors aren't too friendly with us. All right, they're coming out now, folks. Let's hope my battery lasts. Yeah, he's got plenty to do tonight, and he'll be up all night working on it. Oh, was Mr. Reed talking? Nathan, they're crossing the road. Think that's Krowski coming out. I'm not sure. Krowski's father or something. Oh, there's Spanky. I wish I could zoom in. Mr. and Mrs. Reed are over there. They're talking to Chrissy and everybody. They're taking pictures. Mr. and Mrs. Reed's taking pictures with everybody. Showing the supporters true love. They're very, very grateful for all that we do out here. All right, here comes the team. Mr. and Mrs. Reed leaving. I don't know. They're sort of easing up on some of the rules of us being closer. So I don't know if my phone's going to make it, guys. I'm down to 2. Well, she's talking to the media right now. That ended. It was a quick talk. See, they're doing what they did a long time ago, and they end up bopping people in the head. It's awful. Good job, Evan. Congrats. Bye, Karen. Alessia, superhero. And there is Kelly and Estee. Have a good night. Love you. Bye, love. All right, folks. That's it. I'm down to like 1%. It's going to shut off in a minute. Everybody stay safe. Um, we ain't got no quit. Keep showing up. And I don't know who's streaming tomorrow. I think it's Kurt in the morning. Bye, guys. Have a good night. Stay safe. Let's see if I get a shot. Scott McGinnis down there. Waiting. Oh, another motorcycle. What? Oh, I know Kelly was behind me. I already said bye to her.
I haven't seen Scott in forever, so I have to come give my boy a
Aww.
That was a.
She said she hadn't seen Scott in a while, so she came down to give him a hug. Here's Esty.
that your voice?
There's S. Yeah, there's SD.
That's time. There's two Dinas.
It's in stereo.
Two Dinas, though. The world would be a better place, right?
Oh, we don't need two Dinas. My phone. The delay. It's because they're airing it through like the glare or something.
4 in the morning, bathroom. I was in my kitchen. I just.
Look at how loud my voice is.
Oh my God.
All right, goodbye, everyone. Remember, we ain't got no quit. Free Karen Reed. Justice for Officer John O'Keefe. Justice for Sandra Birchmore. Remember, we ain't hasta la vista. Keep showing up. Justice for Officer